it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trusted jump like you want it. My opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump like you want it. My opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again. Let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk. Choking now I'm pulling sons. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You chop it off, I pick it up. Block is a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me. They ain't never seen one. You ain't really about it. I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane. Busters never trusted jump like you want it. My opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump like you want it. My opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touchdown in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, choking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, choking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
this my prime. Ha, let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Smoking now, I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Deep pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trusted jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, smoking now, I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Deep pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trusted jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का बीएमपीएस 2026 में। और जो सफर है बीएमपीएस का वो बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया चल रहा है, कंपटीशन बेहतरीन चल रहा है। पर इस कंपटीशन को डोमिनेट करते हुए एक शख्स, एक टीम भी हमें देखने को मिल रही है और वो रहने वाली है ट्रू रिपर्स। तो आइए उनकी तरफ ही चलते हैं, उनके आईजीएल से जानते हैं कि उनका सफर कैसा चल रहा है। पंक, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। आई होप कि अभी आप काफी ज्यादा खुश रहेंगे, आपकी मुस्कान भी उसका परिचय दे रही है। पर इतना कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंस, कहाँ आप इतने पीछे ग्रुप्स में देखने को मिल रहे थे, प्रमोट हुए और वापस से प्रमोशन के बिल्कुल करीब पहुंच गए। ये क्या माइंडसेट है जिसके साथ टीम खेल रही है अभी?
माइंडसेट कुछ नहीं है यार, कि बस लोंडो को भरोसा है मेरे पे और मेरे को खुद पे भरोसा है, तो अच्छा चल रहा है सब कुछ।
पंक, रोटेशंस तो बहुत अच्छी चल रही हैं, बट यार ग्लिम्पसेस आ गए वो VR1 पंक के, असॉल्टर पंक के, क्योंकि इतने फ्रैग्स भी आप यहाँ पे निकाल रहे हो। आई वुड लव टू नो कि क्या अलग चल रहा है इस टूर्नामेंट एज कम्पेयर टू द लास्ट वंस।
ऐसा है कि लाइक मेरे को फ्रंट से खेलना बहुत पसंद है, जो कि मैं मतलब रिसेंट टूर्नामेंट में थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे रहा है मेरा परफॉर्मेंस। मैं खुद से भी लाइक काफ़ी डिसअपॉइंट हूँ, तो मेरे टीममेट मेरे को बहुत सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, उनकी सपोर्ट की वजह से मैं अपना बेस्ट दे पा रहा हूँ।
पर पंक, कम्युनिटी में हमेशा इस बात पे चर्चाएं थोड़ी ज़्यादा होती है कि आईजीएल्स के पास उतने फ्रैग्स नहीं जाते, पर अपने आप को आपने बहुत चेंज किया है। अब अगर पहला फ्रैग आता है तो वो पंक के नाम ज़रूर दिखाई देता है। तो क्या जो चेंजेस हैं जो आपने करे हैं अपने खेलने के तरीके में, और उसका जो चेंज आया है वो आपकी टीम पर किस तरीके से आया है?
मतलब स्टार्टिंग में जब लाइक मैंने लाइनअप बनाई थी, जैसे असोल्टर से आईजीएल शिफ्ट हुआ था, तो मेरा स्टार्टिंग से रोल था कि एज एन असोल्टर मैं ओपनिंग दूं। भले ही आईजीएल वो एक टर्म आ गया कि चलो इस पर लग गया एक धब्बा कि भाई आईजीएल है करके, बट था असोल्टर वाले कि भाई मैं ओपनिंग दूंगा, मैं ही घुसूंगा, मैं ही मारूंगा। तो बीच में वो फ्लो है ना, मैं खो बैठा था, मतलब लाइक खुद पे डाउट कर बैठा, वो सबसे बड़ी गलती थी मेरी। तो अभी वो चीज़ वापस आ गई है एंड मैं रेडी हूँ।
पंक, बहुत टाइम से आप बीजीएमआई खेल रहे हैं, कम्पिटिटिव में बिल्कुल टॉप ऑफ द टेबल आपका जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो रहता भी है। बट हमने कई बार देखा कि कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंसेस नहीं आते। आपकी आईजीलिंग के ऊपर कई बार सवाल उठाए गए, कहा गया कि आप मीरामार में अपनी टीम को उतना बढ़िया नहीं खिला सकते। इवेंचुअली हमने देखा कि मीरामार पे भी मैचेस बढ़िया जा रहे हैं। तो ये कंसिस्टेंट रन, हर एक मैप पे A1 परफॉर्मेंस, उसके पीछे का राज क्या है?
आज यार ऐसा कुछ तो है नहीं, मतलब मैं बस वही यार खुद पे भरोसा किया और मैचेस से पहले मंदिर पे माथा टेक के आया था कि इस बार करके रहूँगा।
क्या बात है पंक, मैं लाइनअप के बारे में भी थोड़ा सा जानना चाहूंगा। इट्स अ लाइनअप ऑफ मिसफिट्स, अलग अलग टीम से अलग अलग प्लेयर्स आए हैं, तो कैसे बनाई आपने ये लाइनअप एंड क्या थिंकिंग थी इसके पीछे?
लाइनअप बहुत लाइक रैंडमली बनी है। मैंने 5-10 जनों का ट्राई लिया था, उनमें से लाइक कुछ के साथ एक होता है ना, अलग सी वाइब मैच कर जाती है, जो कि थोड़ा अंडरस्टैंडिंग वगैरह अपने जैसा हो, नेचर वगैरह। तो उन्हीं के अराउंड मैंने लाइनअप बनाई है कि ज़्यादा टॉक्सिक ना हो आपस में, और हमारा जो रिलेशनशिप है 4 बंदों का, वो एकदम जो एक होता है गर्लफ्रेंड बॉयफ्रेंड, उससे भी मतलब बढ़ के हो, समझ रहे हो? तो अभी भाई वैसी है। अरे मतलब पॉजिटिव हो जाता है,
दैट्स द सीक्रेट ऑफ सिनर्जी।
हाँ, नहीं, उन्होंने बोला ना गर्लफ्रेंड बॉयफ्रेंड से ज्यादा बढ़ के है,
ज्यादा
तो भाईचारा वाला रिलेशन
बिल्कुल,
सबसे ज्यादा ऊपर रहता है।
पूरे दिन कॉल पे रहते हैं हम
जी। पर पंक, देखिए आपके हिसाब से अभी का जो आप फॉर्मेट पूरा देख रहे हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पर लगातार आपको हर एक मैच में परफॉर्म करना है ताकि आप ग्रुप ए तक पहुंच पाएं, पूरा फॉर्मेट आपको किस तरीके से लगा है, और टीम का कंपटीशन जब आप पर्टिकुलर ग्रुप में देखते हैं वो आपके लिए कैसा है?
फॉर्मेट तो यार मस्त लगा मेरे को, लाइक सबको इक्वली चांस मिले, और वही यार जो कंसिस्टेंट खेलेगा वही आगे बढ़ेगा, तो फेयर ही है। ऐसा कुछ है नहीं कि भाई इनके लिए ज़्यादा हो गया। अब देखो, जो भी BGS फाइनल टीम थी तो उनके लिए प्लस पॉइंट एक होना चाहिए कि उनको ग्रुप ए मिलना चाहिए। बाकी जो थोड़ा रह गए ग्रुप B-C-D में, तो उनको यार कंसिस्टेंट और प्रूव करके आना ही पड़ेगा। ऐसे तो मतलब मिल नहीं सकता यार फ्री में ग्रुप ए में, तो डायरेक्ट वही है।
बिल्कुल पंक, और जिस कंसिस्टेंसी से आपकी टीम खेल रही है, मुझे लगता नहीं कि ग्रुप ए अब वो ज्यादा दूर रहने वाला है। आज के 3 मुकाबले शायद वो इनफ हो, और आपका भी जो गोल है वही रहने वाला है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर योर 3 मैचेस टुडे।
थैंक यू।
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का BMPS 2026 में। और अभी हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं एक ऐसे शख्स जिन्होंने बहुत बड़े बड़े प्लेयर्स के बीच में अपना नाम बहुत ऊपर शुमार करके रखा हुआ है। जी हाँ, मैं बात कर रहा हूँ रैपिड कियोस ई-स्पोर्ट्स के ध्रुव ओजी की। तो आइए चलते हैं ध्रुव की तरफ और उनसे जानेंगे कि उनका सफर कैसा चल रहा है। ध्रुव, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। सबसे पहले तो मैं आपसे समझना चाहता हूँ कि हाय हेलो मैं आपसे समझना चाहता हूँ कि अभी इतने सारे बड़े बड़े खिलाड़ी हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं जो बरसों से खेलते आ रहे हैं। वहाँ पर द एलिमिनेटर का खिताब अभी भी आपके पास मौजूद है और आप लीड में भी है काफ़ी सारे फिनिशेस की। कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं आप, और क्या अलग आपने किया कि आप ही अलग चमक रहे हैं सबसे ज़्यादा?
बस अच्छा लग रहा है। BGIS में ये परफॉर्मेंस दिखा नहीं पाया था, तो अभी BMPS का ही टाइम था, तो इधर ही दिखाना था, तो बस मारता गया और एलिमिनेटर देख ही लो अभी।
क्या बात है।
क्या बात है ध्रुव। वैसे आप बहुत यंग लग रहे हैं, मैं जानना चाहूंगा आप कितने साल के हैं, एंड आई वुड रियली लव टू नो कि जब आप गेम खेल रहे हैं तब क्या बैक ऑफ द माइंड ये रहता है कि आप एलिमिनेटर हैं, आपको एक्स्ट्रा फ्रैग्स निकालने हैं, या फिर जस्ट अ टीम गेम जब गेम के अंदर होते हैं?
फिर भाई देखो, मैं अभी 20 ईयर्स का हूँ, बट ऐसा अभी कुछ लगता तो नहीं, क्योंकि इतने सारे ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट्स वगैरह खेल लिए, तो इतना भी वो नहीं होता। अभी टीम गेम ही वही है कि क्वालिफाई होना है, मेनली ग्रुप ए के लिए क्वालिफाई होना है।
और 20 साल की उम्र में हमारे जो यंग प्लेयर्स हैं वो सच में बहुत बढ़िया खेल भी रहे हैं। पर ध्रुव, 6 मैचेस की अगर बात करें तो आपने 25 टोटल फिनिशेस निकाले, कल के 3 मैचेस में आपने 5 फिनिशेस निकाले। क्या चेंज आपको लगता है जो आपने वीक 1 खेला और वीक 2 खेला?
वही यार, कल अभी टीम का थोड़ा अप एंड डाउन फेज हो गया था, बट ठीक है, अभी आज करेंगे अच्छा। कल थोड़ी छोटी मोटी गलतियों से टीम कैजुअलिटीज ले लिया था, तो मैं ही लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग बच रहा था 2 मैच में, तो वही है, फिर भी जितना हो सके ट्राई करा मैंने पॉइंट्स निकालने का।
पर ध्रुव, इससे पहले आपकी जो टीम है वो ग्रुप सी में हमें देखने को मिल रही थी, वहां से प्रमोट होकर के आपकी टीम जो है वो ग्रुप बी के अंदर आई है। कुछ लॉबी में डिफरेंस, कुछ कंपटीशन में डिफरेंस अगर आपने नोटिस किया हो तो?
हल्की टफ लॉबी तो है, बट ठीक है, अभी इतना एलिमिनेटर के लिए तो क्या ही टफ है अभी।
ये जो मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस दिखा ना ध्रुव, ये मुझे बहुत मजेदार लगा आपका।
ये कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए एक प्लेयर के अंदर।
इजी लॉबी बोला उन्होंने।
भाई इजी लॉबी है, बिल्कुल सही बात है, लेकिन आज आप रेलेगेट भी हो सकते हैं, उसके भी चांसेस बनते हैं। मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि प्लान क्या है, क्योंकि सिर्फ 10 पॉइंट्स हैं आपके 3 मैचेस में कल के दिन में।
वही है, वो कल छोटी मोटी गलतियां हो रही थी टीम की तरफ से, तो अभी आज वो सब हमने कल रात को मीटिंग में बैठ के फिक्स आउट करा। अभी देखते हैं आज कैसा जाता है, बट श्योर क्वालिफाई तो हो ही जाएंगे हम, रेलीगेट तो नहीं होंगे एटलीस्ट।
चलिए, उन्होंने कम से कम ये तो मेक श्योर कर लिया कि भाई रेलीगेट हमने अपने आप को नहीं कराना है वहां पर। पर ध्रुव, आपको देखकर लगता है कि आपकी टीम सच में काफी ज्यादा चिल होगी? आप ही हैं जो सबसे ज्यादा मस्ती करते हैं, या फिर और भी सारे प्लेयर्स हैं जो आपका साथ देते हैं?
सबसे ज्यादा तो मस्ती में ही टीम को कूल रखता हूँ, बाकी है सब फनी है टीम में, अभी इतना कोई स्ट्रेस वाला सीन है ही नहीं। तो
चलिए, मस्तीखोर मैंने इससे पहले किसी और के लिए सुना था, अभी मैं आपको भी वो दर्जा देना चाहूंगा। मुझे लगता है आप भी काफी अपडेटेड रहते हैं सोशल मीडिया पे, वो हंसी ने जरूर बताया उस बात को। बट बहुत बहुत ऑल द बेस्ट ध्रुव। अभी आज के दिन पे जो आपके मैच है वो सच में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि प्रोमोट होना इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है, और आप ग्रुप ए में भी जा सकते हैं, तो ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर दोस मैचेस।
थैंक यू सो मच।
BMPS 2026, where I'm going to be a host to Cast Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is Icy Baby 1-2. Final 3 chances left for Group B and C to get promoted to the upcoming groups, or maybe stay back and get relegated. Icy, what are your thoughts right now? We've got a few teams who are almost on the cusp of being promoted, and also a few teams who are pretty much down there about to be relegated.
See, that's the thing, right? We had a little bit of taste on what the teams are going to be feeling like during week 1 itself as well. It was a narrow finish for some of these teams. However, when we talk about potential teams, I think I'm going to save it later for our official predictions. But personally, I think in particular coming in from Group B here, I think H4K is in a situation where kind of surprised us yesterday as well, because this was a team that we know they were somewhere in the middle of the pack for quite some time, but the domination, and I don't know if it's luck or it's skill, but everything kind of aligned for them yesterday, and things just worked out for them.
In that one game, H4K was able to secure 27 points, but after that, in the span of 2 games, H4K got only 8 points, which tells us that H4K is currently lacking that consistency that's needed to be there if you want to place yourself inside of the top 4. Let's not forget, we've still got so many good names underneath them. For example, God's Rain also being a part of it, 8-Bit as well, pretty much being a part of it. So it can be anyone's cup of tea.
Yeah, it could be. And in this case, Genesis Esports has also shown a little bit of signs of life as well, despite a little bit of a disappointing run in their debut in Group A in particular. That's why they're down in Group B in particular. I think this is going to be their last potential few chance if they want to try and push themselves to Group A. However, considering that it is still Week 2, even if they don't make it here, as long as end Week 4, they make it into his Group A, stay in the top 8, they should be back in the Grand Finals.
It's so easy to say, but it's so tough to do, right? And we've already seen so many big names actually crumble down as well. And we have seen it happen in the past week, too. A team we thought can easily qualify actually messed up all the 3 remaining games and were just instantly pushed down, and they were not able to promote themselves. And that's why we have seen a lot of those problematic standings in the overall board. And speaking of the overall board, let's have a look at the overall rankings. H4K currently sitting on the first spot with 35 points, Vasista Esports with 34, and 4 have been really consistent, getting 34 points for themselves. And WELT, they have been sort of hit or miss.
Yeah, when it comes to WELT, this is a very interesting roster as well, just because number 1, they do have a roster change. Number 2, this org has been in the scene for the longest of time. We consider them as like a tier 2, tier 3 stomping team. But for them to actually finally make it to the Grand Finals BGIS was a very, very nice Cinderella run coming from them. However, now getting kicked down to Group B, and now they're still maintaining the top 4, maybe it's just not a fluke anymore. They've learned their experience. They've gotten a opportunity to actually push themselves up again here. But again, consistency is going to be the key factor in this regards. And on the screen as well, we also have the overall rankings for Group C. And another surprising entry here is going to be Team Apex Gaming, because the debut in Group B was nothing shy of a disappointment. But now coming to Group C, it seems like they've worked things out. They've brought in Kyo Lamau back into action. And for Jonathan to step up big time in yesterday's performance here, getting those 40 points. So this was a surprising factor for me.
They're almost there. They're pretty much almost promoted. They just need a couple of more points to pretty much push themselves along the edge. And if you look at the individual stats as well, we've also got the MVP rankings flashing on the screen. Through OG, once again, the man's going to be on top without a doubt. Then you've got Lobster chasing him pretty closely. Punk as well being a part of it. Now, that's surprising. The IGL himself from True Rippers is right there around the MVP rankings, and this is what we want to see every single time. For K9 Esports as well, they've got Taurus, and now ZA coming through with Servar. So one thing is for sure, the lineup is pretty stacked. If you look at the teams, even in the mid-pack, there's just so many deserving teams that deserve to be promoted.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation as well, right? When we talk about promotion and relegations, that's only 4 teams from each group is going to go up and 4 teams going to go down here. So teams, again, it is still week 2, are experimenting, are trying out a few things here and there. But when we talk about IGL and ranking, Punk definitely stood out the most. Yesterday, we saw how True Rippers had one of the most difficult rotations in Erangel in particular, just because of the fact that the Circle actually opted to go towards prison. They were the team that got picked off a little bit too early as well, leaving Punk as the solo warrior to actually survive his way through into the top 3, securing a decent amount of points, which, again, one of the most unorthodox circles in this game in particular. And of course, joining him here, we have Goku, Ryzen, Adi from Nebula, Fraggy also going to be part of the picture here from Godsend. And I wouldn't be surprised as well, because Godsend's journey has been also a wow factor here these past 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's been pretty miraculous. Godson is one of those teams that likes to go frag heavy, and once again, it's been working out pretty well for them. But sometimes we've also seen Godson slip in some instances. So there's a chance that Godson might just pretty much break that barrier and pretty much just get themselves promoted, or they can mess things up and, well, they can just stay in that same group. The Eliminator so far is going to be Dhruv. Once again, the man's there at the top of the Eliminator badge. And if you look at the elimination leaders so far, Devotee's chasing him pretty closely from Team AX, but then you've also got Thunder coming through from K9 Esports. You've also got Godin right there from True Rippers, and even Huntro coming through.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because in this elimination leader, Devotee from AX is also part of the equation here. And it is going to be a little bit of a surprising factor, because I was expecting Henry to be part of the equation as well, considering that he has been going on his solo split journey for quite some time.
Yeah.
And it is in a situation where I think, I don't know what to make sense of it actually here, because Henry has been very different after his championship in BMPS last year itself.
So I'm pretty sure that elimination leader graphic wasn't exactly the right one. I'm pretty sure we will get that fixed later on. But as the schedule pops up on the screen, Rondo is of course going to be the first map to be played without a doubt. That's going to be an interesting one, since we know the final 3 games are going to be played by Group B and C today itself. And since Group B is going to be kicking things off on the map of Rondo, it's just get even more exciting. Then you've also got the map of Erangel booting up later on, and 2 Erangels will be played by Group B. Then later on Group C comes in, and they're going to be playing those 2 Miramars. At the start of the day, we locked in our predictions. I personally am going with Genesis Esports and Zero Arc when it comes to that promotion side.
Now, when it comes to prediction as well, I actually personally went for Genesis as well. H4K is going to be the ones that I actually brought in the table, just because they kind of surprise us as well, like you said as well, right? Like, they are almost very close towards the promotion mark. But let's talk about the potential cutoffs for promotion, right? We saw how Esports Social, like 43 points, 45 points wasn't exactly enough. And as of yet, the current cutoff standings is somewhere around 50 points. So you get 50 points, you're pretty much guaranteed top 4. But again, it is still subjective. We still do not have a lot of data when it comes to the current format itself as well. But as of yet, 50 points is pretty much almost guaranteed you into his promotions.
And hey, later on, of course, Group C predictions as well, they flash up. God's Reign, I believe they can easily be promoted if they just keep on going aggressive in the lobby, collecting those elimination points. And Gen X FM, I'm liking this improvement from their side. I believe Gen X FM, if they keep on playing the same way with consistency, even they can easily move on.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, it seems like in the Group C in particular, our relegations are kind of split as well. I think from Johnny's side, he's actually expecting Godsend Legions to actually go back down to his Group D again, despite their journey up into his Group C. And I think even for me as well, I think I went for Troy Tamilan Esports as well. And I'm sorry to say, as much as our English viewers are big fans of Troy Tamilan Esports and also Team Tamilas, but their performance hasn't been that great.
Yeah, and even WELT Esports can be included in that. I do understand WELT Esports is currently sitting in the top 4, but do you really believe that WELT Esports is going to be staying in the top 4 at the end of the day as well? The answer is going to be no. We have seen so many uncertainty from their side, and there's a point that they might just break down as well today itself. As the map Rondo boots upon the screen, the plane's going to be in the skies as well. This map Rondo is supposed to be a bloodthirsty one. It's supposed to give them a lot of elimination points and maybe a new ray of hope for the teams on the latter half of the board. They can maybe mount a bounce back.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very important one here. Seems like the flight path is going to be a single flight path all the way towards the southwest corner, passing towards Danqing and then ending towards the outskirts of Jadena City. And this is where things get a little bit tricky, because teams which are heavily focused onto the north side here is going to have a little bit of struggle. We are going to be expecting a couple of early solo warrior drops here to try and get a couple of vehicles to try and get the outskirts recalls here. But I think New York's factory is still going to be one of the potential hotspots here, just because they want to fight early and then get those early points here from those recalls, which has been the popular hotspot for a lot of these teams. But considering how far away it is from Test Track, we might consider Yulin instead being of the hot topic here. But on screen, seems like RIOTNATIONz will go head-to-head with Rapid Chaos. With, in this case, Droove gonna be not in the picture here. Sorry, it's actually Higgboson, not Rapid Chaos, my apologies. And seems like Broad is pretty much stuck all on top of himself here. RIOTNATIONz may look to try and flush him out.
RIOTNATIONz as of now, once again trying to fight for life. They do not want to be relegated, but there's a big chance they might just be. RIOTNATIONz is one of those teams that is just so unlucky, but at the same time, we haven't seen that proper gameplay from them. Vasista Esports, probably one of the most consistent teams in this group. The way they have been playing has been incredible. And right now, starting things off with 3 elimination points already on the board, Vasista Esports is looking dominant. Toppling over H4K as well, that's insane. H4K pushed down in the overall standings now.
It's going to be a very important one here, especially for Vasista Esports, but it seems like we do have a couple of shots fired here from the sides. Vasista Esports still going for a couple of guns here. Stray bullets are being shot to try and connect on Beast, but he is able to clean out the player and then back out. Very, very clean takedown here from Vasista Esports. 4 points in the back. still in the lead, still has the firepower to actually work this. They are going to be taking the main shrine here to try and hold down the fort. 8-Bit going to be surrounding them. This is going to be a massive fight here between both Vasista Esports and 8-Bit. But the question here is, will they be able to actually fight as well? Because third parties are slowly lurking and hearing all these commotions. Sarang, now, going to be trying to prone his way through. Smokes has been deployed, but seems like Beast knows exactly where he is. Lobs a nade over from Sarang. But the question here is, there is no counter nades. But Viper, however, on the sides was able to find an individual pickoff.
Yeah. Genesis Esports. One finish point already gathered up. Once again, it's going to be a decent start from Genesis Esports, not dropping down any sort of bodies. 8-Bit is walled now, chiming inside of the fight. Sarang, he gets those 2 quick knocks. Vasista Esports facing the brunt as the players fall down. 8-Bit, 4 elimination points secured. Off to a decent start in this game, pushing themselves up in the overall standings to the 5th spot. They're looking pretty decent.
This is going to be a great start here for 8-Bit. They themselves find a decent amount of points. But as of yet, the rest of the world are still going to be looking to duke it out here. I was expecting a little bit more teams to actually collide right early as well. Seems like it is still going to be a stalemate here. Fortunately for some of these teams, it's only going to be 2 to 3 teams to actually worry about rather than 5 to 7 teams, which is going to be a free-for-all situation. But for Rapid Chaos now, Drew, the Eliminator, going to be on the hunt here. Guess what? He gets the nade. That is going to be his second knock here. 1 point in the back. That's going to be the confirmation as well. Another 2 points here for the Eliminator. Very, very strong start here for Rapid Chaos.
Oh my god, look at this nade. 1 single nade from GodX, and he's able to find a quick 2-piece. 2 men knocked out. Higgboson Esports, great stuff. And now they just want to push the pedal to the metal and make that push. But an M249 up close and personal might just have the advantage. A massive magazine can shut down all the 4 players making that push. And plus, he's also backed up with a S12K. This push is going to be an incredibly tough one. The man currently controls this compound. How do you take it away from them?
Ooh,
Maybe toss another utility, force the man out of his comfort zone. That's the only thing Higgboson Esports can do.
It's going to be a tough spot here, but again, they've got all the time in the world. It's only an M249. It's not really a shorty, but never mind. I spoke too soon. He's got the S12K as well. You can see why they're hesitating. Pre-fires are coming in, but seems like this suppressed S12K has got 7 bullets. The moment he hears the reload here, he might look to actually try and challenge this, but seems like Higgboson, they're a little bit afraid as well to actually lose bodies. They don't really want to overcommit to this push and get third party, as they are kind of split off to actually loot up as well, but it seems like that might be a mistake here. Irish boy gets knocked up, but Sunoch immediately gets picked off. Very, very unfortunate timing for Irish boy.
Oh my god, no, the util. It's doing damage. 8-Bit Sarang. The man's down low. Another nade tossed out, and this time it's just going to be crawling right next to the man. His chip low as well. Vasista Esports taking those shots against Zero Arc. H4K as well now starting to fall apart. They're crumbling. And 8-Bit slowly and steadily clenching their fists as they keep on marching towards a better spot in the overall standings. H4K need to win these trades. This nade might just be able to find the knock, but no, it's going to be the answer. Still the man surviving barely on a sliver, but eventually gets caught. 8-Bit, massive plunder. Big man taken out. 8-Bit now is starting to crumble apart. And H4K taking advantage of this entire fact. They're reaping the benefits.
Beautiful third-party timing as well. 8-Bit couldn't really actually stock up as well. They were caught in a fight with Vasista for the longest of time. After winning the fight, they weren't able to find even more loots here. H4K was just lying in wait, waiting for them. Shub now could be left all alone to try and fend off the rest of H4K, while, heck, in this case, Juicy is going to be outside to recall them. So they are still going to be waiting, but seems like the call has been made. Sarang and Skips will be on the looting path outside of Yulin. But for Shub, he's got a lot of heavy lifting he's got to do as well. He's got a decent amount of loots. He doesn't really want to forfeit his life and then just reloot his way through. But the question here is, I don't think he has an exit strategy here.
I think maybe he just wants to get away with a field elimination points before he gets taken out. That can also be one of the overall strategies he's going for. Zero R catching too matured on the receiving end this time. There was man knocked out, instantly confirmed to Zero Arc, falling on top of their faces. Chandan OP is now forced to just back away, and he evacuates that entire area.
Where did that shot coming from? From Bater, from Ares. That was a very clean takedown as well. They were on the vehicle. Chandan immediately just bails out, sacrificed the mobility as well. Now, like you said, leg his way through. Now he's got a completely new set of problems. How will he travel? Seems like Myth is going to be driving past them as well. So that's going to be new problems for him. Meanwhile, Shoop here, ooh, he just might be able to get the easy jump here on H4K to get a few frags. That's going to be the first shot through. Misses the shot. Immediately they snap on towards him. That's the opportunity completely dropped here. Shoop now needs to run for his near life as the rest of H4K is going to slowly hunt him down.
Man, oh man. Reviews his position in the end as well, and now is taken down solo. He was not even able to get that knock. How is he messing up so many times, Shoop? Not a lot of opportunities will be given to you over and over again. You need to make it count, and now this time just runs into that crossfire. H4K, they eliminate that man. And now 8-Bit have to go for a complete reset. 8-Bit is all the way back towards Tinlon Garden, by the way. All the way down south in the blue. It's going to be such a long rotation for them.
Yeah, and this is going to be a late rotation from them as well, but it seems like Circle is going to force them all the way far north, which again, all these teams did not have an advantage here because of how the flying path was designed right from the get-go. It was all the way down south, so that means heading out to far north is going to be tricky. But it seems like we do see a lot of teams occupying onto a stadium as well, expecting this to be a stadium circle once more. But no, it is going to be a long fall stretch. Lastade is going to be having a free entry point from the east side, Ares from the west. But in the middle, it seems like Mysterious 4 is taking a little bit beating here. Not exactly a great time to be taking jabs here, considering that recall, yes, may be available, but considering how many teams are down towards the north side, they are going to get picked off eventually. So that is, in my opinion, a big problem here for Mysterious 4.
Definitely can be. Circle shifting up north. It's going to be catching every single team down south off guard, including 8-Bit. 8-Bit is still all the way towards Tinlong Garden, by the way. All the way down south towards Tinlong Garden. Man, it's going to be such a long rotation for them, and they're already too late. Riot Nation's on the move, all the way back in the blue, even they are. And for Riot Nations, too, to cover that ground, it's going to be a tough one. But luckily enough for them, they're not too far away from the circle, so they can easily make it in the safe lines and then aim for the white lines.
Well, hopefully they should be able to find a free entry point, because this circle is going to be a little bit of a tricky one to play. Not a lot of experience in these circles, but well, I do have an experience in barrel rolling here because Naqsh just gave us a little bit of tips and tricks on vehicle.
HADX Esports in the circle, in a promising spot. It's not the best, but decent. Backlines are pretty exposed, so HADX needs to be careful off the back as well. You cannot be tunnel visioned in this spot. Even if one single man gets knocked out, getting that revival is going to be tough. And that's what HADX needs to realize in that spot.
You know what's really insane is that there's about 30 oval points gathered in a single game. And there's still 16 teams left alive and only one official full elimination. That's so many points in this game in total. Look at this. Vasista's got 5, H4K's got 4, 3, 4, 6, blah, 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 blah. It's like 30 over points. And only one has been full finished.
The only teams that haven't really burned through any sort of recalls are going to be H4K and Jaguar Esports. Trying to play it safe this time, huh? But H4K, they've actually gotten 4 elimination points already. So you can't say the recovery has been incredible from their side. Not even burning through a single recall. It means H4K, they might just have a second shot at life. If they want to go aggressive, they can. Opportunity will be there. But once again, considering the fact that the stages are also moving pretty fast, you should not go for it. Maybe placing yourself in a good spot in the circle has to be the goal. And I'm pretty sure that's what H4K is going to do.
This is such a tricky circle to play with stadiums still in play. And pretty much there's no man's land all the way up towards the top side as well. Myth does have a very nice mountain high ground to actually work with. But even then, it's still very difficult. Just because of the fact that in between stadium and those mountains where Myth is, it's just open fields after open fields. So that technically, this is stage 3, but it feels like a stage 4 zone.
Indeed. Lastade losing out on Evil. Gotta be unfortunate with that. Lastade, be careful. Playing with fire at this point. One man getting completely confirmed. That means Lastade. There's no recall available. Another full confirmation. How do you make such a mistake? Even H4K's falling apart in the elimination feed. It's going to be well taking a dig. Another man's knocked out from H4K. But luckily enough for H4K, they do have the recalls available. So it's all good in the hood. Things under control. JAGUAR Esports still taking those shots against the foes. But no proper connections will be there.
I don't know, man. I don't know if they can actually take advantage of those recalls right now here. Like, it is about to expire in a minute here. So time is of the essence for H4K at least. If they want to try and get those recalls back up as quickly as they can. 1 minute is exactly the timeline for them before it completely expires. But for Lastade, ooh, look at this. Seems like Kalan has been picked off. Out in the open. Could not go in for the save. And for Vasista Esports, they're going to be docking outside of Stadium, hoping to go in for an exit strategy, but with Mysterious Fall going for the knock. Fortunate for them. They are able to get the reset here. New teams are actually looking in this vicinity, so they should be A-okay. But as soon as I say this, might have jinxed it a little bit too much here. Naqsh was able to get the re-knock once more.
Yeah, not a big fan of this placement from their side. Vasista Esports is too vulnerable to a lot of threat. Mysterious 4, especially it's a team that's been playing really consistent still yesterday. And right now, Mysterious 4 busy taking those shots against Vasista. Mysterious 4, they're busy taking the fight on that side, while on this side, you've got WELT Esports constantly just hammering teams down. This time on the receiving end, it's going to be 8-bit. But WELT Esports now needs to be a little bit more cautious and careful. The moment I say so, from the side, it's going to be a man from 8-bit who just mows them down. WELT Esports, all the things were on the way for them. It was looking great. But they messed up, stayed out in the blue for too long, as they wanted to keep the players of 8-bit. Unfortunately, the tables are now flipped against him.
And this is very unfortunate as well, but considering the circle just gave us a little bit of a prank as well. The scam is real. We thought it's going to shift out of Stadium, and we are back at Stadium once more. Even yesterday we had a Stadium finale. This time it is going to be the outskirts of Stadium. Very, very close, but tricky spot is that the teams inside Stadium will still have free reigns over everybody else in terms of high ground. So this is a perfect time for Mysterious 4 to actually dominate this game. But everybody else is going to be scrambling for mat space. Vehicles extremely crucial. WELT Esports losing all their players with Goku as the last man standing. This is going to be a tough task here for Goku to try and clutch things out. Well, he took one of the most riskiest plays to actually hide as well. Doesn't really have a choice as well, because if he pushes the Stadium, he's pretty much going to get flushed.
Lastade. There's a vehicle covering that player. Rapid Chaos Esports is through. The Eliminator currently in the lobby. He might just be eliminated himself. JAGUAR Esports has been taking a lot of fights. We're seeing them constantly taking those shots, but they're not able to get those confirmations. All of those shots, it seems like they're just not able to just be desperate.
This is a very, very tough spot here for some of these teams, but let's see. Seems like Stadium is going to be in play. Mysterious 4 is not taking the high ground so far. They are going to try and intercept some of these teams here with 8-bit coming from the sides. Seems like 8-bit is going to try and go in for a couple shots here. Genesis tries to make a mad dash inside the zone. It seems like they are going to be able to collide here. They take out members coming from Higgboson. And from the far horizon, Hunters finds one more. That's going to be the opener here. Free entry for Genesis. Seems like they are back in action with 7 finishes in the bag. This is a very impressive comeback here from Genesis.
That's a nice freebie. Hunters. He knows there's someone in the back. And that's why he's careful. Zero arc. currently around the stadium vicinity. The elimination feed is slowly and steadily popping up. And out of nowhere, you see WELT Esports eliminated from the game. And this is what I'm talking about. Even when a team like WELT Esports, you think they've almost qualified, they will always find a way to mess things up.
Well, such is life, man. There are ups and there are downs. In this case, this game may not be the day here for them. But they still have 2 more games to go if they want to stand a chance to push back up the top 4. But in this case, the current top 4 here, Vasista Esports, H4K, Mysterious 4, and also Zero Arc, still standing strong in this game. And if the circle once again is shifts back down to Stadium, Stadium is still untouched. A lot of teams are there, but you can see the amount of teams trying to stay away from the west side of the inner circle just because it is just out in the open. And Vasista Esports, they're doing a fantastic job surviving though, despite the fact that technically everybody else should have the line of sight of Vasista Esports.
Yeah, what is the circle? Fiddling with everyone's minds. Shifting down south once again on top of Stadium, and now Vasista Esports out of nowhere, they spring back to life. But with a 3-man squad of Vasista Esports to continue this journey and win this game might just be tough. Vasista Esports just needs 10 points off of this game, and they can easily do it. The moment they get those 10 points, promotion is pretty much guaranteed. In the upcoming games, you just need 5 points, and I'm pretty sure Vasista Esports is a team capable enough to get 5 points in 2 games. It's not even a question.
That's a very interesting bunker spot that Vasista Esports has opted to choose as well. Just prone your way through, lay your head down. Nobody's been able to pop them off. And that's the beauty about Rondo, right? Just because those nades can actually create a smaller dip for you, it actually makes things harder for teams in the high grounds to actually pick you through. But the downside is you are going to be starting things off a prone animation. If you get rushed, well, mobility is not going to be in your favor. Vehicles pretty much going to be exposed as well.
Oh my god, that nade.
Ooh, it's going to be very close here. Genesis seems to be on the hunt here. A lot of damage has been done on those vehicles, but it's not exploded yet, so they should be able to go out for a potential exit strategy here. But Genesis, once again, they're still scrapping for fights, looking for some sort of mistakes to try and capitalize his way through. If they manage to cut down Myth, they should be able to find an entry point, but it seems like Gravity has scouted out a little bit of a ouchie here as Ares fired shots from the sides. That means they are pinned from 2 angles right now.
Those nades were way too close for comfort. Myth behind the cover flare. Daddy's the only person in that proximity, and Detrox, he's underneath in the water. Jaguar Esports once again trying to be the opportunistic bunch and wait for Myth to just completely expose themselves as Genesis Esports. They keep on marching forward, aggressing against the boys of Myth as the first man already collapses. Myth does not have enough manpower to try and defend against Genesis, and they know it exactly. Myth collapses from the back. It's all going to be Jaguar putting in work, and Genesis Esports, now they get a decent spot in the hand.
Very nicely done here, Gravity. He tried to go for the prone shot here. Unfortunately, was proned out. Won't be able to take those shots here. So Jaguar Esports, they will still got the pin on Genesis. However, Genesis this time, they still have a lot of time to work with. The circle is still somewhere on the edges as of yet. But they've got problems after problems. That is going to be Ares. Going to be the next obstacle that will be stopping them. Same can be said for Jaguar. But they're just waiting on Naqsh to actually make a move here. Which in this case, Naqsh also waiting on Genesis as well. So it's going to be a game of patience of who makes the first jump first.
Indeed. Ares as of now, though. Survival game is definitely there. But now it's about getting those points for Ares. They're too far back in the overall standings. Just playing survival, it's not going to cut it. They at least need one chicken dinner to bring themselves back in that race of top 4. That is the only saving grace for them.
But look, Necro, Circle actually shifts out of Stadium. We are going to be expecting chaos in Stadium. Everybody's going to be looking to try and push out in the open. Ares pretty much does have a nice edge against Genesis, but the moment whoever wins this fight in the north, they should have free pickings on everyone coming from Stadium because everybody's going to be counting out open as well. So Genesis, they finally realize this is a very important fight for them. They are going to go for the nades, hoping to get knocks here. Yes, there is going to be one knock. Ares, they are crumbling. What are they doing? They're still sitting still. The counter nades are coming through, but it's not connecting at all from Aries. They're just getting completely bombarded. Another nade here as well. And now finally Genesis pushes through.
Aries is just getting absolutely toyed with, only on the back of the utilities. And Genesis Esports, it seems like they're going to be making some quick work, as even the last man of Aries Esports has been put to sleep. He's back to lobby. But Naqsh, they want to be the quickest ones to third-party this. They were here for third-party, but now Naqsh, they also need to deal with another team constantly hammering them down.
Oh my goodness, the perfect timing as well. Naqsh, they wanted a third party. Jaguar actually saved Genesis. Genesis, they're taking a little bit of beating here from Jaguar from far horizon, but it seems like Naqsh, they are going to back off the reset as well. They do have a small little angle to work with inside the zone, so there's no reason to hard commit to this. He's going to drop off his compadre to be picked up here while Skillful goes up forward to try and keep tabs on Genesis. But as of yet, Genesis, they still haven't gotten a reset yet as well. Jaguar Esports, they are coming with those nades. Hunter's was picked up. Can he dodge his way through? But no, the nades clipped him again. That's going to be the re-knock on Hunters once more. My goodness, look at this place that's just completely destroyed here. The amount of nades being lobbed over. Now Naqsh picks up. Almost gets the knock. What?
The utilities are chipping away too much damage. And now Naqsh finally decides to back away. Somehow Genesis Esports, they retrieve 3 of their men, from which 1 man is still knocked out. Revival being stuck, and Viper is holding the line down. Fury patches himself up. Now the man's looking healthy, good and dandy. Jaguar Esports from the edge lines have been just taking shots all across the fray. They control so much terrain. They've got so much intel. But what is this nade from Fury? A 3-pointer fights the first knock against Jaguar. That's the bottle cap opened up. And now it seems like Jaguar Esports, they might spill all across the board. 2 players still need to keep the line down. They need to hold it down.
But now with the nades coming from Jaguar, that might be the opener as well. Naqsh has been trying so long to pressure on Genesis. They have been pinned on 2 sides. Genesis, they're doing a fantastic job holding on. And guess what? Jaguar Esports once again saves Genesis. Stop Naqsh out from pushing Genesis here. Loses a player. And somehow Genesis again is able to go in for the resets. Unless Jaguar Esports, they say it's time. High time to go in for the commitment here. With the zone about to move in. Genesis gonna try and pick Viper up. But I think they're all out of nades here. They've used up all the bodies just now to try and defend this. Fantastic job from Genesis, but they're still down low. Jaguar now finally makes the push. Smokes a lot in here. Hunters trying to buy a little bit more time, but he's pinned along the trees here. Needs a little bit of backup. Naqsh finally joins the fight from the sides as well. Genesis is able to bait Jaguar Esports in an awkward situation.
Winning the fight's going to be a difficult challenge, especially with Naqsh as well from the back lines against Jaguar Esports. Eventually, there's a knock against the poison Naqsh. A man falls apart, ripped to shreds. Genesis Esports somehow still hanging on by a thread, and for Jaguar Esports, they're also losing the man number. Genesis 2 now just want to go for the recovery, and that's what Jaguar's doing as well. How does this even happen? How is Genesis even alive?
Oh my goodness, that is a very, very long fight there coming from Genesis. Meanwhile, the teams in the stadium, a lot of teams have been eliminated. Surprise, surprise, they're still trying to make their way out as well. Zero Arc now needs to make it inside the zone. H4K already calling dips here. But guess what? From the far horizon, Vasista Esports scouts them out. And guess what? They are still alive. And now, this time, they're going to be third-party Jaguar Esports as well. And guess what? Thank you so much, Hector, because now Genesis Esports finds a 2-piece.
Genesis Esports is popping off. 14 elimination points secured. It seems like Genesis Esports is definitely going to be moving on in that top 4. They want to be promoted no matter what. They want to get back to the spot where they belong, which is Group A. Zero Arc. Even they're still in the race, but the moment I say so, the last man, the final glimmer of hope, it gets snatched away. Genesis Esports' fury falls apart. Naqsh Esports was constantly creating a lot of problems, but maybe now for Genesis Esports, the saving grace might just be in the name of H4K, as one of the players from the side of Naqsh gets knocked out by H4K. Return nades tossed from Oven. I highly doubt it's going to be the difference maker. Nades are too far away from the actual mark. Not even close.
Well, it looks close, just a little bit off angle, I would say. But H4K, they should be able to get the reset here. Naqsh Esports getting a little bit too greedy here. They've lost 2 players. This time, they still haven't settled with Genesis yet. However, Vasista Esports has been in the center for the longest of time. But guess what? Down towards the final 4 teams, it is going to be a 1v2, v2, v2 situation. However, I think Genesis should be able to pick up the last player as well.
Oh my god.
And it might be just a 2v2, v2 all the way through.
Actually getting the reset. Genesis Esports can actually do it. They might just be able to get the fallen player back up on his feet, and that's what happens. He's still alive.
My
You
goodness.
see that little green dot? That means Fury is up and alive. Vasista Esports, start counting your days, because Genesis, they're going to be having a straight-up line of sight against you. And you're just exposed, prone out in the open. Viper, the man's venomous, injecting all of that venom in the veins of Vasista. One man already eliminated. Genesis Esports, it seems like the path of glory, it's not too far away. These two men, they're on a mission to conquer the lands of Rondo.
How the heck did Genesis Esports survive all of that? Viper and Fury just playing phenomenally well. But even though 7 finishes in the hands of Viper, you have to give credit for Fury as well, because he's the reason why everyone could not push up against Genesis. Naqsh could not push up. Jaguar could not push up. It's because of all his constant nades is the reason why they were able to survive to this endgame. But is all that effort worth it? Because as of yet, final 3 teams, aimbot being the last player here from Vasista Esports, Naqsh has been wiped off. So H4K also looking to make a mark here to push back into the top 4. Aimbot, oh no. Timing, Fury finally goes down. Viper goes for the trade. Seems like aimbot has been scattered from H4K. Now it's going to be a 2v1 situation, but Viper is out in the open, and H4K has got the line of sight, and they will take the winner chicken dinner.
Easy stuff from H4K. Waited patiently for the right moment. Peeked out, got those 2 elimination points that were scattered and out in the open, and H4K just snatched that chicken dinner away. It's just something about H4K in that first game. And once again, in the first game itself, H4K, they strike through with a massive chicken dinner. Not exactly that big of a chicken dinner, but still, it is something that might just solidify that slot towards the top 4.
A chicken is still a chicken. In this case, H4K surprised us yesterday. Now they are continuing with their momentum to try and break past into its Group A. And interesting enough as well, seems like a majority of the teams that are fighting for top 4 still made it out towards the end game as well. One of them is going to be Vasista Esports and Genesis. What a comeback, what a recovery, what a performance.
I know, right?
This is the bare minimum of what it takes to be part of Group A.
For some reason, it feels like they were just pulling off a prank in the first week now.
Yeah.
Look at these performances. Double digits, eliminations on the board every single game. Genesis Esports, it feels like they're once again back in that BGI's form. And this is what we wanted to see. If there's no hunters, fine. Fury's got things under control. And even another man from Genesis Esports was there constantly supporting, which was Viper. So Fury and Viper doing a phenomenal job keeping Genesis Esports alive till the top 2. And somehow, in the end, just almost messed up with that chicken dinner. But it's fine. They did not have a good position.
Yeah, and considering the utilities as well, you can see from the replay itself, their meds are pretty much done. Their utilities are pretty much done and dusted as well because of that major fight between Naqsh and Jaguar Esports, which pretty much sucked out almost everything out of them as well. I think they took 3 to 4 fights against those 2 teams 4 to 5 times, which is ridiculous, right? Like, how often do you see a fight that you have the smoke, nade for 4 times in the same team and get absolutely no value out of it? And could you really blame them? They were just surviving, I would say.
Yeah, pretty much. And overall, if you really look at that previous game, even Vasista Esports did pretty good. They had a lot of elimination points, especially they were the one to gatekeep a lot of those teams that were trying to make it outside of stadium. So they mopped up the entirety of that floor around the southern side. And if you talk about 8-bit, expectations were a lot, but 8-bit now, since the first game of Rondo is already messed up, now they need to hope on those 2 Erangels, and I'm not sure what exactly to expect from a team like 8-bit.
Exactly. And personally, in order to actually push into as a Group A standards as well, your I would say awareness needs to be on point. And personally, I feel like Genesis's awareness and understanding of what's happening around them is just top notch, because throughout the amount of chaos that has gone through, people get disoriented, people panic, and you don't really keep track on time. And for them to be aware was just very, very impressive. But now let's talk about the MVP of the match. Vasista Esports, we didn't see too much. We saw them having 10 finishes, camping outside stadium, but they are the reason why everyone from stadium could not survive their rabbit hole the moment the circle shift them outside of stadium as well. Bees did get himself 7 finishes here with 1,189 damage. Viper with Genesis with 10,000 damage. Aimbot from Vasista Esports with 1,158 damage. We've got Balu from Jaguar Esports with 947 and Fury with 863. These are your top 5 most annoying players in that game.
Yeah, I mean, for Jaguar Esports as well, I was surprised. We saw them in the mid-game, and Jaguar Esports, the amount of shots they were taking on the lobby, I thought maybe Jaguar Esports is able to secure more than 10 elimination points, but that was not the case. Jaguar Esports were only taking shots and doing damage. They were not able to secure those elimination points, and maybe that's going to be one of the main reasons why Jaguar Esports might just not be able to get promoted. They needed a chicken dinner off the rip. And you know what? Speaking of a chicken dinner, even Zero Arc messed up on this game. Zero Arc did not have a lot of points, but they at least had 7 elimination points. Maybe they can count upon to it. If you move on towards the highlights, once again, it was an aggressive start towards this game. Rondo, as usual, we expected a lot of action. We got to see a lot of action, and we also did see a few mess-ups.
Yeah, we definitely did as well. But now in the highlights, well, we catch a little bit glimpse here on some of the fights that we kind of missed as well. But for Genesis, them identifying which spots to actually take those fights was very impressive. And the moment they wanted to take this spot from Ares, this was where the entire fiasco of them having to survive 2 teams pinning on towards them, which again, logically, Ares shouldn't be pushed by Genesis, but Genesis understood that their spot is the god spot as of yet here. And because of that, they made it to the top 2, and eventually, well, H4K, calm, cool, collected, just waited patiently and then took out the competition. But look at this. Despite winning the chicken dinner, it doesn't matter, because why? Vasista and Genesis were just farming finishes throughout the entirety of the game. 19 finishes for Vasista Esports and 16 for Genesis.
Okay, you know what? Realistically speaking, the slots are already closed. Genesis, they might just be really close towards that top 4, but H4K and Vasista Esports, they've already made it. It's not even a question. I think Vasista and Genesis Esports, or not Genesis, Vasista and H4K, they're already going to be in the top 4. Genesis Esports is going to be really close.
No.
It's just about those 1 or 2 slots that's left over.
I think, okay, Genesis should be at the top 4, but they are the gatekeepers. Because as of yet, Vasista H4K should be top 2 guaranteed in overall standings. But for WELT taking a little bit tumble, they may be in a lot of trouble to try and actually pick themselves up here. Fortunately for them, they still have 2 more games. However, for Lastade, this is a point of concern here, because yesterday's performance is not great. Now with 1 point in Rondo in particular, the chances of them surviving bottom 4 is going to be very, very slim.
Look at WELT Esports. What a major drop it is in the overall standings. Started the day off in the 4th spot where Mysterious 4 is right now. But now WELT Esports is all the way slipped down to the 7th spot. You've got 8-Bit on the 6th. Zero Arc still sitting in that same spot, by the way, on the 5th. And Mysterious 4 now taken down to 4th spot. Genesis Esports on the 3rd. H4K and Vasista Esports pretty much solidifying those slots towards the promotion. It's just about those 2 remaining slots now.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very concerning as well. But let's talk about the bare minimum cutoff here for top 4. Like, you want to be on 50 points here, so technically Vasista and H4K is safe. For Genesis, they're not exactly in the clear yet. So 2 more games will decide their fate. They cannot bomb on 16 plays for these next 2 games. They need like 5 to 6 points, and it should be good.
I don't think that's going to be the case. I don't think Genesis Esports is going to be bombing the upcoming games.
Don't jinx it. We saw how Esports Social happened. We saw what happened to them.
5 points per game, anyone can do it. And I'm pretty sure they're also sipping on that Monster energy drink, so they are going to be unleashing that beast even in the upcoming 2 games. I hope you guys are doing the same as well, because I was definitely sipping onto it. I love that white Monster. It's my favorite. What about you, my friend?
I like my black Monster. That's why it's on my left.
Okay, you know what? Let's move on to a short break. We'll talk about it later.
Narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is embedded in top of the throne that is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the fire.
historic and now a bit of a change on the panel. I wanted to know what Icy likes. But what about you, Johnny? Which is your favorite Monster Energy drink?
The one that I like truly is not here. It's called the Mango Loco. It's a blue-colored monster.
Actually, I've tried it as well.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Very good. It's
tasty.
very tasty.
I also like watermelon one. It's pretty good.
Yeah, you've been asking me to try that for a while,
Yeah,
but
I love the
way
watermelon
you
one.
say it makes it sound shady. I mean, I'm sure it's a
No,
good
it's
flavor.
pretty
but
good.
It's
really
how you
good.
say it, Necro.
No, it's really good. I love the watermelon one. But you know what? Getting back inside of the game once again, because that's what matters right now. WELT Esports started the day off on the 4th spot in the overall standings, now pushed all the way down to the 7th spot. And Genesis Esports back in their original form. That's what we wanted to see, and that's
Exactly.
where they are right now.
I think that's the one thing that makes me happy. The other one is Mysterious 4, who it looks like are going to be promoted straight up for the second time within the opening rounds of this BMPS 2026. Mysterious 4 have been in an incredible form. And now, as you were talking about with IC, I 100% agree with both of you that only the last 2 spots are kind of up for grabs because the other teams are closing in on that 50-point mark, in fact. And I think with that, the pressure that the teams like Mysterious 4, teams like Zero Arc are going to be under, especially considering it's the last 2 Erangels. It is going to be immense, but it's going to be fun to watch those matches, man. I mean, Mysterious 4 is in a good form. Zero Arc as well has been maintaining consistency. You add to the mix Genesis showing up, as you mentioned, in the same form that we saw them in during BGIS. Well, Erangel is going to be fire, basically.
It's just going to be about those teams now looking for the remaining 2 slots. Because let's just be honest, H4K is already confirmed, and even Vasista Esports is confirmed. So it's going to be tough to shake them away. Not tough, impossible to shake them away. It's just about those remaining 2 slots where Genesis Esports is currently possessing one. And I highly doubt Genesis Esports is now going to be dropping the ball. So let's just say there's just one potential slot up for grabs. And maybe Zero R can be a team that can definitely snatch it away. What do you think?
I mean, on that note, I think I'll just agree with IC that anything can happen, man. Anything can go wrong. So you cannot count anyone out until it's over. We still have 2 more matches left. You never know. What if 8-bit drops like 2 back-to-back 20 bombs and just snatches 1 spot away for themselves?
I mean, it's 8-bit. Come on.
It's an 8-bit that's actually doing well for a change.
I mean, they're doing well, but maybe just to sustain themselves in this group itself. The way they're playing, we've also seen some shady moves from their side that is really making me question on what exactly 8-bit wants to do.
I mean, let's see. By the end of it, I just hope that the powers of Lord Juicy work once again and we see this team move to the finals. Because they have some pretty amazing players within their roster.
I mean, look, even if they miss out on this chance to actually move it towards the top 4, they're still going to be remaining in the same group, which is going to be Group B itself. Then in the last week, they can definitely try and push themselves on the Group A, which is not going to be a tough pill for a team like 8-bit. But you know what, Johnny? Salty's saying that he wants me off the panel, so maybe I'm just going to leave now.
Yeah, for sure. Let's bring Salty back on the panel because we have just a few more matches remaining for Group B. And after this, after the next 2 games, we are going to have the list of 4 names that move from here to Group A and will stand a chance in the upcoming week of just sticking around in Group A long enough to get an opportunity to compete for the Grand Finals directly in that last week of the qualifiers. But this time on Erangel, this is the penultimate game for Group B. In week 2, the flight path is going to be a little bit west of Stalber Hill, and it ends towards the western side of the Sosnovka military base. It's a centric flight path. From the north, it's leaning towards the northeastern quadrant. From the south, it's leaning towards the southwestern quadrant, but in either positions, it's not definitely giving an edge to anyone.
No edge to anyone. It is going to be a playing field on the map of Erangel. Now, this is going to be interesting. I hear some gunshots right at the get-go. Seems like on the fields of Severny, there is a battle brewing up. Team Mysterious 4. They are on the offense against H4K, and H4K, they seem to be very confident, Johnny.
For sure.
Of course, because of their early success that they have found.
Exactly. I mean, H4K, nothing to lose, basically, at this point. Already securing a spot inside of the top 2 and a decent bit of distance for all the other teams to cover up. But same can't be said for Mysterious 4. They're around that 3rd, 4th position with 40 points on the board. In fact, sitting 4th on the overall leaderboard. And of course, there's a 7-point deficit that the team right behind them has to cover up, but 7 points, it's not enough to keep you safe. Mysterious 4, one way or the other, need to win this fight. That gives them a little bit of safety cushion to work with. And as we talk about it, Naughty, look at him, getting very cheeky. Is eager to make that climb, but doesn't really have the weapons to actually he does have the weapon. He has the S12K to actually take that fight.
He has the M249 as well, and that is what I'm going to be the most afraid of. But to be honest, I think this entire fight, it's heavily against Mysterious 4. You look at the team that is trailing them, it is going to be Zero Arc. And we have to remember the Zero Arc is in tremendous form as well, by the way. They might just be able to pull off a big comeback. So Mysterious 4 have to back away. Goku all by himself. Only has 5 bullets. It's not going to be of any use as the nade just shuts him down. H4K find early advantage in this fight, Johnny. And now, I guess Mysterious 4, they will finally get the go call. I think this fight, it's a do or die.
That was such a brilliant nade, I think, from the side of H4K. That has to be a set piece. What an incredible throw. Goes over the building, right into the window. And Mysterious 4, Goku can't react to that. Rage God, it seems like he's not just done with one. Lobs out another. Naman barely manages to survive. And let's not forget, this is a fight happening right off the bat in this match. So no heals available for a lot of these players. Not enough utility to try and see if they can find a little bit more breathing room to work with as well. I mean, you look at Wizard, he has the M16 out of all things to work with. But in a situation like this, even that weapon can be a difference maker.
On the other side, Naman, he's been caught off guard. He's outnumbered. There's absolutely nothing that he can do. Team H4K get yet another scalp to themselves. 2 finishes, 2 Ps. But on the flip side, M4, I still believe they can back away from this fight, Johnny. Play for a couple of those position points because this is crucial for them. If Zero Arc drop a good game, they are not promoting themselves to the next group, and I think they truly deserve themselves to be there. Henry, of course, still alive. He knows that H4K is going to be looking out for him. Now there's going to be no opportunity. He needs to take this fight.
Oh, no.
Nade misjudged, didn't really land exactly where he wanted to. And now he needs to fall back.
I mean, the nade kind of, as you mentioned, did not go where he wanted to, but it still kind of works out. The opponent pulling out of that shack takes that splash damage, although he's still left standing. Wizard, can he work his magic? The answer is no. Gets dropped to the floor by Noob. And Mysterious 4, they are not going down in this one without giving H4K a fight for their money. It's a fight for qualification. Sujal on the flank. Wizard, he can still give out information as to where the players of Mysterious 4 are, and that is something that Mysterious 4 need to be cautious about. Sujal is there. Noob is not going to see him coming. There's a smoke lobbed out. He gets a little bit of cover, confirms the elimination, and now finally has confirmation of the flank getting compromised.
Yeah, I hope that he has an idea of those footsteps, and I really hope that Henry has support for him. He finds a 2-piece for himself. What on earth is going on? Mysterious 4, they came in from the back lines. Henry just blindsiding the opposition. H4K all of a sudden, from winning this fight, have been left down to just 1 man, and now it's a 1v2. It's extraordinary how Henry just flipped this fight on his own turn.
Yeah, pretty much, man. We saw this player gain the limelight when Team AX qualified for the global circuit last year. Since then has gone away and separated, gone a separate way from the rest of the squad. But this time with Mysterious 4, it seems like Henry is doing a lot of heavy lifting. 2 finishes claimed by both of these men. Noob and Henry wipe the floor with H4K and win the fight. The control of Saverny.
You know, had Goku not been outnumbered in that initial moment, I believe Mysterious 4 would have had a fantastic opportunity at potentially winning away this game as well. This circle is on their side. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, since we had these initial battles, we did not have the opportunity to look at the map. The circle has dropped in on towards the north. Severny, Stolber, Yesnaya is still under contention, so we'll find out where does the center land, but Mysterious 4, what a comeback from that position. H4K, I think they knew they wanted to go in for that fight. They knew that, yes, we've done enough already. We have qualified. There's going to be no consequences to this fight. And that is the reason why they were kind of free. But then Mysterious 4 under pressure. That team were coming in from Henry and especially coming in from that flank is just brilliant. But look at the map right now. Team Aries slowly approaching the lands of Severny and Mysterious 4. I'm not sure if they have enough resources to fight yet another battle.
I agree with you on that. I wonder what the utility situation, the ammo situation is going to be like for Mysterious 4. Luckily for them, Knuckle from the side of Aries is still on that Stalber Hill, so it's not going to be a 4 versus 2 situation. Might just develop into either a 3 versus 2 or a 2 versus 2. I think 2 versus 2 is what Mysterious 4 would want. But Myth on our screens right now, a team that got demoted, relegated in the opening week. Started off from Group A, now in Group B, and Not really doing too well in Group B as well. I think two big chicken dinners needed from the side of Myth Official if they want to clinch an opportunity of moving back to Group A, and that is such a tough ask. 24 points on the board right now, sitting 8th in the overall leaderboard.
I think Myth's overall positioning game has been rather decent. It's just their aggression, or rather their firepower, which I believe they haven't really been able to do justice to the performance that we saw inside of BGM's Grand Finals. There's still going to be an opportunity. An opportunity is also going to be there for Zero Arc as they keep on trailing, but now the gap has extended. Genesis moves past them. 42 points, Mysterious 4 on the third. Genesis is going to be on the fourth, and Genesis is, by the way, a very tough opposition. But let's have a look at the replay, ladies and gentlemen. H4K had such a beautiful advantage in this fight. Those utility usages, the way they use teamwork to outnumber these players, and look at Henry. Now, this is exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, that was the big turning point of this fight as well. I mean, Wizard falling was still fine. Sujal got into an off position, but you saw as soon as the two players on the other side were picked off by Henry, Sujal realized he couldn't do much. He had to back off, otherwise it would have been a straight line 1 versus 2, which becomes very difficult to go for a spray, and he wasn't in the range of shotgun as well. We did not even see if he had a shotgun to work with in that fight. But anyways, I mean, that two-piece coming from Henry just completely swung that fight in the favor of Mysterious 4. As we were talking about, luckily they're still alive, but now the circle moving between Yasna and Shelter just causes a whole another world of problems for them.
Problems for them, but can we say potential dreams for Team 8-Bit right now?
Oh yeah.
They're still sitting at 30 points. It's not too far away to actually probably even think about it. They are at the center of the circle. In fact, this is going to be their circle. But before we move with their Zero Arc, they've opened things up. One of the players of WELT Esports has been brought down from his vehicle. I wonder where the rest of the players are, but it's not just WELT, I guess. There will be other teams. There's also Naqsh, who is quite close. Those shots might be coming through as well. But now look at Zero Arc. They have no idea the RIOTNATIONz is going to be on the flip side. Shots are coming through with Zero Arc. They avoid all those gunshots, move past them, leapfrog. But where are they heading towards, Johnny? Are they looking to possibly hold the center of the circle? Because by the look of their trajectory, it seems like they are moving towards the center.
I mean, they are trying, but I don't think they are going to find a decent enough cover position uncontested this late inside of the game. Well, especially for that stage 2 rotation, because we saw Genesis moving in early. RIOTNATIONz has made a stronghold for them. Welt were kind of hoping for a reset, but with that early casualty, it's going to be a big struggle for them to find a position to work with. Jaguar Esports on our screens, another one of the late breaches moving in from the southeastern edge. Not a lot of trouble for them. Still can take control of the prison hill and move around. Gain a lot of vision of the terrain on the other side.
Yeah, but honestly, the surprise of this group for me has been Higgboson. I was expecting Higgboson to actually do wonders. But I think that loss of Snowjot, losing Snowjot to Somraj's team, going to K9 Esports, I think that transfer just completely shattered their hopes and dreams of potentially going strong inside of BMPS. Not just Snowjot as well, they also lost the likes of Omega. So this rather is like a 50% of the older version of the Higgboson that we used to see. Have a look at this now. With official currently under fire. Detrox needs to protect his buggy for sure, as he keeps on taking those tap shots on his backside. But I still wonder, Myth Official, why aren't they moving forward? I think they still need to go in aggressive, Johnny. I think their passive play and the defensive style has kind of done worse rather than actually doing anything better for them.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, it does seem like it, and that actually might be the case as well, because early stages of BGI's 2026, when Myth were confident in their firepower, when they were picking fights aggressively, they were actually doing well. And this time around in the BMPS, they've shown up with a completely different strategy, and it hasn't really worked out too well. Luckily, this time, they are quite exposed. They are out into the open. They're surrounded by Naqsh from one end, and I think it was Vasista Esports who were taking shots onto Detrox when we saw him last. and you see their position on the circle. Smack center, completely exposed, teams in every single direction. This is cue for mid to keep their head down. On the other side, Zero Arc, Morty, picked off guard by the players of Welt and Gokul. He's looking for a few more. The jump shots with that shotgun failed to find contact, and Zero Arc just pummeled down the players of Wyld Esports. Somehow Gokul manages to find a trade. He's the last man left alive. The Molotov inside of the shack as the player escapes, and it's the shots from the flank that are causing a lot of trouble for this man. Wyld Esports, it's an important match for them. It's an important game for Zero Arc as well. Let's not forget, sitting on the 5th right now with 36 points to their name. Not a lot of time left for Zero Arc to pin down that 4th spot for promotion to Group A.
Yeah, and this high-stakes fight being decided on a 1v1. They're both in the same compound. It comes through! Who imagined? Gokul, I'm not sure if that was a 1000 IQ move or just a coincidence, but it was amazingly executed. Wow, that nade. Have a look at this though, Myth official from the far fray. They spotted this fight. They were hoping for a third party, but just when they thought that, you know what, let's just press our foot on the gas pedal, they saw that finish lead pop up and they saw the team getting wiped out as well. They can still yet another scalp in the form of Gokul, but now their focus is going to be on Mysterious 4. But I still can't wrap around my head around that nade, Johnny, that Gokul nade against. It was brilliant.
It was a preemptive nade. He expected to get pushed, and, well, the bait was it sprung into action at the right time. Zero Arc getting eliminated, I think, relieves a lot of pressure from the side of Mysterious 4. They would rather trade places with Genesis than with Zero Arc.
Yeah.
And right now, again, that 8-point difference, it should be enough to keep them safe. But this fight, it was very scrappy from either side. The players of Zero Arc as well. Isolated fights being given to Gokul, and he made sure he made them pay. Look at that, a 3-piece coming through for this man.
I'm still waiting for Dragon and Rico to justify their experience right now. Because I think that fight, it came down to Gokul. It could have been anyone's game, to be honest, at the end, because it was a 1v1. Welt should not have allowed the other team to get so much space. Zero Arc, the way they pushed up, it sort of was brilliant, but on the other side, Dragon, OP and Rico should have stopped that fight. The defense should have been stronger, but at least Gokul saved the ship from sinking.
Look at the circle though, and look at the players of 8-bit. It seems like a forced fight against the players of either Rapid Chaos or Vasista Esports is imminent.
And it might actually happen when 8-bit start pushing inside of the circle. Rapid Chaos will also come in from their backside. I guess 8-bit will have to be very careful to not get sandwiched in between. And mind you, they're not really a lot of compounds in the position that they are holding. This is an extremely barren terrain. Not really having a lot of covers for yourself, so you might want to try and keep those vehicles with you. But have a look at this. Hunters in the front lines. He knows exactly where the other team is. Nate being lopped out. Finds connection. Peugeot has been knocked out from Ares Esports, but Ares yet to retaliate, Johnny.
I don't think they can retaliate. Even the player in the back lines, as soon as he gets up to take those shots, will be put under pressure. Cover from Genesis also slacking a little bit, but Ares, for them, it's just the escape that they want. It's just the distance between them and Genesis that they're happy with. They pick up their fallen comrade and instantly fall back. And Genesis in the back lines getting third-partied. I believe it was the players of HADX who have found an opening knock. Viper in the back lines has fallen. Fury and Hunters looking to recover. Ares, they found enough time for themselves to bring their fallen back. Bijoy back into action.
But Hunters is going to be absolutely devastated. The knock was brilliant. He knew. I almost felt like Genesis, why aren't even they pushing up? Because that was a fight and a half. You dump this little valley, this little dip with utility. You make it blow up with your airstrikes, and potentially Team Ares Esports would have been wiped out. But Genesis, lack of teamwork once again, lack of communication. Hunters was the only player who was in the front lines. Meanwhile, the rest of the players were dealing with some other threat. Look at HADX go past these two teams. No shots being taken, no casualties. In fact, they slam in on Mysterious 4. 2v3 right off the bat. Henry goes down. Mysterious 4. Can they shut down the threat? They do find a couple of those knocks. In fact, he finds True. That is it. Noob is still managing to survive. Wait, no, Noob was the one who actually gets eliminated. I thought that Noob managed to survive these logos, man.
I mean, they've had a decent start. They found extra damage as soon as the players of HADX poured in. But I think it's Henry who needs to be there. He's in terms of game mechanics, in terms of firepower, he's the better player in the lineup of Mysterious 4 and Henry Falls. Noob, valiant effort from that man. Nothing taken away from him, but it was a 1 versus 3 situation over there. It was bound to be difficult. But look at RIOTNATIONz, and my goodness, I mean, they have JAGUAR Esports pinned in the middle of nowhere. Shogun isn't going anywhere. And in the backlines, Lastade are falling at the hands of mid. The slam comes through. JAGUAR Esports, they find a knock. RIOTNATIONz, though, no need to panic. Easy reset coming through. Same can't be said for HADX. We did not see that fight, but apparently the Gods of War, Ares Esports show up. And they had enough of HADX. Sent back into the lobby. Back again with just 2 points from this game.
But I'm actually surprised they could get away from Genesis Esports, though. From a position where they were so exposed, from a position where Genesis could counter Ares' position. It could have been a valiant effort coming in from Ares to not just get away from that position, but also find one. Take away HADX in the process, take away their compounds from them, and then form a fortress around it. But the question still remains, where is the circle gonna go? I mean, Mythofficial and Lastade currently holding the center of the circle. Vasista on the edge. Rapid Chaos, meanwhile, without fighting 8-bit Johnny, they have found an entry point.
Yeah.
And now they are inside the circle, potentially can gatekeep the likes of Team 8-bit. Juicy with the nade right now is looking to find the opening, but Flash still has a lot of cover to work with. Team 8-bit exposed, not really anything to fight for. Look at those utility counters. 0 for Juicy, absolutely nothing in there.
Yeah.
How can he even break in?
They need an opening. They should be desperately looking for one. 8-bit right now. In this match, they secure a grand total of 15 points. They will be able to trade places with Mysterious 4 on the overall leaderboard. And Genesis, just to stay safe, need about 8 to 9 points. But that rotation out into the open, and well, they are going to be surrounded by the players of RIOTNATIONz looking for trades, about to lose the third. And in fact, they have on the flank Genesis on the verge of getting wiped out. RIOTNATIONz causing an absolute riot in that fight. And they should be cleaning things up as quickly as possible. You cannot at any point let the players of Genesis reset. Fury waiting on the sidelines inside of the smoke. Does here Adi, the shots find contact, but it is going to be Adi who ends up being the victor of that 1v1. And, well, all the teams from the 2nd to the 5th are basically out of this game. It's just Vasista Esports from the top of the leaderboard that are still alive. And as soon as they take their name, they have started to fall as well.
And they certainly will. I mean, this is now their time to fight. 8-bit in front of them, this nade connecting on Sarang. Ronnie has been knocked out, potentially finished off as well. Sarang this time falls with Vasista Esports. They go in for a reset, and it seems like there will be that standstill. Smokes established all around the corner. Try and establish a little bit of those baits in, so that your opposition can't really get to know where exactly you are. Vasista have found that reset. Ronnie's back up on his feet, and they go back on their airstrikes. Yet to find openings, though.
Yeah, I mean, 8-bit, they've fallen way too back. Vasista Esports back with all 4, and 8-bit are about to feel the pressure. Beast on the move. He gets to the flank, quite close to the players of 8-bit. If that revive doesn't come to fruition, 8-bit are going to be in trouble. Juicy, he sees the threat, but can he deal with the pressure of the players of Vasista Esports? The answer is no. They box him in, and they finish him off. And now Vasista, 3 versus 4, are just about to annihilate the side of 8-bit. 8-bit were hoping to do well in this game, and they need to win this fight in order to succeed, but it doesn't go their way. 4 points for Vasista, and 8-bit wipe on the 8th position in this game.
Yeah, they still gain that 1 extra point. Moves past 0 arc right now inside of the 5th spot. They're painfully close, by the way. They're just 7 points shy from making it inside of the top 4, but will that be allowed in the last game? There'll be a lot of pressure, but on the flip side, look at RIOTNATIONz. They don't really care. 8 finishes inside of this lobby so far. They have absolutely gotten havoc. Dollar on the offense, still yet to find contact, and he knows exactly where the players of Team Ares are. denying them any sort of entry point, potentially gatekeeping them to try and find those extra finish points. But RIOTNATIONz, are they in a safe position themselves? I wouldn't really say so.
Well, I kind of disagree. I think RIOTNATIONz, not right now, but I think they have the most playmaking potential out of the teams that are playing outside of the play zone, because Vasista gets forced into an open fight if they try to move down south directly. They'll have to go against Lastade and the players of Higgboson. RIOTNATIONz, I think if they avoid getting taken out by the players of Ares like this, can move towards the western side, take on Naqsh maybe. Naqsh have been struggling throughout their journey so far, at least in this second week. And they can put additional pressure on that team, but there you have it. Higgboson against Vasista Esports, an exchange of utility from either side. And, well, there's a third party coming in from the side of Naqsh as well, who have found a knock onto Hector from Vasista Esports, who was supposed to be the man in the backlines providing all that suppressing fire.
But I'm looking at Higgboson right now, and it's kind of sad where they are stuck right now. Mobility has been snatched away from them. We saw GodX was in that close quarter fight, but I'm not really sure if he's coming out on top in that one. On the flip side, Team Ares, they are looking to push up. BJoy has lost his life once again. It has been knocked out. Look at the drive by RIOTNATIONz. They've been finished off. It goes on, but this time it's going to be an easy shutdown from Vasista Esports. They find that finish 9 days out of 10. But with that, Vasista Esports, they slowly are extending that lead up top. Finally, this team made a comeback, which looks like Vasista Esports. The first week, they were in shambles, 16th position inside of Group A, but the next week, they work out the differences. And now, at least they start looking like a threat.
Yeah. Week 1 was basically the warm-up week for Vasista and Genesis, it seems like. The jury is still out on whether Genesis is back in form, still on the 4th. And we'll have to see, will 8-bit or maybe Zero Arc do something extraordinary to snatch that 4th position away. The last Erangel that Group B has remaining after this. As far as this match goes, we're down to the top 5, 16 players still alive. Stage 7 could be the deciding moment. If it moves towards the western side, everyone's going to be forced out into the open, but it moves east. Myth, Lastade, Ares, kind of safe on the other front. Naqsh and Vasista Esports are going to be forced to move.
But look at Myth Official. They've actually found a compound in a circle like this, which can be a lifeline in my opinion. They don't really have that 4 men alive. With 3 men, they are of course going to face that man disadvantage on their left-hand flank. They do have Lastade as well, but with that single piece of hard cover, I guess, Myth Official, like you said, they will have those playmaking opportunities. They have Lucifer and Herschel alongside Daddy, who is still alive. So Detrox and his clutch potential might just be missed. But in my opinion, Johnny, I think Myth Official have an opportunity, since all the teams from 2nd to the 7th position have been eliminated. If they can actually get a big banger, Myth Official, they push past potentially even 8-bit to actually gain themselves some sort of chance before the last game.
I was just thinking the same thing. And think about this. There are 3 eliminations on the board. If they get 7 more, that's 10 points for finishes. And then if they can secure the chicken dinner as well, I think they should be able to get past the side of Genesis at least. Already finding themselves in the top 4, but they need to win this game. And in fact, with the amount of players that are still left behind, potential 13 eliminations still left on the board for Myth. Let's see how many they are able to grab, but Lastade, they are trying to pick a few for themselves as an 8 goes flying inside of that smoke. Ronnie does dodge out that damage, but needs to relay the information to his teammates as well. The distraction comes through. Vasista Esports on the move, and Lastade, they were just good enough to hold Vasista at bay. Myth were the ones who found that knock for themselves. And this cleanup from the side of Lastade will get Myth those points in the bag, but unfortunately they have to go up against AimGod. That shot through the window was nasty, and Shadow had no answer to that.
I mean, honestly speaking, if you're turning your back to the opposition, in spite of spotting him in that window, then you are supposed to get taken down. Lastade, this is not the team that I actually experienced from last season itself. Did find that one knock with Myth Official has been very, very clever in finding the finish as well. But the question is, can they find maybe a couple of extra more from Vasista Esports? On the flip side, have a look at this. Naqsh Esports does have intel of where exactly Team Aries is present. And if God is going to fall back with the rest of his teammate, but is he going to call them back? Are they going to come back for a fight?
But Aries, they have closed in a lot of distance against the players of Myth, and Harshali is just hiding in a corner. He needs to be the one to open things up, and yet he fails. This could be the end of the journey for the players of Myth. They were hoping for a big game, but now are left with the last man, Daddy. He finds one. He needs to get Knuckle out of this fight as well. It began with a 1 versus 4. Now it's down to a 1 versus 3. And well, Daddy, he's just about to be naded out of existence. Goes for the fight point blank. A gutsy move, but it fails. And Vasista Esports, as they find their way inside of the top 3 with an Aries that is kind of already beaten. As Knuckles' HP has dropped down to about 20. Error has been completely finished off. Vasista Esports, out of nowhere, have pretty decent odds of securing a chicken dinner in this game.
They do definitely have the odds, but I'm looking at Aries right now. 9 finishes in the bag already. Like you said, they've been beaten, they've been broken, but they're still not out yet. They are standing tall against Vasista. Ronnie has closed up the distance. Meanwhile, Aimbot holding the flank. And if there are those unforced errors from Aries, if they don't understand where exactly the players are positioned, I guess they might just be scalped up by Vasista. I wonder who is taking shot at Naqsh. It is Beast, by the way, who finds a knock for himself. Naqsh Esports. I want to find out, are they going to go down with the fight, or are they going to go down without it?
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing, because it seems like they have a lot of utility to work with. They have a smoke available. They had 2, in fact, just a few seconds ago. 4 nades to build up the pressure on both these two teams, but they aren't using anything. The players of Naqsh are falling with their back against blue. And well, there's nowhere left to run or hide anymore. Vasista Esports keep moving up. 11 eliminations secured. Make that 12 as Naqsh Esports are wiped out from this match. And it's the final 2 versus 3 showdown. Beast, Aimbot still left from the side of Vasista. They have the high ground and the flank for play. But Aries, they have a lot of utility available to close things out. 5 mollies, 2 nades, 2 smokes still left.
I'm just looking at Beast right now. What kind of form is he in? He still manages to find a knock. Ladies and gentlemen, unleash the Beast to drink the white monster. But as of now, Vasista Esports, they are just systematically destroying Aries. Not a fighting chance, just 1 man left alive, and that is going to be B-Joy. And with a 3-pointer, Vasista, they snatch away the golden chicken away from Aries.
I'll be very honest about it. With how things were during the mid-game stages, I did not think that Vasista Esports would be the ones closing this match out with the chicken. And you look at the numbers as well. Beast, as you mentioned, has been unleashed on this lobby. 9 finishes secured and over 1,000 damage dished out by this man alone.
I mean, it's madness, to be honest. 15 eliminations, contribution. Yes, of course, everybody was there, but I'm just looking at those insane stats by Aimbot and Beast.
Yeah.
725 points of damage from Aimbot. I think he was also very crucial in those close quarter fights, coupled up with Ronnie as well. Clinching very, very important positions. And then Beast from the flanks has just been so crucial. Every shot that he has taken has found success, has found at least something. And this team wipeout against Naqsh is the very testament to it.
Yeah, pretty much. I think in that fight, it felt like that not even for a second did Naqsh have a fighting opportunity. Every single time someone wanted to do something, be it just peek an angle to gather information, or maybe just go out and lob some util towards the players of Vasista Esports, they were just completely getting shut down. And again, I think the impressive performance from Vasista started way before that. Even in the early game, they were looking to proactively make those fights happen, looking to proactively secure those finishes, getting a little aggressive. And I guess they had the luxury to do all of this as well, considering they were sitting at the top of the leaderboard.
I think, at the start of every tournament, Hector takes a lot of time waking up.
Yeah.
I mean, I did mention it in a content piece on mine that, how does an induction motor start? There are, of course, a lot of definition. No, not that. It starts with time, ladies and gentlemen, and it seems like Vasista Esports, they take a lot of time starting up.
Yeah, pretty much. But let's move forward and have a look at the stats. We have Beast, 9 finishes on the board, over 1,000 damage dished out, of course, deserves to be the MVP. This man does not need a motor or anything. He's like a jet engine, basically. He works on liquid hydrogen.
No, he does not liquid hydrogen. He needs that white monster, but extremely chilled.
Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, without being chill, it's not half the drink it is. But if you actually drink it chill, you might actually land up performances like these. Beta, of course, from Ares Esports. What a masterful performance. 4 finishes, 720 points of damage. And then, of course, with Aimbot with 3 finishes.
Yeah, I mean, he has been a master indeed, Beta, and of course, Aimbot on the third. Error from Ares as well. I mean, Ares as a whole had a pretty wonderful run in this game. The only point of concern is that Ares was out of the top 8, so I do not know if in the last map they can drop like a 25 bomber and then somehow qualify with all the prayers to Ares himself, apparently, because that's what the team is named after. But I think this was the saving grace for Mysterious Sport. This match would have been a lot more worse had Henry and Noob not survived that early conflict against the players of H4K.
Yeah, that certainly was, I think, a clutch performance coming in from Henry, especially with that 1v2 with the shotgun. And Mysterious 4, I think, going inside of the last game, they will still have that top 4 placement for themselves, so they do have a foundation. But, the other teams, potentially Genesis right now, they are at the edge of qualification, potentially at the edge of getting promoted towards Group A as well. And I'm pretty sure Genesis wants that. But with performances like these, Johnny, especially with Viper being out of form so massively, I don't really see a lot of hope for Genesis right now.
I mean, hope is still there. I think they can still fight their way inside of the top 4. There is the last Erangel remaining. And Genesis, if they can get a 15-pointer, that helps them get across. But again, I agree with you. I think we still cannot count the other teams out. Teams like Zero Arc, teams like 8-Bit that are still there trying to chase down that 4th position on the overall leaderboard. But before we talk about the overall leaderboard, let's have a look at the match rankings. Vasista Esports, another 25 points secured, another chicken dinner in the bag. So comfortable to say that Vasista Esports are moving back to Group A, followed up by Ares in this match. We have RIOTNATIONz, Myth with just 8 points, 8-Bit with 7, catching up to the top 4 to Genesis and to Mysterious 4. We have Naqsh way too far off at the bottom half of the leaderboard. I think this is one of those teams, along with Lastade, that's just looking to avoid relegation for this week, but I do not know if they are going to succeed in their endeavors.
With 5 points, Lastade definitely makes things very interesting, but we'll only get the full picture when the overall standings come around. Zero Arc on the other side, I think they had a fabulous opportunity at catching up. They were doing brilliantly well, but they were shut down with just 3 points, and that keeps them still in that 4th and the 5th position. I guess potentially in the 5th or the 6th, but we'll find out. Let's have a look at the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, and find out what is going to be the scene with Genesis, with Zero Arc, with H4K, all these teams. And where do they stand? Genesis, they've been dropped down 43 points. Top 4 is still with them. Team 8-Bit following very, very closely, Johnny.
Yeah.
Just a 7-point difference separating Genesis and 8-Bit right now. On the flip side, Jaguar Esports, Rapid Chaos, Lastade, and Higgboson, they are struggling at the relegation zone.
Yeah, I mean, 7 points needed by 8-Bit to surpass Genesis in the very next match. 8 needed by Zero Arc, and you add another 4 to that. 12 needed by the side of Genesis to actually Myth, my apologies, to make it happen. But WELT is also, it seems like WELT is also still in this fight. If they can drop like a 20 bomber in the next Erangel, then they can also push through.
I mean, potentially everyone beyond the 30-point mark can still push through, because Genesis is sitting at, 43 points. 13 points separating the top 8 from the top 4. Anything can potentially happen. And the reason why I say that Genesis don't really have a lot of hope is because they are massively out of form.
Let's not forget, Genesis needs about 7 to 8 points to cross that 50-point marker to be safe. 1 map to go. What will the top 4 look like? What will the bottom 4 look like? We're going to find out after this very short break.
जैसे पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता।
BGMI क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो।
अबे असली का 650 करोड़ देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख
BGMI पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
Welcome back to BMPS 2026 and you're watching the English broadcast. Joining alongside with me, of course, is going to be the Necro man back on the panel, and we have one last game remaining, Necro, of course. But you know what? Things have been spiced up already. It's a one-way traffic from Vasista Esports, who are making a mockery of the opponents inside of Group B right now. What are your thoughts?
I mean, Vasista Esports is just running on a different trail. That's what it feels like. It's just going to be all about the teams on the third spot, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's about the top four at the end of the day. And right now, for Genesis Esports, dropping the ball in that previous game was not exactly the way to go. I personally thought that Genesis Esports should have been able to at least get 6 to 7 points in that game as well. But Genesis were not able to achieve that, which is, of course, concerning. But I also do believe that it's Genesis Esports we're speaking of. I think they can make it.
You know, with the individuals that they've got, they can flip the tide and they can turn the tables at any moment in time. But the only problem is, time is running out, ladies and gentlemen. Just one match remaining for this particular group inside of week number 2. And then, of course, the promotion and the relegation scenario is going to be figured out.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's not just problems on the top half of the leaderboard. I'm looking at the bottom half as well. Lastade Esports, if they do get relegated, their hopes and dreams of moving towards Group A, potentially to the finals, it's just absolutely washed off.
Definitely crushed, yeah. And Lastade Esports right now, it's going to be the final chance to perform. And Lastade Esports is one of those teams with a massive caliber. For some reason, we do not exactly know what's going on with them. Since that BGS 2026 run, Lastade has been missing.
Yeah.
And I just hope that finally in this last game, at least they get a decent bit of points, push themselves outside of that bottom 4. But I highly doubt that's going to be happening. Even if they do push themselves down to Group C, it's still going to be good in the hood for Lastade Esports. It's not like they will be eliminated from the tournament unless they find themselves in the bottom 8 of the Group D itself at the end of the entirety of the qualifiers. Right now, we're going to move on towards this entire game of Erangel. It's also going to be the decider for the entirety of Group B. Is Genesis Esports going to be in the top 4, or will 8-Bit take that spot away?
You know, I am looking forward to 8-Bit and Sarang's performance, to be honest. I've been a big Sarang fan ever since, even before actually I started commentating. But yeah, looking at Sarang, looking at 8-Bit right now, it seems like they need that undergod energy. Juicy has been struggling finding those circles. Sarang has been struggling being in the front lines, and overall Team 8-Bit has been looking extremely shaky. But ladies and gentlemen, let's talk a little about the flight path right now, which cuts right through the center of the map diagonally. It starts off from Yasnaya Poliana and ends at Quarry. So I guess there are going to be teams who will be massively helped if the circle does land on the northern side, just like it did in the last game. Team Ares might just be looking at yet another good game.
Definitely a chance. And let's not forget, we've still got a few names like Zero Arc in the contention as well. Zero Arc is one of those names that can definitely be the wild factor and maybe snatch that 4th spot away from any one of these teams. Mysterious 4 too, they can definitely be one of those names that can crumble down as well. 45 points on the block. If Mysterious 4 messes up, then it's going to be a big opportunity for Zero Arc and even 8-Bit to capitalize. Right now, potentially, there's only 2 slots up for grab from the top 4. Genesis Esports and Mysterious 4 finding themselves in that danger zone. Circle popping up on the screen. The centric part's going to be Shelter, and Genesis Esports already around that centric part. I just hope we're going to be seeing some aggressive affair from Genesis.
Yeah, I mean, should be the case, but ever since that last game, I haven't really seen Genesis Esports kind of showcase their brutality. Especially in their firefights, like something terribly is going wrong for them. You know, always it's somewhat between Fury and Zap, which stays in the backlines doing damage control. Hunters has been trying his best to recover form of PGI's 2026. Meanwhile, Viper has just been a shadow of himself that we first saw at Reckoning Esports. But we'll still find out. I think, like you said, it's still Genesis. They can make it happen. 4th spot for them right now, 43 points. That 7-point lead. It's going to be so crucial. But it's not just 8-bit Necro. I think Zero, Arc, Myth Official, and WELT Esports also have a chance, but only if they go the aggressive route. They need at least 15 to 20 points in this game at least.
I mean, let's not forget, we also did see Genesis Esports in that first game of Rondo popping off pretty well.
Yeah.
Genesis Esports had a lot of elimination points. It was a little bit of a glimmer of what they were capable of in the BGS 2026. So once again, I will not say that Genesis Esports is completely out of form. They definitely know what needs to be done. Right now, though, still just fighting demons in their own head. Maybe not exactly knowing what needs to be done in this current scenario. And they're just under a lot of pressure. Especially with their coach as well leaving them. It's been a few rough nights. But we know the firepower is there to compensate.
Yeah.
Especially with a change in the playing floor as well. Now we see Zap back in, which is kind of interesting as well. What are your thoughts about that?
I mean, Genesis have always done this, right? They've constantly changed their fourth player between Fury and Zap, and I believe it's just to bring those fresh fingers in, that fresh feeling, to avoid a little bit of stagnant situation inside of the team as well. And both the players, I think, have done a commendable job. It's never easy to be a fifth player, but the way they've handled the situation, the way they have performed at every given opportunity, I feel like they've done a phenomenal job ever since BGI has ended. Both the players, in fact, Fury and Zap I'm talking about. Gravity, of course, as an IGL, has done really well, but you know what? The team that has surprised me the most inside of Group B has been H4K, and I can't wait for this team to fight it out inside of Group A, because they've been knocking on the doors of Tier 1 BGMI for a very long time, and finally they do get the rewards of it.
Not yet, my friend. Not yet. H4K still, it's going to be a long task.
Yeah.
You've still got one more week to go of qualifiers, and then maybe you can start celebrating. So for H4K, the job's not done yet. It will be about sustaining that good spot even inside of Group A. If you find yourself in the bottom 4, you will be relegated once again back to Group B, which will be back to basics pretty much for H4K. And that's not something H4K wants. Previous game wasn't exactly that great for H4K. 55 points right now on the board. We know the moment you cross that 50 points marker, you're pretty much safe.
Yeah.
But still, considering you've got teams like ZA and 8-Bit chasing you, there's a chance that this last game, both the teams actually do get a decent game.
You're safe when you cross 50 points mark, unless you're Quantum Sparks, actually. Quantum Sparks were the only team to gain 50 points, but still not qualify inside of the top 4. But ladies and gentlemen, have a look at this. Top 5 nade users. Interesting data that our producers always bring us to talk about. This time, it seems like Noob has been the best nade user so far. 47 grenades used, 4 finishes out there. Hunters has used 42, but he's only found 1 finish. But I guess it's not about the finishes, I guess it's about the knocks you find from the nades itself.
Yeah.
Inflict damage, find the openings, and with 47 nades itself. Noob and Genesis, Hunters from Genesis, they've showcased that you've got to carry a lot of those nades.
As you mentioned, right, it's just about finding those openings. That's what you use the utilities for, to get the man advantage initially in the fight. And for Rapid Chaos Esports, yes, there is a man individually there in the elimination leaders, but for some reason we're not seeing them play as a team. Every single person needs to play the same way Dhruv is currently playing. And that's why Rapid Chaos Esports is currently lacking. There's just one man performing well. And that too, let's not forget, Dhruv was only able to play this well in the week 1 itself.
Yeah.
Later on, we have seen a major dip in the man's performance as well.
I think objectively, Dhruv had 25 eliminations at the end of the first week.
Yeah.
At the end of second week, he has 8 finishes. That just showcases, I think, the difference in competition coming in from Group D to Group C, of course. Pardon me for that, from Group C to Group B. But nonetheless, I still feel like Rapid Chaos, if they do get settled in, if they avoid relegation play another week inside of Group B, maybe they're going to be able to come back and find some good form.
And there's a chance the man might just go back to Group C.
Yeah.
Where he came from.
I think if you are inside of Group C at inside of the last week, it's going to be the deadliest position for you. You don't want to be inside of Group C in the last week.
Yeah, pretty much. But once again, right, you can pretty much try and place yourself around the top 4, maybe hope for the best, cross your fingers that maybe something works out well for you. It's not like you will be eliminated from the tournament. There will still be a chance.
Yeah.
It's just that the competition's going to be extremely cutthroat. Too many teams looking to qualify, and then that's where there's just not a lot of slots available. The top 8 from Group A directly qualify towards Grand Finals, so you can understand there's not a lot of slots open in the first place.
Yeah. Then again, we'll find out, ladies and gentlemen, what exactly happens. Survival stage is, of course, going to be a deadly, deadly place to be at. Just a few teams qualifying, so many teams playing. I wonder what the teams are going to feel, especially while playing survival stage. The pressure is going to be sky high. I feel like it's going to be even greater than reaching the grand finals, in my opinion. But, well, we'll talk about that. But for now, the circle did shift. It is a rather central shift, and it is moving towards the regions of Milta, Shelter, and a little bit of Pochinki involved as well. Majority of the teams do have positions, but who are the ones who seem to collide, Necro? Do you have any collisions in sight?
I mean, there's just so many teams next to each other.
Yeah, right.
It's a splash of colors. A lot of those teams are also overlapped, so it's hard to see. But do you want to talk about the WELT Esports and their downfall in these latter 3 games?
I mean, it was expected. Dragon OP, yeah, he is there on the finished leaders, but yet to showcase his true potential. He's not just supposed to be a finished leader, he's supposed to be world-class. At least that is what we saw from Team Limra. But as of now, JAGUAR Esports, we'll have to talk about them first because they are taking shots, some deadly fire against RIOTNATIONz. They've been pushed back into their compounds. They want to potentially close in the distance, maybe take this fight against JAGUAR Esports, but they have resorted to fall back, and look at that. Rico finds the opening, the knock is there, and WELT Esports looking at third party, Necro.
Getting instant confirmation, 2 on the players of RIOTNATIONz. This time maybe the Riot might just be out of hands. Players too hurt, and RIOTNATIONz now might just start to crumble. A 3-man squad trying to defend the entirety of WELT Esports. It might just be a tough defense, but there's a possibility they can definitely do it. Looking at the current standing inside of the circle, WELT Esports is around the southern part. Myth as well, pretty much around the same proximity. And yeah, even Myth Esports, we have to talk about them. For Myth Official, we had so many expectations from this week. We thought maybe Myth is going to make a bounce back. But no, it's not even close. Myth is still struggling, as usual.
Yeah, they are certainly struggling, but have a look at this. Evil, he finds a little bit of that confirmation against Team 8-Bit. As of now.
Oh no.
I think Sarang has been finished off. 3 players left alive.
The moment you said you like Sarang, he's your favorite player. Now look at this, what happens?
Come on, man, you can't just blame everything on me.
I mean, what are the odds? You were just talking about Sarang, him being your favorite player since you were a kid. And now Sarang gets eliminated the first from the entirety of the lobby, by the way. Or the second from the entirety of the lobby. What are the odds?
The third, actually, by the way. But it's still fine. We'll find out as of now. I'm just disappointed with Sarang, to be honest. The entirety of BGIs did not really go in his favor. In fact, ever since that legendary XSPARK lineup started to split up, I think, since then Sarang has been very off. But nonetheless, I just hope that he works back to form once again as of yet.
I mean, in general, after winning those 2 official tournaments, that lineup was not able to perform in the same frequency. And that's why we saw separation between the 4 players.
But the individual players are still doing brilliant, right? I mean, Spray God in Wyld Fangs is playing really well. Shadow from Ninza did make it to the finals. Joker, of course, went on to become one of the biggest, and Ninja Jord is idling REVENANT XSPARK. It's just Sarang, I don't really know. He was also one of the earliest players from the group, one of the oldest, one of the most experienced players of the group. I would say, I think, he's been the only one who's been rather struggling to find that form back.
Naqsh Esports, finding a bit of that pit stop against Vasista Esports. It's not the ideal compound you want to stop your vehicles in. Naqsh, you're already struggling too much, and now what are you doing? BMWIGL just too exposed, sits back in the vehicle, and he instantly gets mowed down. I'm not even sure what he was thinking in that scenario. He just hugged his own death.
As soon as BMWIGL spawned in front of Hector, Hector was like, all right, fine, I do have the trigger, I do have the shotgun, let me just spam it at the door. A couple of those two pumps did connect, and that just resulted in BMWIGL panicking in that situation. As of now, there's still a standstill in that fight. As we get Rapid Chaos Esports on the southeastern part of the circle, they are looking to take this fight against Mysterious 4, who are in some compounds distant away from them. But Mysterious 4, I think we have to talk about them right now, because Genesis and Mysterious 4, this can be a crucial fight. This can be a crucial competition, but still Goku finds that knockout. Flash has been brought down. The trade is going to be there as well, Necro.
Rapid Chaos Esports is dropping down bodies. On top of that roof, Rapid Chaos Esports with too much pressure. Through Voji as well, tossing a few return nades. None of them finding proper connection. A three-man squad from Rapid Chaos Esports. And I like that little logo next to the roof, right? As the eliminator of BMPS 2026. Looks pretty sick.
Yeah. And now finally I get to feel what AKOP used to feel when you know, multiple lands, he's the MVP, but no trophies at the end of it all. I think Dhruv must be feeling that same thing right now.
Suffering from success.
Suffering from success, exactly. You know, he's the eliminator. He has the highest number of eliminations. Still, his team has been struggling.
Struggling is an understatement. They're currently almost to the bottom four. And they're probably going to be the bottom four, looking at the way they're currently playing. Genesis Esports, Fury. The man was down low. Once again, things under control, but backs against the blue. Not a big fan of this placement.
Also with Team Ares in the backlines, I guess there will be massive threat. Genesis constantly has been finding themselves in sandwich situations like these. Hunters needs to find a way to get the opening. Look at that Viper in the distance. Once again, he's the first man to take the ball. Something is going massively wrong with this player. I don't know what, but he does not seem to be the same player that he was in Reckoning Esports. Rapid Chaos on the other side. They are taking this fight against 8-bit Shub. The young man finds contact. Gets the first knock, finishes him off. Still, there's yet another player from the outside. Is he going to come in from the window? Is he going to come in from the door? He still finds contact. He still connects those bullets. Finds the finish as well, Team 8-bit. 6 finishes for them right now, just 1 point away from breaking it inside of the top 4. And now he's been burnt to death. 8-bit tie up Genesis Esports with 43 points, but they're still trailing.
They don't make it. And you know, there's a reason why I used to keep on saying, it's juicy, come on. There is going to be a twist in the end, and well, there you go. Now 8-bit is twisted. Out of this lobby.
Hey man, that young man with such a valiant effort. I think he had somewhere about 4 eliminations at the end of that fight.
The point is, even if they do get a few more elimination points than Genesis, it's still not enough to catch up, because Genesis is alive with 3 men. And they've also got a decent spot, by the way, on the edge. So Genesis was set up for success, while 8-bit, they were just fighting for survival. Which is not a good stance in the first place.
By the way, this is 2 back-to-back weeks that 8-bit has failed to qualify from Group B to Group A.
Hey, there's still 1 more week. Maybe they can make it.
I'm not really sure, man. If they do make it, I mean, it's going to be brilliant, but they need to rework their playstyle. They need to rework a lot of things, go back to the drawing board and figure out what's going wrong. But have a look at this. Naqsh looking to avoid relegation. Jaguar is closely following them. They've got all 4 players live. I'm talking about Jaguar. So getting those crucial points isn't really going to be that difficult. Look at the shots from the back line. Higgboson.
Why did he stop shooting? It could have been a knock. But he stopped shooting, and that's why the man was alive. But now looking at this replay of what exactly happened in the compound, man, it was a mad scramble. Myth Official found themselves getting rammed by Mysterious 4, but the defense was definitely there. Myth Official, the fact that they were not even breaking a sweat in this fight was great. Mysterious 4, though, dropping down on bodies now. That's a bit concerning, since they've still only got 45 points, and there's a chance they might just not get promoted.
Yeah, there's certainly a chance. Just one man left alive. And where is he exactly? Noob is still surviving. Has found a shack on the south side of the circle, but like you said, the question still remains, can Mysterious 4 make it with just 45 points? That is not really the cutoff that we were expecting. Genesis Esports have 3 players left alive. Zero Arc can actually make a bounce back, or my best bet has to be Myth Official. That fight was brilliant, in fact. I think this is what I've realized. Myth Official as a team, they have done a fantastic job holding down compounds. That is their biggest strength. They are good at third parties. They're good at holding down compounds. But when it comes to slamming in on others, that is where Myth Official really falls and can't really show up. But if you're the one, you can be the best team in the country. But 5 times, 6 times out of 10, Myth Official will be able to defend the compound against you. But have a look at the circle right now. Completely situated around farm. There are going to be those loose triangulars in those central spots. Massive teams playing in from the edges, Necro.
A lot of open grounds, but that means Genesis Esports is now going to be forced to take that fight against HADX. Are they going to go for it? Genesis Esports has to break a sweat now. They have to go for the fight no matter what. If they avoid the inevitable, then later on Genesis Esports will suffer. But hold on! Vasista Esports straight up priming their vehicle, sending it against RIOTNATIONz. I'm not sure how good of a decision it's going to be, but one thing is for sure. Both the sides are taking equal damage, and RIOTNATIONz, they reply back pretty well. Defense on point, and Adi now turns the tables. But the moment I say so, Ronnie, he replies back even better, shutting down the entirety of RIOTNATIONz all by himself. He shows why Ronnie used to be a part of one of the greatest lineups.
Absolutely popping off in that fight, and so did Lastade as well. Crucial fight has been won. H4K has been brought down, and they're still going to retain 3 players. Necro, this can actually be the start of a good performance for Lastade. They just need 10 points to avoid relegation and needs to do everything in their power to try and not give up. There are going to be teams out there. There is Team Higgboson who are looking to come in. This is not the right time. Can Evil protect his comrades? They've all infiltrated in 4 players inside of the compounds and destroyed. It's going to be Lastade. Just 1 man left alive in the form of Evil. Can he find some opening? Shotgun strikes, gets the first one. That's just 1 man down. 3 more left alive. Evil still chomping around. And they know, Higgboson know where it's going to come from, but still the shotgun strikes, jump shots connect. Can't really give in those timings. The second man has been knocked down as well. Evil is taking damage from the third party situation, but can he just hold on to his tier life? 20 HP, 10 bullets in his S12K, and a dream that comes crashing down. Higgboson survive, 3 eliminations, and Lastade Esports, well, they get relegated, Necro.
He did not have a first aid.
He just needed some HP, man.
Yeah, if he had a first aid, he would have survived that. And I'm sure he would have maybe clutched it as well. He could probably feel it in his veins too, man. You know, it's one of those moments where you know you can do it, but for some reason, you're just handicapped in the game. Right now, in that scenario, he did not have meds. And looking at this scenario, Genesis Esports, as usual, stomping on top of the opponents. HADX, 2 players instantly knocked out and eliminated from the game, and now HADX, they've only got 1 man surviving.
Yeah, Genesis.
Next circle, shifting out in the open. Once again, it's too exposed. Genesis now needs to move out.
They certainly will move out, but you know what? I think right now they've got complete control of that eastern side. They will be able to move inside, but of course I'm looking at Jax from HADX Esports right now. He will be able to backstab Welt. And Welt, like we said at the start of the game, they do stand a chance. And we've seen Welt do this time and time again. They keep their foreman alive, and somehow, someway, they always walk away with the chicken dinner in these crucial junctures. So I'm not going to count out Gokul, I'm not going to count out Sham and Dragon OP as of yet.
So let's just try and separate things a little bit now. Zero Arc is trailing, and WELT Esports is currently trailing. WELT Esports, they've got all the 4 men standing and also a really promising position inside of the circle with 5 points already achieved, which means the placement points are already counting in now.
Yeah.
So WELT Esports now has the biggest chance of taking over that slot of Genesis Esports, which means Genesis Esports now needs to win this fight, no matter what. And Hunters, what was that? How do you even convert those frags? This is insane!
It's criminal, it's murder. You can't really enter a shack like that. You can't stand next to a shack like that. And certainly you can't shoot inside of the shack like that. He just jumped up, pumped his shotgun, found a knock, jumps up again, finds the next man. This is madness, ladies and gentlemen. The ending stages of Group B giving us absolute cinema right now. WELT Esports finally on the move. They are moving inside of the circle. Genesis finally finds form and they are moving up. But the question is, Mysterious 4, who have been eliminated already, ended their run at 45, which means the cutoff still remains at 45. The target still remains the same for Genesis. The target still remains the same for Zero Arc and WELT. Fury has been knocked off in the front lines. Higgboson trying their best to come out of relegation zone. This can be a big fight for them, Necro.
It indeed can be. Higgboson, they've got a nice hold. But they're fighting against the relegation. They don't want to be relegated no matter what. Genesis Esports now handing out resets, getting the fallen player once again back on his feet. Utilities from Higgboson way too close, and Hunters still somehow survives by the skin of his teeth. But what a knock by Gravity. Spots that pixel, instantly punishes the player. And the man from Higgboson goes down. It's a sinking ship as of now at Genesis Esports. They want to be the pirates that claim that ship. Nate's tossed, and what a precise Nate that was. Directly on top of the prey, getting the confirmation.
They haven't really been unhurt, to be honest. One of their players as well has been knocked out. Hunters as well, going down on his knees. Higgboson doing a brilliant job so far. Yet another nade gets tossed in, but no damage being found. It's Zero, of course, who needs to come back in the back lines and regroup with the rest of his squad, because the whole picture is still not clear yet. Higgboson needs more than 5 points to avoid relegation, needs to cross that 20-point barrier. Meanwhile, on the south side, WELT, they are racking things up. They're taking this fight against Jaguar, and I'm pretty sure Higgboson is praying that WELT wins this fight.
Oh my god, they just need a few points, that's it. And Zero Arc is also playing that safe game. If Zero Arc and WELT Esports end up getting good games in their hands, which means Genesis Esports will also be kicked outside of the top 4. Genesis Hunters, even he got eliminated a while ago. Now it's just down to Gravity. The IGL himself, he needs to make a big play to save himself and his teammate. Oh my god. Genesis slipping away from the overall standings. And WELT Esports and Zero Arc now slowly and steadily approaching that top 4.
What are the odds that both Zero Arc and WELT Esports move past Genesis right now? Just one man left alive, 48 points. It's still a massively high cutoff, by the way. I think Genesis, they should have done the job. If they go back and look at their points right now, I think they are going to be happy. Unless, of course, Zero Arc and WELT do something absolutely magical. WELT, of course, they are lining up for it. They've got all 4 players alive. Zero Arc, they've got one of the best spots in the house. And Gravity right now being engulfed, being electrocuted by the blue zone. Can he come out of this track? I don't think so, man.
Yeah, no, it's done. Genesis Esports are done. Gravity's making the run for his life. Higgboson is also taking those shots, and Gravity eliminated from the game. Is Genesis Esports still in the top 4? That's the question. At the end of the game, we'll find out. But WELT Esports, there's just a chicken dinner away from actually snatching that 4th spot away. And WELT Esports right now is just dominating the entirety of the southern side. Jaguar Esports on the receiving end as the hovercraft just ran him over. And Jaguar now, it seems like they're going to be in shambles. They will not be able to stay alive.
What this happened? Just ramming in with the hovercraft, absolutely running him over. This is comical coming in from WELT Esports. They don't even want to take a fight against the opposition. They just want to stomp on them right now. 8 finishes in the back, 39 points overall. WELT Esports, they are marching toward the strong chicken dinner. And Higgboson, well, they are fighting to keep their lives intact. It's not going to be easy with Zero Arc in the mix of things as well. And look at those utility numbers. WELT Esports can set up an ambush. 17 nades, Necro. 17.
If Zero Arc ends up wiping out every single person on the field right now, they will snatch that 4th spot away.
Yeah.
But that's still going to be an Herculean task, since they've only got 2 men standing. It is possible. It's not like it's impossible. But now first they need to deal with the entirety of Higgboson. Nade was tossed out, and instead the Nade is able to just take himself out. Morty messes up big time, but he also took down the man from Higgboson while getting taken down himself. And now a quick third party from the side of WELT Esports, just driving around the field, collecting those elimination points, getting all those souls collected. Molotov on top of the tower, and even the last man of ZA collapses. It was a valiant effort from ZA to take that game in their hands, but WELT Esports, they played it to perfection, had all the 4 men standing till the end, and they also get the chicken dinner with that 4th spot snatched away.
Did they really snatch away the 4th spot?
They did.
Let's just find
Mysterious
confirmation,
4
man.
is out.
Let's find confirmation,
No,
man.
I'm
Don't get
telling
me
you, it's
excited,
done.
man. Don't
It's
get
done.
me.
It's done. Mysterious 4 is outside of the top 8. Man, Mysterious 4 was so consistent on the day 1 itself of the week 2. They were so good. All the 3 games, Mysterious 4 was constantly getting 10+ points, and now this happens. When it matters the most, Mysterious 4, they lack with that consistency, and WELT Esports out and over just get one massive game, and they're back on the track.
Yeah, kudos to WELT Esports, man. The way they kind of orchestrated that final fight, control those final circles. It's only something that you can do if you have like 1 or 2 hovercrafts, all 4 players standing. It's just absolute criminal out there. And there were moments, there were some shining moments that we saw. Hunters with that 1v2 was also brilliant. We saw Evil try and pull off a clutch himself as well. And all of these things just completely switched the pace of this game in the second half. I think the first half was rather boring. I was like, you know what? I think what I was decided, they're going to go through as well. And all of a sudden in the second half of the game, teams just feel alive. But also one more question. Is Higgboson out of relegation zone, by the way, as well?
That's actually a really good question. I think they will be. I think Higgboson got in the top 2 itself, so Higboson's going to be outside of the relegation zone. Wait, no, Higgboson was on the 3rd spot because Zero Arc's man was on the 2nd. So Higgboson, there's still a chance they might be around that zone. But no, looking at the amount of stats and looking at the amount of finishes the man was able to gather, 5 finishes just from Hero himself, I think Higgboson is outside of that danger zone.
So the point is, Hero was the only one who could get finishes instead of Higgboson. Higgboson had 5 finishes and Hero had all of those 5 finishes.
They're out, they're out.
With that 3rd position, I think 4 position points, added that, I think 9 points. Is that going to be enough? Big questions, of course, we'll find out when the overalls land up. I can't take a lot of or any more anxiety in my heart. But the top players, let's just talk about them right now. Hero, of course, being up there, 5 finishes. Chandan OP from Zero Arc, 3 finishes. But Zero Arc...
I feel bad for them.
Yeah, me too, man.
They tried till the end.
I kind of expected Zero Arc to actually battle inside of Group A, but that did not happen. Gokul and Rico were brilliant inside of this game. So WELT, I think they are going to be rejoicing. They are going to be enjoying and celebrating for sure because like you said, it seems like the math is done already, but we'll still wait for official confirmation. This was an attempt, man. This was a really good attempt as well. Like I said, the second half of the game gave us so many moments. Shub in that 1v2 position. Ronnie as well in this position as well. The 1v2 just finishes off RIOTNATIONz. So many clutches that we got to see in the second half of this game.
And almost a man from Lastade as well could have actually snatched away this clutch. Higgboson, if they would have lost this entire moment, man, it would have been a great shock. And this entire play from Hunters, clearing out the shack all by himself, making that call in the first place was just mind-boggling to me. And the way he was just jumping and getting those knockouts, it was insane. Something I've never seen before. In the final few moments, WELT Esports knew that they've got the man advantage. They have to press upon the matters. That's what they pretty much did. Unfortunately for ZA, they just did not have enough men to try and contest this entire round. And even ZA were eliminated in the final few moments. If you move on towards the match rankings, WELT Esports getting those 22 points is going to solidify themselves in the top 4, which means Genesis Esports is now going to be on the 4th spot.
Wow. I had to digest that fact quite literally, by the way, to be honest. But Vasista Esports, 7 points, 8-bit with 6 points. I kind of expected 8-bit to kind of push for a little more, maybe 10 points could have actually pushed past the defense of Genesis, but then Genesis with this super performance, I don't really think there's going to be any shadow of doubt, but the question is Mysterious 4, man. I'd really, really hate if Mysterious 4 don't make it.
Mysterious 4 are not going to make it. Look at this.
Yeah, 0 points. 0 points!
It's not even a question. They're just not going to make it. But you know what? I think there's a chance that Rapid Chaos might be relegated.
We'll find out, of course. I mean, there's been Lastade, HADX, H4K, Myth Official, Naqsh, and overall, I mean, the inconsistencies inside of this group, I think it just boggles my mind right now. Ladies and gentlemen, no more surprises, no more suspense. Just bring us the overall standings, producer. And let's just find out which are going to be the teams getting promoted and relegated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is WELT and Genesis who make it. First time ever. Necro's math is right. But on the flip side, Higgboson, RIOTNATIONz, Rapid Chaos and Lastade getting relegated. Now, this is a massive surprise. JAGUAR Esports qualified just on the verge of 1 point.
See, I told you. Rapid Chaos Esports is relegated, and that's what's happening. Then you've also got Higgboson not making it. What? This wasn't expected just on the back of that 1 point.
Yeah.
Higgboson messed up. This has to be one of the biggest and the most upsetting moments for Higgboson. They performed when it mattered the most, but they should have performed the same way before as well, and maybe they could have sustained that spot in the Group B.
You know, had they found the second position inside of that game, I think Higgboson would have made it through. They have 7 position points already. They have a 1-up to JAGUAR Esports on that department of position points. Just 1 more point. I think Higgboson Esports should have done the job. But ladies and gentlemen, it's done and dusted. Group B.
Yeah.
It was a finale, man. I think it was a proper climax to the beautiful cinema that we had.
I know, right? We witnessed some great individual play, especially coming through from Hunters. We also did see one great play coming through from that man, Ronnie himself. It was incredible stuff. RIOTNATIONz messing that entire ball up. I'm pretty sure RIOTNATIONz at that moment were just kicking themselves, because even if they had 1 point more, they could have actually kicked themselves outside of that relegation zone. Before now, we've got a nice interview lined up with Jonathan himself from TAG. Let's see what he's got to say.
हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं टीएजी के जॉनथन। अभी तक का जो सफर है बीएमपीएस 2026 का, थोड़ी उसके बारे में चर्चाएं जरूर करेंगे। जॉनथन, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। इससे पहले कि मैं ज्यादा डिटेल्ड गेम प्ले के ऊपर जाऊं, मैं आपसे बस समझना चाहूंगा कि टीएजी के साथ वो पहला चिकन डिनर कितना ज्यादा स्पेशल था आपके लिए।
टू बी ऑनेस्ट, लाइक हम थोड़ा वीक 1 में थोड़ा स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे क्योंकि न्यू टीम थी, बहुत सारी चीजें, बट गए, वी वेंट बैक, हार्ड वर्क, मतलब जो भी करा अपन ने, देखे कि हमने क्या मिस्टेक्स करी, क्या नहीं करी, सारे एक साथ एक पेज पर आए, एंड वी गॉट अ फर्स्ट चिकन डिनर yesterday, so it was very very something special to us.
इट वॉज अमेजिंग जॉनथन। एक्चुअली बहुत सारे यंगस्टर्स इंस्पायर होते हैं आपके गेम प्ले से, एंड मैं सच में जानना चाहूंगा कि इस BMPS के लिए तैयारी आपने कैसे करी? कुछ नए ट्रेनिंग मोड्स आपने ऐड करे, या फिर किस तरीके से आपने अपनी टीम के साथ सिनर्जी बनाई? एंड वी ऑल वांट टू नो कि अब आप कौन से सेटअप पे खेल रहे हैं, 2 फिंगर, 3 फिंगर, कैसा चल रहा है सब कुछ?
तो अभी तैयारी तो अभी मेरे हिसाब से आई गेस 2019 वाली तैयारी कर रहा हूँ यार, मेटा वाली। सो yesterday it was something good, like crazy, क्योंकि मुझे वापस से वो दिन याद आ गए when I used to use my AR मेटा, like proper P90 SMG वगैरह ये सब। so मतलब कल was that day कि मेरे को वो दिन याद आ गए। एंड रही बात, तो अभी फिलहाल तो 2 पे ही हूँ मैं, फिर FPV यूज करता हूँ मैं इंडेक्स फिंगर से, एंड बाकी तो सेम ओनली।
अभी आपने जॉनथन AR की बात करी है, पर कल जो रोंडो का मैच था उसमें आपने S12 के भी बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से यूज किया, तो क्या आपने बिल्कुल सोच ही लिया है कि अब AR पर ही आप शिफ्ट होने वाले हैं, या फिर शॉटगन को भी थोड़ा मास्टर किया जा रहा है?
नहीं, डिपेंड होता है कि सिचुएशन वाइज, कि व्हेन आई फील लाइक यू नो आई एम डूइंग गुड विद शॉटगन, तब मैं लाइक मोमेंटम है, कॉन्फिडेंस है, तो आई यूज दैट। जब व्हेन आई फील कि थोड़ा ओपन ही से चल रहा है, सो आई स्विच टू माय ओल्ड मेटा, दैट्स द SMG एंड AR मेटा।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल जॉनथन। और अभी तक जो परफॉर्मेंस है, चाहे आप इंडिविजुअली बात करें या टीम परफॉर्मेंस की बात करें, बढ़िया हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। बट वीक 1 में हमने देखा कि वहां पर हर्ष जो है वो खेलते हुए नजर आए थे, उसके बाद क्यू लमाओ की एंट्री जो है वो टीम के अंदर हुई। तो किस प्रकार से ये चेंज को आप देखते हैं? बिकॉज क्यू लमाओ के आने के बाद 3 मैचेस में 40 पॉइंट्स आए एपेक्स के।
मतलब वैसा है कि क्यों ना थोड़ा फनी गाय है, जैसे मैं, वो आपको पता ही है कि कैसा इंसान है वो। ही इज वेरी चिल गाय, मस्त, मजे करे हमने साथ में खेलकर, एंड ज्यादा वैसा कुछ था ही नहीं, एंड वी जस्ट एंजॉयड प्लेइंग द गेम्स। एंड हर्ष के साथ तो यार ही इज एन अमेजिंग प्लेयर, सो उसको भी ऐसा नहीं है कि यार उसको ये किए तो वो खराब प्लेयर, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, जस्ट लाइक यू नो द वाइब अकॉर्डिंगली।
चलिए, बिल्कुल, मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि अब जब ऑलरेडी 40 पॉइंट्स आपकी टीम के सामने है, तो आज का दिन शायद बहुत ही ज्यादा आसान हो आपके लिए, और इजीली आप लोग प्रमोट होकर के अगले ग्रुप की तरफ बढ़ते हुए नजर आए। थैंक यू सो मच जॉनथन हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग मैचेस।
थैंक यू सो मच।
Gaming had the performance of their lives yesterday, securing the first ever chicken dinner, and Jonathan was the man who was popping on a different level, but still the job is not done yet.
Yeah.
They've got 40 points in the overall tally, and we have just seen the cutoff. It was around 48 points or something like that, so it was actually over 50 points. So
was 51.
Apex now needs pretty much over 50 points to make sure that they're solidifying that slot towards the top 4.
Pretty much, or they could just go down the same route as Vasista Esports, who ended up dominating the first 2 games of the day. And pretty much after the first 2 games were done and dusted, Vasista, we could confidently say that they are pretty much through. And same goes for H4K, by the way. But what a turnaround coming from Group B. WELT Esports. Necro, is that, did they catch you by surprise?
Yeah, of course they did catch me by surprise, but the fact that they just get one big game in their hands and instantly they're back on track now, that's what's sort of boggling my mind a little bit.
True.
Because I had expectations from Mysterious 4. If you look at the performance in the first 3 games from Mysterious 4, they were so consistent. But now, for some reason, something just happened to them, and we were not able to see that same performance replicated from them, and that's why WELT Esports pretty much just snatched that spot away. But you know what? We need to stop wasting time. We need to stop yapping over here because the game is already ready. And we're going to head on straight up towards the game for the Group C itself, as the plane's going to be in the sky starting all the way from Stalber, heading all the way down south towards the Snoka military base. This plane flat path seems good unless you want to drop towards Georgiapol.
Yeah, I think if you are heading towards the western half of the map, then you are in trouble. But going back to what you said a few moments ago, having expectations and being let down, I think we had a lot of expectations from a few big names in this particular group, namely teams like 40R, teams like God's Reign, who we find on the latter half of the leaderboard, placed between 9 to 16 right now. And as we kick things off, again, we just heard from the man, the myth, the GOAT himself, Jonathan, about what's going on with the team. And, well, they seem to be having fun amongst themselves. Jonathan, as a player this time, is doing well. He said that the prep is kind of similar to how you used to play in 2019, but did not answer the question directly, by the way, because I was trying to figure out what setup the man plays on. Now I'm still wondering whether I should play thumbs or 3-finger.
I think you should play 3-finger. That's a lot better. Just playing with 2 thumbs, I feel like it just limits a lot of your caliber in general.
Does.
And
But if you can play like that, it's an absolute flex on everyone.
I actually saw one of the clips from Jonathan himself. He mentioned that he was actually playing on a 3-finger.
Wow.
But in this interview, he did not exactly say that. But I'm pretty sure he is playing on 3 fingers still. But you know what? Looking at this plane, flat pat, True Rippers heading towards Quarry. Then you've also got a few more teams around that same block. God's Reign, as usual, heading towards the Snoka military base. This one is going to be an exciting one, since there's so many teams with a lot of potential. We're speaking of MADKINGS. We're also speaking of Autobots Esports, God's Reign, who can actually make it towards the top 4. But we know it's just only 4 slots available, from which 1 slot is almost confirmed. That's going to be on the name of TAG.
Well, let's see. I mean, TAG, all eyes are pinned on them. Right behind them, we have True Rippers as well in this particular group that have performed quite well for themselves after their promotion up to Group C from Group D. And hoping to see both these 2 names push up towards Group B. Although on the other side of things, as we were talking about MADKINGS and Autobots, I have to say the performance we saw from them yesterday, or should I say the confidence we saw from them yesterday, getting very aggressive in the games. They had that Rondo available to them as well. Both of these 2 squads, sitting on the 7th and the 8th position right now, ended up doing quite well for themselves.
Yeah, of course. It's also about the relegation, though, so from Group C, if you want to go to Group D, just find yourself in the bottom 4 and you will do it. But I'm pretty sure none of these teams want to get relegated, so they are going to be fighting to make it out. Santa Esports being a part of the bottom 4, it's already a shock for me. Never expected a performance like this, especially from Adonis Punisher and from Alpha himself. Expectations were a lot this time around, but Santa Esports, yeah, completely messed up the entire thing. And you know what? Going back towards TAG's conversation, we clearly saw Keelamau was back in the playing 4, and even Jonathan clearly gave him that credit. The moment Keelamau was back, the vibes were back, and that's why we were able to get that chicken dinner and perform a lot better. And I keep on saying this every single time. It's always the big guys doing all the good things. So big guys should be given a lot more credit.
For sure. I mean, Keo, I understand. I think Keo himself, I said this yesterday as well, is a pretty phenomenal player. And yeah, we might not have seen the best of him at the start of this year, especially in BGI's 2026. The stats might not actually justify the caliber that this player has within him. And again, we see the same playing 4s as yesterday from the side of Team Apex Gaming. Whatever works, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And Alpha Apex Gaming, I think they are going to try and stick around with this playing 4 as long as it keeps on working. As you were talking about As you were talking about this side of Santa Esports, by the way, for me personally, T7 Orion is a big surprise inside of the bottom four. That opening week, the first few days of play were quite decent from their end. They did get relegated, but still, I think T7 Orion, they have a lot of potential. Were very aggressive within the first few matches that they played, but this week 2 is a stark contrast.
I mean, Johnny, they've still got 3 games to play. And in 3 games, there's a possibility that they can also get 40 points. And if they get 40 points in the span of 3 games, they are going to find themselves directly in the top 4. It's not even a question. I think they've already got around 10 points.
Yeah.
So that's going to give them around 50 points if they do snatch away overall 40 points in today's 3 games. So that's what I'm saying. For a team like T7 to make a comeback, they just need 40 points. Now, I know I sound pretty weird saying they just need 40 points. It's so easy.
40.
No, it's not easy. It's really tough. And you know, yesterday when I was streaming with Sparrow, I had a conversation about this. What if TAG messes up today and they only get 5 points in 3 games?
Oh, that's going to be a heartbreak for a lot of these fans. I mean, right now with how the team is playing and how the individuals in that roster are playing, I think everyone's just expecting TAG to dominate today as well. They are starting all the way from Nova Repnoi, by the way, and on the map we do see the players of 7 Aces setting up a trap, but it seems like T7 Orion already have a little bit of a centric position inside the circle, have been spotted out from the back lines, and it's Santa Esports taking those shots. Both the teams desperate to drag themselves out of this ditch of being in the bottom 4 right now.
T7 Orion finding that stable foot. In the circle, not in the best spot, but they're still around the centric. There's going to be a lot of those teams situating next to him. Godlike Esports, even they're a part of this lobby. And Godlike Legion as well, right now in the bottom 4. While Godlike Esports, they're in the top 3. Godlike's performance has been nothing short of a miracle. The way they've been playing, dominating this lobby, the way they're supposed to, coming through from a completely under God tournament.
Yeah.
Which was Upthrust Rising Esports. And the way they played that, it was great.
Yeah, I mean, a phenomenal run by this team. Individual performances as well. And justify why this team has been here. And of course, they are still looking to prove themselves as in the second week. Do see them trying their level best to clinch that spot for promotion. Right now, based on their position, I mean, they are going to be surrounded in the next few moments unless they find some cover for themselves. It seems like a run-in against the players of Blink Esports. It's going to be inevitable. But my eyes, again, are headed towards that Nova Repnoi bridge. Look at 7 Aces. They do not have a lot to lose right now. 12 points on the board for 7 Aces, but TAG sitting at the top. If they get taken out early, Necro, what you were saying a few moments ago, could actually come true.
Imagine, first game itself, TAG eliminated right here, right now. Everything is just down the drain. All the fans surprised, but oh no, T7 Orion. What just happened to them? 4TR handing out an upset the moment the game starts. And now T7 Orion left with just a 3-man squad to do something. Why was there such a massive separation between the boys?
I think a few moments ago we did see them switch things up, trying to move up north. And as we were talking about it, I mean, it's a massive cluster towards the northern side of that Rozok. Difficult to move. T7 Orion forced into a conflict, and 4TR, when they do end up securing the first finish of the game for themselves. But, Necro, my question to you, I mean, 4TR, are you happy with the form these lads are in? I mean, BGIS and now BMPS, like polar opposite ends of the same spectrum.
Why would I even be happy about that performance? They're currently sitting on the 11th spot. No reason for me to be happy about this. They're closer to bottom 4 than the top 4.
Why do you think there's been a drop in form? I mean, when they were playing for Nonix, I mean, it was just a phenomenal run. So much aggression from the team. Rapido and Arthur, it felt like were just flawless the entire time in BGIS.
Even in Nonix though, right? Especially when the lobby got tougher, that's when they started to struggle. And right now in the BMPS 2026, we've got some of the known names.
True.
So the lobby is just tougher default. And that's why maybe they're struggling. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, but anyways, they do end up securing their second point of this match.
Or maybe it's something about the name 4TR.
It could be. That's what I wanted to hear.
Third one.
And stolen as well. Efficiency.
Nicely done. That's going to be the fourth. How is this even possible? They're not even working hard for it. T7 Orion, you're just getting chipped away. We were just having a conversation about this team struggling, and then they just get gifted 4 points.
Man,
okay.
Man. Yeah, if that's how things are going to work, it's still fine. They are getting lucky, but same can't be said for T7 Orion. All of a sudden, T7 Orion are the first team to get wiped out in this map of Erangel. What just happened? Running around like headless chickens, and they could not see anything. Just ran into the arms of the opponents.
Yeah, my theory crafting was not even close there. I said getting 40 points in 3 games. It's just not even close.
You made them dream, and they just ended up falling asleep.
Yeah, I guess. But hey, 40 points in 2 games, still possible. 2 chicken dinners, 20 points each. Still a possibility, I'm just saying.
I mean, it would have been possible had Autobots, MADKINGS, God's Reign, Gen XFM, even Rising Esports for that matter, had not been there in this lobby. And these teams are desperate to redeem themselves and to try the level best to move up to Group B. I'm scared right now for T7 Ryan in the next 2 matches. Well, at least they will have the luxury to just go guns blazing, considering they are already in the bottom 4. What's the worst that could happen? You finish 16th. You're headed to Group B anyways.
The home with Rising Esports. 2 players in this compound. The fuel station now in a lot of trouble. Explosives set near fuel station. It's never a good sign. And Rising Esports, they lose out on one of the players. Santa Esports this time packing a lot of surprises. And already Rising Esports on the naughty list. They're falling apart. Santa Esports, they've done the first job. 2 elimination points easily secured, and it's all thanks to Coffin.
Yeah, I mean, what a play coming through. That exit right on the mark. The pressure, too much for the players of Rising Esports to deal with. And now just left with 2 players, especially part of that northern cluster. It will be difficult for them to survive. On the other side of things, God's Reign. They're stuck towards the western edges of the play zone and have a few gatekeepers just denying them the opportunity to push further, push for the centric position. There's True Rippers, there's Godsent Legion waiting for them up front. Right now we are seeing Delta PGs, the last man in line. Luckily for God's Reign, the circle is going to be in their favor. It's headed towards Severny. Tamilan Esports, the luckiest squad of the bunch, but I like what Autobots are doing up towards the Northern Highway.
Circle taking a shift right on top of Severny. Santa Esports instantly on the move. TAG on the tail. Rising Esports still in a lot of problem. There's probably going to be a few more fights breaking out soon around that top right side. 4TR on the southern side. Still Aura Esports is now looking to breach in. And Aura Esports, they have to go for a pit stop. How do you even challenge this circle? It's so tough. All the good compounds taken over instantly. Maybe heading towards Severny is going to make a lot of sense. But I highly doubt that the circle is going to be shifting on top of Severny anymore. TAG, they do not even think twice. Straight up just send it towards Severny. They want to play the urban warfare.
Yeah, they managed to push through quite early. I think this position does allow them to gatekeep anyone moving in or looking to move in from the eastern side or maybe from the shorelines as well. And the team that's closest to doing so is going to be Santa Esports, but I think Gen XFM might be forced to make that move, to move towards the shoreline. TAG, no points on the board. And as we have a predicted cutoff of about 50 points to stay inside of the top 4, 10 points are needed by Apex Gaming. And this switch of pace, by the way, this was visible yesterday where we saw TAG just looking to protect their numbers until they've found a way inside of the top 6, top 7. Unless, like, a moment of desperation, the amazing clutch we saw from Jonathan yesterday occurs. God's Reign, though. Look at the radar. True Rippers right behind them. Are they aware of their position? Oh, he should be able to see them in the next few seconds.
4TR. Moving around the fray themselves. There's also Aura X right next to True Rippers, and Aura hugging the blue, trying to pull off a safe rotation. But who's going to tell them nothing is safe right now? Even if you do find yourself that breaching point inside of the circle, the moment you make it in the circle, you will be welcomed with a lot of bullets. RX as of now avoiding all the eyes on top of them, heading towards shooting range. Santa Esports, even they started collapse. First man from Santa is already taken down, and JAGUAR FM, the fearless Marathas, this time charging on with their swords. Santas, they have to run away. Pack their gifts this time. JAGUAR FM, they say they don't want them anymore. Santa Esports on the run, fighting for their lives now. And JAGUAR FM just taking over the spot easily.
Yeah, I mean, good control coming through from the players of JAGUAR FM. The slam taking advantage, picking off the players and forcing Santa off position. Look at that, they're pushed towards the edge. There's going to be more trouble waiting and brewing up for the players of JAGUAR FM. They made that commotion. There's Rising Esports down south, Santa Esports right behind them with Tamilan and Apex Gaming holding the front lines. And as we see the players of JAGUAR FM move, it seems like it's going to be a fight mid-rotation against the players of Rising Esports. He's trying to stop him in his tracks, trying to deter him from that shack. And JAGUAR FM, they do succeed in doing so, but Rising Esports foul somehow does manage to get himself into a shack. Some cover found by the players of Rising Esports. Now, it's just that they have to keep their heads down. They can't get spotted from the hills.
So much chaos going on the map. And if you look at Autobots Esports, they're just sitting peacefully on top of that hill. They can literally do a watch party from there.
Yeah.
There's no one around them. All they need to do is just keep track of what's happening around them. And it's not even tough. Autobots Esports are the closest to winning this game right now. And they're probably going to be sticking with all the 4 players till the end. But Genesis Esports, trouble in paradise. First man dope taken out. An instant Molotov as well to get the confirmation. Tamilan Esports, this time against the Fearless Marathas. And the Fearless Marathas, they don't have a good spot to play with. Out in the open, too exposed. And soon there's going to be too many eyes laid on top of them because the smoke is just a giveaway of their position.
JAGUAR FM, I think this is where the struggles just get worse. Dip OP completely shut down. Tamilan Esports, no incentive for them to move out. All they have to do is just watch their backs, make sure Apex Gaming do not catch them off guard. And if they are patient enough, JAGUAR FM will present themselves. Even MADKINGS in the distance do not have a lot of room to work with. This is quite late in the game to have 15 teams still surviving, by the way. As you were talking about Autobots, I think the biggest challenge for them are going to be Apex Gaming and the side of 7 Aces, who are sitting there on the flank, but 7 Aces and Aura Esports about to collide. Nade lob towards Wanted. Oh, and it's just the trade with the splash damage of the nade, forcing both the players out of position right now.
7 Aces. Nice little hideout they've got.
Yep.
This bunker uncontested by anyone. But we've also seen a lot of those moments where the entry point of the bunker gets blocked off. On purpose. And then maybe MADKINGS will be completely blocked. There's just no way he can make it out.
Brax is playing the high ground as well, and if, as you mentioned, MADKINGS gets stuck, then I don't think we can have a lot of hope for Cracks as well. He's already spotted out the players of 40, or that means that eastern side is completely denied to him. Santa Esports still struggling to find some space towards the eastern edge. As soon as they get anywhere close towards the edge, shots are being taken by anyone and everyone, basically. There's JAGUAR FM, there's Tamilan, there's MADKINGS. And now I think with this move that's made out of desperation, Santa Esports might have to face their inevitable end. It's a mad dash to try and gain some control of the circle, but there's no space, no safe haven available, and there's nowhere left to go. He might have overcommitted into that one.
Yeah, just driving out in the open. Man knew he's got nowhere to go. He was homeless. Wait, what just happened?
He ran towards MADKINGS. MADKINGS got greedy. Oh no!
He just blew himself up!
Simp ends up taking out the entirety of MADKINGS.
That's why I was surprised. What just happened?
I thought they got third-partied from the distance.
No, Simp just blew himself and his teammate up. MADKINGS, no. How can you afford a blunder like this? Especially when you're inside a group C and you want to make it out.
Hey,
I feel so bad for him.
Sub incoming, bro.
Hey, I mean, there's a reason why Simp was called a super sub.
I mean, yeah. His former teammates on the other side, so yeah. Still subbing in. Anyways, MADKINGS, I mean, their name is MADKINGS. They are kings, but let's not forget they are a little bit crazy as well.
I mean, the way the circle is forming up as well. God's Reign in the smack center. And THE now is going to be in a real problematic spot. How will you make it inside of the circle? They're going to be so exposed. But Autobots Esports, once again, set up for success. Autobots Esports can literally just move with the blue if they want.
True.
They do not even need to force things. They can wait for Apex Gaming to make it out, and the moment Apex Gaming tries to send it, that's when Autobots Esports can take the shots against those moving vehicles.
From the POV of Apex Gaming, I think all they need is just like about 3 to 4 points per game.
Yeah.
But as you mentioned, I think that sandwich, Tamilan from one end, Autobots from the other, it can cause trouble, but Autobots, as they try to extend and get themselves inside of the play zone, they find themselves in the line of fire of God's Reign. And even though Arib is safe for the next few moments, in the long run, this might be a very tricky play to execute. Apex on the move, no cover available. Tamilan Esports taking shots from the rear. Maxioso, he lines up the spray, finds the opener. Kyolamau is knocked out. There's the second knock as well. Hydro gets shut down. And Apex Gaming, well, we were just asking for 3 to 4 points per game, but it seems like even that is going to be a big struggle now for them.
I don't know why, but I feel like what I was going to say is coming through. It might just come true. My prediction was that Apex Gaming gets 5 points in all the 3 games today.
And
First
stay
game is
behind in
almost
Group
done.
C.
Yeah, first game is almost done. And Apex Gaming, they've only got 2 men standing, that too in a real bad spot.
True.
The moment the smoke fades away, their lifeline as well will fade away. And I'm pretty sure it's just a matter of seconds where Apex Gaming is going to be dismantled. There's also going to be Autobots Esports collapsing from the left. There's also going to be Rising Esports. There's a man from Rising Esports who's going to be looking at them. Survival is dicey. And for Autobots Esports, right now the focus is going to be 4TR. That's the only thing they care about, or maybe even 7 Aces on the sidelines.
And I think right now, as you mentioned, Apex Gaming, I think they're just hoping that this fight between Autobots, 4TR and 7 Aces actually happens. Because Apex from the backlines have direct line of fire. So there will be potential for them to actually get third party going, maybe steal a few finish points away from this fight. And that is the best case scenario that they're hoping for. Apex in the back just need to be patient, but Autobots, Necro, they've started to feel the pressure. They are getting eager to take this fight. Just a few seconds remain before the blue collapses and Autobots are out of space to breathe.
God's Reign is so blessed. Circle once again popping up on top of them. God's Reign, absolutely lucky. 4TR's utilities now find connection, and TAG from the back, creating problems. As a man from TAG gets knocked out, but TAG now needs to go for the revival. Look at this moment from the side of Godsen Esports, straight up sending it against the side of Blink Esports. And for Godsen to win this fight, the probability is extremely low. Utilities were tossed out, but that's not going to find any connection. Trades equally on both the sides as of now, as Godsen Esports lose out another man. Trouble in paradise for both the sides.
Yeah, it is going to be an awkward situation for both these two teams, but Blink, they just want to commit. Jayesh goes for the bounce, and, well, the revives are going to be denied for the players of Godsen Esports. One player has been brought back, but it's still the man on the flank, Fraggy, who's going to look to cause some trouble, get spotted out, but Professor and the focus fire from both those individuals is going to be enough to find the takedown. Now it's a 2v2. Godsen, they do find the trades, a 1v1, but it's going to be the third party from the flank. God's Reign taking away a few extra finishes for themselves. And hey, look at that. They have those 9 points on the board. They're closing in on the position of Gen X FM inside of the top 4.
Somehow they're doing it. And now for Godsent Legion, they just need to wipe out this one single man from Blink Esports to take that spot over. It's not the best spot, but at least it is something they can latch onto. Godsen Esports was eliminated in the same spot, and maybe now Godsent Legion can follow that same fate. But Professor, are his lectures good enough? Man's trapped in the corner, spamming with that shotgun through the smoke, and probably finding connection's gonna be impossible because he's got no visual. Godsend Legion is now currently playing the mind game, but they're still not even making that push. The longer you delay the push, the more problems you will face. You should not let this man survive for too long. You should make the push right now.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. They have the numbers advantage to work with, and just a single spam of the shotguns is going to be enough to find that last man. Losing focus of the fact that you are towards the edge of the circle can cause a big punish in the future for the side of Godsend Legion. But True Rippers, by the way, who have been doing quite decent for themselves towards the southern edge, are taking the fight against Aura Esports. They've already found their break inside of the top 6. They are going to have a few placement points to work with. 3 eliminations on the board for True Rippers. But I'm hoping to see a few more as the game moves forward. But I think one thing is for sure, Necro. God's Reign, this has to be their chicken dinner.
Unless True Rippers from the back is going to backstab them, then it can be a different course. But True Rippers now needs to come up with a master plan. And the way True Rippers has been placing themselves, even though the circle is constantly moving away, it's just brilliant.
Yeah.
I don't know how well Punk is able to manage this stuff. But man, every single time, giving that good spot to your teammates, it's not easy.
Dealing with a lot of pressure all alone. He was playing on the eastern flank, the eastern edge of the circle as well. By the way, Punk is getting pushed by the players of Godsend Legion. So True Rippers need to react. And God's Reign as well. That early rotation, the early call to exit military base and just take a mad dash towards the northern side, it kind of works out as the mid-game shift of the play zone gives them circle priority. This is the fight where True Rippers kind of get enough points to surpass Apex Gaming on the overall leaderboard. Also, top of the leaderboard, inside of the top 4, only one team is alive. The middle pack was there fighting for the late game points. God's Reign, Rising Esports, Aura Esports, even Autobots were there up until a few moments ago.
True Rippers. 3 players next to each other. God's Reign is ball pretty much around that same territory, and 12 finishes secured. God's Reign is on a tear. And they're not going to back away as long as they get that 4th spot in their heads. Aura X as well, just eliminating their foes and just eliminating themselves in the process.
Hey man, that was a risky nade, to be honest. It was way too close to the stack. Had it been a little bit off, God's Reign would be screaming at the top of their lungs. A player knocked out for no reason at all. You would not want that, especially in the end game. But now we're down to the top 4. There's God's Reign, True Rippers, Godsend Legion, and Rising Esports fighting for this chicken dinner.
Yeah, Rising Esports never saw this coming. Somehow still surviving.
How many finishes do they have, though?
Not
That's
a
the
lot.
question.
Not a lot. They have been playing a passive game once again. But God's Reign, they probably have 12 plus right now. Crazy stuff. And 11 nades already available, by the way. 14 finishes, 11 nades already available, and 8 smokes there as well in their arsenal. And True Rippers, they finally make a calculated push. Godsend Legions! They were just left staring at True Rippers. The aura was too much to handle.
And I think one of the players from the side of Godsend Legion actually pulled a simp where he just naded his own teammate in the chaos of that fight. God's Reign, I think this has to be their time to shine. The trickle-down nade from Aquanox takes down 1. True Rippers down to 3 players. And you can hear the commotion if you are God's Reign. You can exactly hear the players of True Rippers driving around, figuring out exactly where they are. It's just Punk inside of that smoke that has not revealed his position. They are looking for a revive, but that Molotov denies the opportunity.
I believe in Punk powers. He has been an immaculate IGL. Every single time finding that good spot for his teammates. But God's Reign as well. Even with Neo IGLing, the way they have been controlling the circle has been incredible. And now for God's Reign to deal with that man from True Rippers, straight up sending it towards the shack. Could it be tough, but True Rippers, within the blink of an eye, eliminated from this game. And God's Reign, they've got the maximum control off the circle. Rising Esports with only 2 players, they're not going to stand a chance.
God's Reign after this game itself have the potential of getting into the first top 3, but Rising Esports, look at them! Alright, that is just cheeky, man. They denied those 2 eliminations towards the end. Doesn't matter. 27 points on the board for God's Reign after the end of this game, and I'm so glad that Aquanox He is back in action. 7 eliminations, 7 knocks, 660 damage. The performance was incredible, supported by Delta PG as well. All the stars from God's Reign are back in the prime form, it seems like.
17 finishes. That's going to give them 27 points in total. And even for Rising Esports, they managed to squeeze themselves to the top 2 with not a lot of elimination points, but True Rippers as well. Really consistent.
Yeah,
so that means we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of frequency shift in the top 4.
But I think the usual suspects of the top 4 have finally gained a spot inside of the top 4. We have Apex Gaming, we have True Rippers, and now with this game, God's Reign have also entered the mix.
Yeah, true. I mean, I'm just surprised over the fact that TAG was only able to get 2 points in this game, and it does not give me a good feeling about the future.
So with your theory, in the next 2 games combined, they're going to get 3 points.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think even if they get like 7 points, it's
they're
and the
going to make
cutoff
it,
is
right?
like still above 50, then it could be a challenge.
But then you remember what exactly happened to Esports Social. They started the day off with 40-plus points, and then they were still not able to make it till the promotion zone. So we have seen a lot of those upsets too. There is definitely a possibility that TAG might not be able to propel themselves towards the next group. But you know what? Looking at the top players, Delta PG as well, a part of that entire equation. 5 finishes from the man Rapido this time from 4TR as well, coming through with 3 finishes. Neo there with 3 as well, and True Rippers Omega there with 3 finishes.
And I've loved the performance from Aquanox in this particular match. I just hope that he keeps playing the same way. He has been an incredible athlete. I think last year just went away due to a few injuries, because of which he did not get a lot of playtime, but I hope that he has recovered now. I mean, he's playing like a phenomenal player again. Yesterday as well, God's Reign had a pretty decent run, were very aggressive in a few of those matches, and today, with a start like this, there can be a lot of hope from this team.
Definitely. I mean, for God's Reign, once again, we cannot also deny the fact that the circle was favoring them, and they were able to perfectly play around it. That's also another thing. Keeping all the players alive till the end is not an easy job, especially when you're also going to be the center of attraction.
Yeah.
But God's Reign played that to perfection, eliminated anyone that was eyeing against him. And we also did see a major commotion happen between Godsend Legion. There was also one more team in that mix, so there was just a lot going on at the same time in the final few moments. T7 Orion, I just want to see them push themselves outside of that relegation zone.
Yeah, I mean, T7 Orion, as we were talking about it during the game, the opening week, their run was actually brilliant. They did quite well for themselves, but this week too, the struggles are clearly visible. Lackluster decision-making, which is resulting in them getting eliminated super early into these matches. And even during the highlights, I think if you notice a major reason why, a big reason in fact, why a lot of these teams weren't really able to push the position of God's Reign was because of how many fights were happening towards the edges. It was an open position. As you said, I think a lot of teams that tried to move in for Severny in the mid-game stages got stuck towards the edges because of Tamilan Esports being there, because of Apex being there, and Autobots also controlling that eastern flank. And then when the circle again moved outside of Severny and was on top of God's Reign, who were controlling this shelter position for the longest of times, they weren't really able to find that success. It's an open spot. God's Reign had direct line of fire, and they just started racking up those points.
And we also did see one great moment coming through from Simp the Savior for other teams.
Yeah,
so he was just able to nade himself and his teammate to save the other teams. So at least he's keeping that tag to himself.
Hey man, the best grenade finishes. I think that tag goes to Simp.
Yeah, 100%.
But you know, yeah, we should add that tally to our grenade elimination counter if we have one going.
Actually, you know what? Elimination is an elimination. It doesn't matter if it's your own teammate. But you know what?
It's our fault we do not give him points for team elimination.
Match rankings on the screen. 27 total points from God's Reign. Rising Esports getting 10 points. True Rippers getting 10 points. RX getting 7. So let's just say that the top 6, they have managed to acquire the average points that were needed to sort of keep themselves pinned down in that same position. For God's Reign, it's going to be massive catapults. It's not even a question. But since God's Reign made a big catapult, now for True Rippers and Rising Esports to sustain a spot in the top 4, it just gets even more worse.
Yeah, I think they need about 7 to 8 points per game, or maybe just to be safe, 10 points per match in order to try and, as you said, sustain the spot inside of the top 4. Apex Gaming, I think, considering they had about 40 points at the start of the match, not a lot of trouble. These 2 points are fine as long as they can get about 5 to 6 points per game in the next 2 Miramars.
Yeah, these 2 points are sort of going to be forgiving for them since yesterday they compensated a lot better for today's day as well. They got 40 points in 3 games, which means there is still that 10 points leeway that they've got. Even if they mess
exactly
up one
10
game,
points.
they're still going to be there. Yeah, and as you mentioned, it's exactly 10 points. But now since there's also a team like Godlike Esports trailing them, Johnny, I think the cutoff is going to go higher for this
I
group.
think so.
I think it's going to go around 55 to 60 points.
It can, but I think it all depends on how Aura and Autobots play the next few matches, because there's Rising Esports 33, Jax FM 32, Aura Esports 28, Autobots with 21. Things are looking intense. Do we count 4TR still in the competition or no?
Definitely we can. I mean, if they get a chicken dinner, then 100%. They're still in the competition. Right now, Santa, T7 Orion, they're probably going to be fighting to make it outside of the bottom 4 no matter what. And especially for Santa, it's a good news that they're also going to be playing on the maps of Miramar. Even though in the first week Santa was not able to perform on Miramar either, we're still hopeful that maybe we will be able to see that old Team Alpha, where Alpha, Adonis, Punisher, once again, they will be back in form, and we will see them rain down hellfire on the lobby.
I mean, every now and then you do see Coffin also step up. We do see those individual plays from him, but it seems like as far as team play and team fights are considered, Santa Esports, that is where they crumble.
I feel like fights are good enough, but it's just about the mid to late game. They just don't know how to position themselves on the back of the information that they've got.
Hey, 2 matches left, now or never, right? I mean,
Yeah.
if there was a time to perform as a team, as a unit, this is it for Santa Esports. And it's the same for T7 Orion, as you mentioned. Let's see if these teams can unleash the monster in the upcoming maps and also drag themselves out of that relegation bracket. Stick around in Group B long enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure these guys are going to be sipping on that monster energy, unleashing that beast as well, because that's what definitely is needed for a team like
Where's
Santa,
yours?
for a team like... Okay, that's just unfair. Okay, I don't have a drink right now. And these two are supposed to be like on the desk to show people that, yes, Monster is our energy drink partner and also the sponsor for this
You
entire
have to
show.
pre-plan your rotations, Necro. That's what
Yeah.
you're supposed to do. That's what the teams are going to do for the upcoming match. But for now, a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That on no place in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. Heart of a champ, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is definitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the.
Back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you are still tuned in for the English broadcast. That was just a glimpse of Sparrow. I hope that performance from the teams look as amazing as that guy right there. But I see, welcome back to the panel. 1 game done and dusted for Group C right now. Apex Gaming might not have had the best of start, and they did definitely get outshined by the likes of True Rippers, by the likes of God's Reign, but hope is still there that we get to see them promoted back to Group B.
Exactly, and as of yet as well, the target is somewhere about 50 points, right? Once you cross the 50 mark threshold, you should be safe as compared to how the performance is from Week 1 and also the performance of Group B just now as well. way past 48 points is exactly where you want to be at here. But for today's matches, now it comes down towards the map of Miramar. We also have to talk about teams that are going to try and stay out of the bottom four. And of course, I think you guys did mention a specific team. It is going to be Santa ESP. This is their specialized map. And hopefully it is going to be enough to get them out of bottom four here, because the chances for them for promotion is pretty much done for it as of yet.
I think it's Santa Esports and T7 Orion who have taken a massive, massive tumble in their performance. They're not looking the same at all as they were within the opening weeks of the tournament, and just 2 matches to go. I think in order to avoid relegation, you need about 25 points. Let's see if they can get them in the upcoming 2 Miramars.
Well, hopefully it is going to be the case as well. A chicken dinner will definitely help their chances a little bit better as well. But again, it is going to be a very difficult one, because as of yet, we're going to be jumping straight in towards the game as of yet here for the map of Miramar.
Here we have it. The plane takes off over the desert, and again, a lot of questions running through the heads of everyone basically that's watching this broadcast right now. What will the top 4 look like? And of course, what will the bottom 4 look like? The teams that move up to Group B and the teams that get to move down to Group D fight in the Group of Death. So far, I think 40 are God's Reign looking at another promotion, looking to move up to Group B. An actual possibility with how these 2 teams are playing that we might eventually see them move to Group A as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a tough one as well. I think this is going to be the first time that each and every single team in this respective group will be dropping together in this lobby. Obviously, there is 8 teams that do have the experience to play with each other, so I don't think those 8 specific teams that remain in this group is going to have any kind of major drop clashes. However, for teams that came in from the bottom and also from the top here, it's going to have a little bit of rough time here. So I'm curious to see how MADKINGS is going to be approaching this as well, because that team with Sim's unfortunate demise of a kamikaze nade that wiped out this entire team here, I do not know if morale is going to be hitting them or not, because as of yet, the chances for top 4 pretty much slip to none unless they get a back-to-back chicken dinner.
Yeah, pretty much, and I think that is difficult to recover from as well, going into the final 2 weeks of the qualifier stages. But as we had the flight path on our screens, I was actually getting worried about the players of God's Reign. The usual drop is Impala, but with a change in IGL, we do see them heading towards that northern highway around La Cobriera and Oasis. But guess what? We again have a southeastern circles. Man, oh man, how many southeastern circles have we had on Miramar? Since yesterday. We had one yesterday. This Miramar as well. It's kind of a similar circle towards Los Diores and Impala.
Why do I have a feeling that it might go towards the double islands there? But it's very, very unlikely. But it's just a rough feeling. We've had 2 so far since last year and this year itself. Don't want to jinx it yet, but as of yet, seems like God's Reign with their dominating performance, especially coming from Aquanox as well. We've seen a lot of shaky performances from him ever since he won last year's BGIS alongside with VXT, with Somraj in the lead as well. And things hasn't been the same for him. He has been bouncing off between teams after his injury as well. We've seen some inconsistencies, but it's nice to see that he is back in form here, at least here for BMPS 2026.
Pretty much. I'm also celebrating the fact that this man is back again, and I hope he's at 100% right now. He's able to perform the way he did in that previous Erangel consistently throughout his journey of BMPS. Aquanox is one of the most, personally for me, one of the most phenomenal players we have in the BGMI circuit. But again, let's see how the journey with God's Reign turns out. This time, Apex Gaming on our screen, starting from El Hazar. They were first on the overall leaderboard, but now have dropped down to 3rd. There's a 7-point difference between them and Godlike Esports, who are sitting 4th. And that is the safety net that Apex Gaming need to focus on. They need to extend it from 7 to about 10 or maybe even 13 points if they can.
Well, I think for Apex Gaming is very simple, right? Just get 8 points, cross the 50 mark threshold. You should be safe for now.
Yeah.
But when we talk about the MVPs as well, Jonathan also showing signs of life of his prime from yesterday's performance, being the MVP of the day, which again, it's been a while. The fans has been yearning for it, but it's about high time he does maintain this consistency as well, because it's been a while since we've seen Jonathan in this form here with Team Apex Gaming. And back in the past as well, I think, what, 2-3 years back, when he was playing with Jelly as well, things weren't exactly great for them as well.
This is completely opposite of how things were back then, by the way.
Completely.
Yeah, for a second, it just looks like back then, if you go back in the days, just a few years ago, and Jelly was there under the banner of Godlike. I don't know, I think maybe it was just the performance pressure that kind of got to these players. And of course, you just have one man who has the experience of dealing with that pressure for the longest of time. So for him, he's just numb to it. He doesn't feel it anymore. And everyone else, for them, it was the first big time under that banner. But this time around, I think with iQOO being there and Hydro being there, and as Jonathan mentioned, it's all just fun and games right now inside of the boot camp. Team seems to be doing well. And I hope they keep doing well as the journey continues. True Rippers, a redemption story for Punk. I think he has taken some advice from Somraj himself and has these 4 new faces alongside with him. Well, not exactly new, but they're playing together for the first time. But they're performing in a way that they've stuck around for years at this point.
It's interesting to see how many redemption arcs we've seen over the years, right? And somehow, for some reason, it always revolves around Jonathan to a certain degree. Like Jelly's journey of a redemption arc and then qualifying, representing the country.
True.
And now they're back against Wiz together. But Punk, again, you know, was somewhat of a situation where he was partially blamed for a lot of situations, but
Same
again,
happened to Jelly, man.
Exactly, but he was also the reason why they got the first runner-up for Godlike last year for BGIS. So there has been a lot of controversy, speculations, hate, unnecessary hate, which I think shouldn't be the case because right now Punk has proven himself twice in a row now. Like qualifying for Grand Finals, last BGIS with a new roster, impressive. Now it's a new roster again.
Yeah.
And they're doing a pretty okay job, but it's not exactly over yet though. So it's still too early to count them out, but climbing from Group D to Group B, I think that's pretty impressive. But I really want to see a team from Group D all the way to Group A.
I think True Rippers might be that name.
Maybe.
They can make it happen. They're playing really, really well. And if they actually manage to pull it off, I think that itself will be a statement for Punk. Imagine even in Group A if he ends up finishing in the top 8 and qualifies directly for the Grand Finals. I think that is what he's aiming for right now. Because the playstyle that we see from True Rippers right now, it's not the usual Punk strat.
Yeah.
The aggression has taken a massive dip right now, and they're just playing for positional priority.
Well, technically 3 players out of the 4 that is playing on screen right now coming from True Rippers are Grand Finalists, right? Like with Omega been to multiple Grand Finalists. Derby was from Learn From Past in the Grand Finals of BGIS. So technically, it shouldn't be that hard. It's all about chemistry and just, you know, how to work together as a team.
Yeah. I mean, that is something that T7 Orion needs to figure out because as we keep talking about them again and again, very loose play style in the second week. Players are constantly getting caught off guard, getting picked off with no cover, no suppressing fire being given to even try for a save. And it's just causing a lot of problems for T7 Orion, losing out on those early players, losing out pressure late game. But Lastade Esports seems like under a little bit of pressure as Aura Esports moves in towards the center early. They breach the edge of the circle a little bit earlier than Lastade Esports and then just instantly turn around, pushing them along the southern highway. They did not want them to climb the hill.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a tough spot here because the circle is still uncertain yet. A lot of them are still in the looting phase. We are not going to be seeing that major drop clashes yet. I think my biggest concern here for MADKINGS is that who is going to be taking charge on the rotations here, because Shadow OG during week 2 itself was a little bit of a struggle, but with the thought for now, it seems like 7 aces. They found a loose straggler, somebody out in the open in the gas station, and that's going to be Gosray losing a player. I believe that was Neo getting taken out. And now Aqueduct is pretty much pinned, and now the rest of 7 aces is going to be slamming his way through, but Aqueduct's in defense. He finds one, and he finds the second one as well. But he needs backup. He needs a little bit more time. He's buying a lot more time here. Getting to Naqsh, trying to reset this fight. But he's got the job done here for the equalizer. Looking for the third here. The Land Demon is on the hunt. Can he find the third? And he does! He finds all 3 and 7 aces. They get completely wiped out with Justin finding the last player. 7 aces, the first team out of this game. And just like that, God's Reign, whew, the Land Demon shines. You're speechless, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm speechless. I mean, Aquanox have just been too good this time around. Completely destroying 7 aces. Perfect timing of just moving around those windows and the 2 rooms, using it to isolate those fights. But it was the confidence, and I think you could see the communication within the side of God's Reign with the timing of the swing and the last finish coming through. As soon as Justin had the last man in his line of fire, Equinox decided it was time to move out and just claim that last point as well. 7 aces, no answer for that. And again, I think goes on to showcase why he is considered one of the best at this game.
That is just nuts. That's got to be one of the quickest 3Ps right there. Equinox still got it. Land Demon for a reason. Champion of last year's BGIS for a reason as well. Even though his playtime wasn't exactly the entire journey, but the Grand Finals was more than enough to make a name for himself.
That was due to injuries, man. I think 2024, 2025, we did not see a lot of Equinox was dealing with an injury on his dominant hand as well. So he really couldn't play that much. But whenever we would see him getting subbed in, you could actually feel the impact, even in the Grand Finals of BGIS.
But as of yet, MADKINGS now having a little bit of a problem here. Sim getting shot from afar. Decides to duck in towards REVENANT. May have parked it a little bit too early. Leaves their backs exposed here with Godlike Esports now. Getting the knock onto his Shadow OG. The nades here is going to try and isolate the vehicle. Almost getting the confirmation. But just like that, MADKINGS, they're pretty much stuck. They've lost a car. And now they need to go in for the reset. The rest of MADKINGS are not in position for this fight. But getting out of city now is pretty much no chance here, at least for MADKINGS, or in this case, for Sim and Shadow OG, who's pretty much stuck in those warehouses.
I think Sim needs to showcase Godlike Esports how to nade MADKINGS. He's done it to perfection in that previous map.
Yeah, on his own teammates.
Yeah, that's why I said how to nade MADKINGS.
Oh.
Oh, man. I don't think we're going to let that one go for a while now, are we?
Yeah.
At least I'm not. Because Sim, he's done quite well for himself, but yeah, recap of Equinox. The swiftness of reaction times and the presence of mind. No second chance being given to the players of 7 aces over there. The first two players just fell without even getting a second to react as soon as that vehicle was within the range of the shotgun.
That was really, really impressive here. But, of course, when we talk about comebacks here, God's Reign has pulled one of the sickest comebacks today. They are taking #1 spot, dethroning Team Apex Gaming as of yet. And of course, when we talk about teams in jeopardy here, Team Apex Gaming is not exactly in the clear for the next qualification. But for God's Reign, with that 4-piece, they technically need about 2 to 3 points that they should be safe in the top 4 after these next 2 games. But now, let's talk about the circle here. Seems like Los Leonas is going to be the playing field here. MADKINGS, it should be A-okay for now, at least for Shadow OG and Simp. But for the rest of the row, like Autobots, even Troy Tamilan Esports, they're barely on the edge as well. And there's still a lot of teams coming from the north side. God's Reign having a little bit of a tough time to actually rotate in as well. There's still a lot of entry points from the southwest corner, which, interesting enough, nobody has actually opted to go. Just because of the fact that it may be occupied in the city, and the circle may actually shift out as well.
Now that he pointed out, that's when I noticed it as well. No, not a lot of bodies present towards the southern half of the play zone. It's just RI Esports that are struggling. Well, they're towards the southern edge, right on the southern edge, but they are also hesitant moving in. And again, it's the assumption, as you mentioned, that there are going to be teams still holding on to the buildings of Los Leones. It's not an easy move to make. It will be a gamble, but right now, based on what we see, if you take that gamble, it's going to pay off quite well for you. Autobots, a bit pushed away. Moving along the eastern edge of the circle, and they are also moving towards the south. I think in the next few moments, we might see them collide against the players of Aura Esports.
Well, speaking of colliding as well, Autobots has decided to swing down to the south side to actually rotate from that path. Maybe they do have a little bit of sixth sense to kind of detect that there's nobody on the southwest corner. But now from the perspective of Blink, they have been in the dark for quite some time. Not a lot of gunshots being shot around them, so that has been a big problem for them in this information. But it seems like they are going to be the gatekeepers for Northwest. No noise, no sound means that majority of teams are either inside the city or still on the east side potentially. But you talk about skirmishers here, Aura. I think they did scout out a little bit of a moments coming from Autobots. They are going to try and push up the high grounds on the southeast corner. And this is great as well from Aura Esports. This high ground is amazing for punishing teams. Trying to exit Los Leonas. However, unfortunately for this zone, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, I think as of now, since, again, not a lot of teams are there lurking towards the eastern edge or maybe even the southern compounds of Los Leones or Esports are just going to be held back. They could have taken that fight against the players of Autobots, but Autobots are in form and they're desperate for those points as well. Not really a team that you would want to fight against, and this is going to be a similar picture as Apex Gaming try to make their rotation down south. On the other front, though, Santa Esports up against God's Reign. They've shut down to Delta PG and Neo. Knocked and finished off. And now Justin and Aquanox still remain as they try to breach the western edge of the circle. There's a team up ahead in the form of Blink Esports. They catch God's Reign off guard. Have to keep an eye on that finish feed to see where they end up. But Godsend Esports close to the center of the circle. This is a team that's under immense pressure. They're fighting for qualification. 35 points on the board for Godsend Esports. And in this match, I think they should be trying the level best to cross that 40-point marker.
This is going to be a great start here for Godsend. They should be able to technically survive all towards the end game as well, with the circle actually favoring on towards them in terms of the inner parts of Los Leones. It should be okay. But not sure if you actually catch this as well. Team Apex Gaming seems like they've taken a little bit of casualties here with 2 players left, leaving only Jonathan. And even Jelly getting taken out means like it is going to be a little bit of a tough push here. Hopefully they should be able to find some sort of save here. Kielomao and Jonathan still alive here in the game. But look at this. Seems like Rising Esports, they are going to try and push in for center. It seems like Blink is not taking shots, so they should be able to get a free entry inside the zone. But it seems like there is chaos across the board here. Seems like T7 Orion tries to go in for the push against MADKINGS. And Simp and Shadow OG finds themselves with 2Ps. And guess what? There is a fired up vehicle. Go in close proximity now. They should be able to go for an exit strat now. But very quick takedown.
Yeah, it was a quick takedown, but it seemed like they took a few seconds to find him there. Right behind the players of MADKINGS, but MADKINGS not getting taken out. Avoid taking any more unnecessary casualty. 40R on the other front. I think this is going to be an unfortunate end. They're spotted out by the players of Tamilan Esports. And Anonymous is knocked out. Rapido and Arthur still left standing. Shots being fired upon them from the flank as well. Surrounded and pinned down. At least one saving grace for 40R will be the fact that they are inside the play zone. All they have to do is just avoid getting taken out by True Rippers, who might be closing in from the northern side. You see them on the radar as well, but True Rippers still looking for information, still looking for space to move in.
My goodness, 4TR, they need to get out. Seems like they sacrificed. So I actually picked them all up. They've got the full reset, and they are going to try to make a mad dash for it as well. Seems like they've realized the containers is not really a good spot to be in. They will find themselves a decent amount of cover to work with, losing their vehicles. Pretty much almost near center towards Los Leones. Pretty much after all this journey, a lot of these teams have to leg their way into the next phase. We are going to be seeing our first Los Leones Urban Warfare in a while. I think for this entire tournament itself, this is going to be our first.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very slow-paced one.
No, I think we did have a... Well, oh no, it moved out of Los Leones. The early stages, I think till stage 3 yesterday's play zone was towards the city. But then it just completely shifted away. 8-bit are going to be the ones that are upset about this. I mean, this is their city to dominate. But unfortunately, as I mentioned, yesterday's Miramar just completely dragged them out, forced that early exit on them. God's Reign, though, even with 2 players, the job is not yet over. 49 points secured as Justin and Delta, Justin and Aquanox, my apologies, are still taking on the players of Genex FM. They brought the team down to their last 2 men. Damu, he's getting a revive as Ghost moves in, but Justin does not want to allow them that opportunity, just instantly pushing through, looking for the finish confirmation, and they have spotted him out as well. Oh, they're going to turn him into an actual Ghost.
Yeah, this is really smart here coming from God's Reign. They don't really have a choice. They're late to the zone. They have to take any fights that they can in terms of advantage here. This not coming true. This is the best time to actually clean up, take space. However, shots are being fired from afar with Blink chiming in. Here with the knock here. Aquanox left in a 1v1 situation inside his house, and he finds another knock. Another one is in the back, and Aquanox, can he find the second here? Now in the stalemate with the S12K shot. He's holding the angles here. Doorways are there. Swaps his gun. Aquanox still trying to trigger his way through, but he heard the reload here, so that's going to be a sign for him to reload as well. Takes the AUG, but he's tripped up pretty low as well. Needs to get out. It seems like he is going to reposition to patch himself up.
Well, let's see. He has 3 nades on him, puts on the first aid. Does he have any Molotovs? Oh, he has a stun to work with. Oh, denies the revive to the players of Gen XFM. And now this is a bad position for the players of Gen XFM to be in. There's no one in the back line to try and punish Aquanox. And as he hears the pin go out, he makes the pounce. The pressure is being kept on the heads of the players of Gen XFM. Oh, they might allow him to confirm that extra finish as well. Aquanox right now just running circles around the last man surviving from Gen XFM, and this is quite a bit heated 1v1 between the two players.
Oh my goodness, the mind games from Aquanox is just phenomenal. Just completely juking him out. He knows exactly where he is. Seems like Aquanox in trouble. He actually cancelled his gun. No! He did not have bullets on that S12K.
Yeah.
He actually swapped it out. And because of that, it was empty. And Buddy was able to flush him out. Oh, such an unfortunate mistake there from Aquanox.
Yeah, I think they just forced that one out of Aquanox. They forced him to just run out of breath in that fight. And Gen XFM, they do manage to stay alive, but Godson Esports, let's focus on them for a minute. This is a team sticking on that 4th position, and True Rippers are just ripping them apart. If Godson Esports end up taking an early exit in this game, then that could spell trouble for them heading into the last match of the day. Gen XFM is the squad that's chasing them down. And as of now, the points between the two sides are tied, but man, oh man, Shyam from the side of True Rippers just hands out a beating to the players of MADKINGS as they try to make that bounce. 3 players eliminated from MADKINGS as they're down to the last man, Nobi, who's just hiding in a corner, can't really do a lot over here.
Beautiful nade, though, to try and stop the aggression. MADKINGS is going to be stuck in those warehouses for the longest of time. But True Rippers, they will hold on. Circle is going to be inside the city himself. Seems like Godson Esports now is going to be almost near middle of the zone as of yet. They spawn out the members coming from Santa. And we talk about Miramar Specialists. It seems like Santa is also near towards the center as well. And about 2 more seconds left. The fates of everybody inside the city is going to be decided. Is it going to be the north or the mid side? It seems like it is going to be on Godsend's side. The supply crate in the middle is going to be near center for any of these teams. And the closest to it is going to be Godsend. However, for teams in the north side like Santa, Blink, Rising Esports, 4TR, even MADKINGS, well, they have to cross the no man's land. Or in this case, the road is going to be free pickings for them if they do not smoke their way across.
This is going to be a very slow mid-game stage. I mean, you look at how much cover is available to everyone. Apart from the teams that are outside of the circle, as you were talking about it, Godsend, Legion, and Tamilan Esports. Well, the last man from the side of Tamilan Esports will face a little bit of struggle as he tries to move inside of the play zone. But apart from that, I think a lot of incentive to force these fights has been taken away, unless the circle ends up taking a shift towards the southwest of the current play zone. Lobster, can you hear? I think he's heard the commotion coming in from the side of Godsend Legion. Eyes constantly focused on trying to gatekeep the team breaching that eastern edge.
Needs to be a little bit careful though. They are gatekeeping. The shots are coming in. Arif finds one, looking for the second, but Godsend Legions, they're pushing up. Arif gonna buy a little bit more time here, and it seems like they have made a mistake. Shots from 4TR is gonna chime in for the defense here. Godsend's Legion now pretty much stuck in an awkward situation. Arif did him so dirty. Gets the first knock, just played with them. Does not want to give them the space, and guess what? 4TR will help out with the cleanup. And just like that, Autobots, they will survive, and Godsend Legions gets completely wiped out.
I think 4TR with that third party might have just ended up stealing all of those eliminations from that fight. Autobots, they have to be cautious, because again, they are being chased by 4TR. Both the teams tied up to 25 points, but here's the move. That could be the wrong one for them to make. 4TR, a mad dash to go for the big tower. Shots being taken on them by True Rippers, by Rising Esports up front as well, but they do manage to find a little bit of cover to work with.
Tricky one, but 4TR seems like they've lost a player themselves. Viper getting scouted out by foul from Rising Esports. A very cheeky angle. Who would have thought that was possible? And 4TR, they will have to figure out what's their next game plan. They've lost a majority of those vehicles. And like we said, those towers are a little bit exposed. The biggest threat here is how do they cross the road. And True Rippers is doing a fantastic job shutting them all down. MADKINGS already felt the run. Nobi has no choice but to play for placement points and wait until the last moment before they actually rotate in. Or unless True Rippers let them slide, but as of yet, they're not gonna... Wait, hold that thought for now. Actually, True Rippers, they might actually consider repositioning here, leaving only Punk to actually check the back lines.
Well, let's see what's the call from the side of True Rippers. I think that fight against Godsend is, if that happens, it's going to be the most important one for them. Rising Esports on the other side. Fox OP knocked out, looking for a revive. And it should be an easy one considering they have decent cover to work with. But this is where things get interesting. It's the extreme late game. We are down to stage 7 now. Well, now we are officially down to stage 7. And of course, with 2 stages left, you need to start stacking up utility. Smokes, Molotovs, grenades in particular, considering it's an urban endgame. You are going to need those utils to clean positions to find that movement space to work with.
At the same time as well, 4TR, they're going to be checking those corners here. They're a little bit afraid to push out. They are dropping nades. They know there's somebody there. But it seems like a little bit too far off as well. Tamilan Esports, Maxioso, pretty much going to be ratting his way as a solo warrior here for Tamilan Esports. He did hear the commotions coming from Rising Esports though. They've pretty much crossed safely to the northern section. But it seems like Rising Esports' spot is still in the playing zone for the next phase. But eventually will shift out across here. So they're all just waiting for position points. And surprise, surprise, 25 minutes has passed. There's still 12 teams, so no position points are in play yet. That is just going to be a long, drawn-out fight.
Pretty much, but I think with 2 big names now clashing, it's Apex Gaming up against the players of Autobots. The team that Autobots is trying to replace inside of the top 4. Apex does not have a lot of points. They only have 2 from the previous game, 2 for this one. They are looking for a few more. Kiola Mao secures a knock, fails to find the finish confirmation. And this is not looking good for the players of Apex Gaming. He runs out into that fire and just goes down to his own Molotov. At least he denies the finish point as he ruins the day for Autobots Esports. Not by a lot. The finishes, the knocks, in fact, that Kyo secured, they are going to get revived, the players, and Autobots will be back again with their full roster. What was that move? He threw that Molotov, and yet he just ran in.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. He got a little bit greedy. Tried to deny potential revivals. Got 2 knocks. Tried to find the 3rd one. Wasn't expecting. They could not get it. However, Godsend, seems like they weren't able to capitalize on it. They were knocked off for 4TR as well. However, despite the miss of chaos, guess what? True Rippers is taking advantage to try and rotate inside the zone. Nades are coming in, but it's not connecting. So True Rippers, they are making moves based on the situation. Very nicely calculated here. But now, when you talk about the endgame zone, the zone still favors 4TR and Godsend. And you can see from this top view as well, Godsend is the one in brown, and 4TR is the one in lighter brown, or is it darker brown? I don't know what color it is. But the end game is going to be in this construction place, which nobody has occupied at all, just because of the fact that there's just not a lot of cover from all directions. That's why teams are avoiding it.
Yep. Again, not a lot of space. Even if you move an inch outside of cover, there's like 4 different teams taking shots on you. And I think True Rippers are the ones that are actually feeling the weight of these words. Autobots, they found the opener and they are looking to move in. Termi needs to find the trade as quickly as possible. The preemptive nade goes out. Autobots charge forward. Lobster already down to half his HP. And Termi with that Molotov can definitely cause some big damage. But the players are right in front of him around that smoke. He's still not taking those shots. The knock has been found. He moves up through the boxes. Switches floors. Again, getting into an off position to try and help his teammates catch the side of Autobots off guard. But I wonder if this sandwich that True Rippers are trying to make, is it going to be enough? Autobots, they have gotten reset for themselves. All 4 players are back on their feet.
Yeah, they're trying to isolate the players as well. Ralphie's pretty much isolated. Derby knows there is a player. They're trying to flush him out. Molotov doesn't seem to connect. Seems like they have made a little bit of mistake as well, because Iggy is able to find Omega outside. Meanwhile, Autobots are getting flushed from the outskirts as well. Punk is going to be training side by side. While the third parties are coming from afar. True Rippers, they've swapped positions with Autobots as of yet.
Even though the position is swapped, I think both the teams could not be in a much worse situation, especially considering that 4TR and Godsend are waiting for them on the other side. Damage trade coming through. Termi 2 more nades to work with. If you can line them up even close to the players of Autobots Esports, the splash damage should be enough to give the edge to the players of True Rippers. All they have to do is just make that bounce after that. Although on the other side, I mean, based on the teams that are surviving and based on where they are in this game, I think a much higher priority to what the result will be for Godsend and for the side of Rising Esports. Both the teams are there fighting for that 4th position. True Rippers is still at least 2nd, so they have a big room for error to work with.
Oh my goodness. Autobots is thinking about jumping to the next building as well, with the zone pressuring them as well. True Rippers have realized it's just not worth taking the fight. But God said they do not have control of the roof at all. There's just no way to climb up there from that position. They should be able to get a free pass. Smokes has been set up from Autobots to try and make a cross. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Blick is trying to move in towards the zone here to try and make a cross here. But Autobots, they made the jump. They may have made a mistake. They could not cross over. So they dropped down all the way to ground floor, and True Rippers will pick them apart.
Not enough of a run-up, and Autobots, they have taken a tumble indeed. Lobster goes down, Eggy is there, but this move from the side of Autobots has allowed the players of True Rippers also to make that bounce, and Godsend could be in trouble over here. Rising Esports, they get a few extra points in this endgame, and if they've taken that 4th spot away from the side of Godsend Esports, who are still fighting to claim their first few finishes of this match. And as soon as they step out from behind the cover, hope starts to fade away. Godsend are getting sent back to the heaven this time, getting wiped out. Down to the last man they go, and True Rippers are the ones who are looking to eliminate them from this game. But True Rippers shut down by the side of Godsend Esports. And finally, we have Rising Esports making it to the top 2. And I think this has to be their chicken dinner. With this, Rising Esports will have the upper hand in the overall leaderboard as well.
Oh, it's going to be tough here. They're out in the open. 4TR, they're playing whack-a-mole right now. It seems like this is going to be one last player left, and they won't be able to hold on. And 4TR takes down Rising Esports to claim the winner chicken dinner in this chaotic endgame of Los Leones.
No trades coming through in the endgame. 40R just completely shutting down Rising Esports. I really thought they could have had that fight in the bag, but no utility left for the closer as well. And 40R, they will definitely be very happy with their performance in this map of Miramar. But then again, the question is this enough? This team has been choking all this time, be it their performance in week 1 or be it the matches so far.
It's going to be a tough one here, but 4TR, they held on. They were able to calculate the perfect timing to push for the end game, and they were able to snatch that chicken dinner away from Rising Esports. But props towards Rising Esports as well. The timing to cross the road was impeccable because of the fact that Godsend was so distracted with True Rippers and Autobots. They weren't looking across the road, and they found an opportunity to cross the road and then almost snatching the chicken dinner as well. It could have been a what-if situation for all these teams here, but this was a very, very unpredictable and chaotic endgame zone, which somehow favored Godsend. Unfortunately, not enough for them to take the chicken dinner.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think it wasn't enough for them to even hold on to that position inside of the top 4. Now with Rising Esports moving up, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on the side of Godsend Esports headed into that last match. And of course, as we talk about the teams at the top, 4TR, how many points did 4TR start with?
I don't think they have enough. Okay, they started with 14 points in total before these 2 matches.
20 from this game.
That's 34 points, but they need 50. So technically, if they get a chicken dinner in the last game as well, they should be able to push top 4.
Or just 15 eliminations. We have seen these boys pull that off in BGIS 2026. So, I mean, fingers crossed, there is still hope. But that just makes the whole situation of the overall leaderboard a little bit more confusing. Now, who is going to finish 4th? But while we wait for the last game, let's have a look at the stats of the previous one. Nexus from Blink Esports, the MVP of the match with those 6 eliminations and a phenomenal performance, 828 damage dished out. Then we have Cheyenne from True Rippers with 5, Foul from Rising Esports 4, Aquinox 4 finishes, impressive individual skill as well. And then Eggy from the side of Autobots, also the newest addition into Autobots, getting those 3 frags in this game.
Yeah, and in this case, I think Nexus was doing a lot of work down to the southwest corner. We didn't see a lot of his action here. But for me, Cheyenne and Equinox is like the two perfect example of two different clutches, right? Equinox in a game of defense and Cheyenne in a game of offense in terms of rushing as well, because all his rushes has been on point and he's been able to find a lot of finishes here based on what we've seen in that previous game. But in case you missed out on action as well, I think I want to talk about some of the highlights here. Obviously, Equinox is going to be the first one with this amazing 1v3 hold against 7 Aces, which resulted in them being the first team being eliminated in this game.
And you look at the timing of all of these individual knocks, it was just played to perfection. Apex Gaming, by the way, we expected Apex Gaming to do a little bit better in this game, but that the loss of two individuals early inside of this match kind of was a big task for them to fulfill. And then True Rippers just handing a beatdown to MADKINGS in the middle of the match was also quite a sight to look at, to be honest.
Yeah, and as the game progresses as well, we get to see that Godsend Legions getting completely dismantled by 4TR with the help of the defense coming from Autobots, which resulted in them getting completely picked apart in this third party as well. And we talked about Los Leones, right? Every single angle, you have to expect there is going to be someone, and you will see a lot of cheeky angles. However, this skirmish between Autobots and True Rippers was a little bit of a big question mark, just because of the fact that they somehow swapped places, and Autobots actually could not jump across the roof onto where Autobots is. Not exactly sure why, but which resulted in all these three teams getting completely distracted and allowing 4TR and also Rising Esports to survive the end games, and then snatching the win away is going to be 4TR.
Yeah, 20 points for 4TR on the board, Blink finishing with 13, Rising Esports with 12 points. Actually a very decent run from them. True Rippers with 11, but True Rippers, I think they were sitting at the top already. Same goes for God's Reign. So these 11 and 6 points just give them the safety net heading into that last match. We have MADKINGS with 4 points. I think with how MADKINGS were playing yesterday, I was a believer. I actually started to believe that we would see MADKINGS headed towards Group B, but
until the Simnate?
Yeah, until that particular moment. That just broke my heart. It was worse than my breakup.
Okay, too much information, but alright, fair enough. But all things considered here, MADKINGS did still secure 4 points from this game. Hopefully they are able to hold down the fort of being kicked down from the bottom 8. Bottom 4 in particular. But I think MADKINGS is going to be staying in Group C after the end of the next game here, unless they pull like a 20 finish with a chicken dinner to try and push in towards the top 4.
Is that going to be enough? How many points do they have after this match?
20 over, I think.
Let's see. I think let's wait for the overall ranking. I don't think MADKINGS are going to get like that 25 bomber, especially on a map of Miramar. For some reason, I think Miramar has not really gone their way.
Yeah, fair enough. But I've seen it happen before. Just because Seoul has done it before, 27 finishes and a chicken dinner in the map of Miramar. But before that, the top 4 right now is going to be True Rippers, God's Reign, Rising Esports, who makes a jump into the top 4 with that chicken dinner. Well, not really chicken dinner. Second place finish in the Miramar. They do themselves 45 points. 44 is going to be Team Apex Gaming. Godsend only 2 points away. Oh boy, this is not a great moment here for Team Apex Gaming right now.
At the start of the matches of Group C today, Necro made a prediction that Apex Gaming will only get 5 points in 3 matches and then stick around in Group C because they do not get promoted. I'm pretty sure his DMs are already flooded for cursing Apex Gaming like that. And as you were talking about Godsend Esports, 42, 44, 40R, they are also there with the chase. So 2 teams eyeing 2 positions inside of the top 4. And it's not too difficult, to be honest, based on how many points all of these squads have had on the overall leaderboards.
Exactly. It is going to be a tough stretch here for those 2 teams here. However, in the bottom 4 as well, MADKINGS is very, very close towards the bottom as well. With Santa ESP only getting 2 points here. It seems like Miramar is no longer their specialty here if they do not start getting some serious point in this next upcoming game.
Yeah.
And they just might be kicked down towards Group D.
It's very awkward. I mean, back when this team was called Team Alpha, Miramar was supposed to be their map. But all of a sudden, it seems like when the name is Santa Esports, they would do better on Vikendi, considering Santa, you know, North Pole and everything.
Okay, fair enough, man. Like, I don't know where you're getting jokes from, but let's talk about the serious business here. It's going to be the eliminator of the tournament right now. Drew still maintains the #1 spot here with 33 finishes here from Rapid Chaos. And joining him, we have Lobster, we have Punk from True Rippers, we have Beast with Vasista Esports, and Taurus from K9. And of course, this is going to be a little bit of a tricky business here because I'm excited to see how Taurus is going to be performing when he starts playing.
My question is, how is Dhruv still number 1? 33 finishes. I think major chunk of that came from the first opening week. And Rapid Chaos, their journey this week was very shaky. And yet, team was struggling. This man is still sitting at the top of the eliminator leaderboard.
Yeah, that's very, very impressive as well. But almost every single season, we do see somewhat of a new eliminator. But for Dhruv to make the cut here, it is very, very impressive.
It is impressive. But let's see what the last map is going to look like Miramar after this very short break.
लेफ्ट डे पुश பண்ணுங்கடா
अरे यार कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है जाना किधर है
वीडियो ना अयो मचा रिवाइव बन
व्हाट रिवाइव आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड ब्रो
नो यार पहली बार कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग
शूट गाइस मचा
क्या कर रहे हो यार
நீங்களாச்சும் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் கத்துங்களேன்டா
अरे कोई ट्रांसलेटर बुलाओ यार ऐसे कैसे चलेगा
உங்கறானதாடா தோத்தோம்
क्या करते हो तुम लोग भी
IPL champion of CSK
मास बचा अयो तला यस
येलो आर्मी ब्रो
सी लैंग्वेज இல்ல CSK இருக்கு மச்சான்
गाइस बंदे
कम ऑन அவன சுடுங்கடா come on man nice shot man
well played guys
yeah
bro CSK skins
இது நம்ம கொலாபடா
now we don't need call outs just whistle podu
BGMI ஆடு whistle போடு
Hello everyone and welcome back to BMPS 2026. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast and this is going to be the last match here for today as well. And of course the decider match from who is from Group C is going to be advancing and who is going to be relegated into its Group D. It is going to be a tricky business here. My name is ICBaby12. At your service will be your commentator. Alongside me is going to be Salty as we take you through the journey of what's going to be happening here as of yet. Team Apex Gaming, they started their journey yesterday with a very, very dominating performance sitting in top 1. And now they're almost going to be kicked out of the promotion spot here. So it is going to be tough. What do you think of that match?
I think all of a sudden the team starts relying too much on Jonathan right now. I kind of feel like, I was expecting a lot more from Hydro, especially since he was a standout player from 2025 season. I think inside of Team Apex Gaming, Hydro is still yet to kind of showcase that. Kyo Lamau has had his moments as well, but the team still heavily relies on Jonathan at this point. And you know what? It's a team game and you want all of those players to come by together as well.
Yeah, it was a very, very tricky business as well, considering the circle actually ended towards Lost Leonas. It could have been a lot of free-for-all situation. But speaking of a team that has somewhat defended and did pretty okay here was Godsend Esports, which in this case, even though they had sense of control, they could not clutch out the chicken dinner, which again may be the result of them not making the top 4 here. They are on the 6th or 5th position here, which again, very, very close to taking down one of the spots here from the top 4, and Team Apex Gaming currently under fire because of this as well. We talked about them needing about 8 to 9 points to qualify for the 50-point marker, but it seems to me it will come down towards the last match here for Team Apex Gaming, whether or not will they go back to Group B.
Whoever devised this format with 6 matches for promotion and relegation knew exactly what kind of extravaganza we are going to find, especially when the broadcasts are run by as well. Every week you get promoted and relegated, and for now I think, like you said, one last game. But imagine the storyline for Godsend Esports. I mean, coming in from a campus tournament, they were not even a part of the pro circuit, but now they are in here. They've showcased themselves, and they certainly are kind of making everyone else sweat.
Well, I don't know. They might just go back down there as well, because when we talk about campus as well, Godsend Legions is the campus one and Godsend is a different one invited as well. It's a little bit confusing. I get it what you mean. But as of yet, Godsend Legions is in the bottom 4. They should be... I don't know. Will they go back towards Group D is going to be my question here, because as of yet, they're still going to be fighting for survival, even for 7 Aces, even for Sentax, and T7X are right on the bottom. But at the top here, Team Apex Gaming, 2 points difference between Team Apex Gaming and also Godsend with 42 points. And right Rising Esports on the third position with that chicken dinner pushes themselves in towards the top 4, 45 points. It's still a very, very scary position to be in here. But for God's Reign, 50 points, I think they're good. 1 or 2 points, they should be safe.
They should be safe. And with the way they are playing right now, especially with the kind of form that Aquanox is in right now, I feel like they are in a very, very comfortable spot. Rising Esports and Team Apex Gaming will have to work hard. I mean, look at this. There's no points difference at all. Even Blink Esports will be able to come back, I think, if they bounce back in the next game itself. And the top 4 teams kind of bomb their games. So Blink Esports can also vie for it. 40R with that game, I think they made amends. That game was extremely neat. And we know that they've done that in the past. I mean, Anonymous, I think you were there with me inside of the grind as well. They were reeling at the bottom inside of the grind. All of a sudden, 3 matches, they completely flipped the tables.
Yeah, it is still going to be coming down to this one final match as well.
Yeah.
Whether or not can they make that miraculous promotion into its Group B, because as of yet, you don't exactly want to be in Group C for the longest time because you're always constantly in jeopardy here, especially of being kicked down towards Group D on the final week itself. Being Group B, great. If you survive Group B in week 3, great. You're pretty much guaranteed not elimination after week 3.
And to be honest, I think nobody wants to stay in Group B. If you have a shot at Group A, why not take it? And to decide that, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the last map of the day, which is going to be, of course, the map of Miramar. And we are flying again. Starts off from El Pozo, and this time we are heading towards a little bit on the southern side of Los Leones. This flight path, I see, it is a very one-dimensional. We've been seeing these very balanced flight paths so far inside of the day. Be it on the map of Rondo, be it on the map of Erangel as well, even on the map of Miramar. But this one certainly throws a couple of those teams off guard. If you possibly want to go somewhere towards maybe San Martin, Hashan, Del Patron, Al-Hazar, it's completely locked out. For God's Reign right now to defend their position and to defend the position inside of the top 4, they will have to find a secondary drop, I see, because Impala is nowhere in contention.
Yeah, but as of yet as well, I just hope that Circle doesn't go back to his Lost Owners again here. This is going to be a very long, drawn-out game. But there are 2 teams as of yet that can ruin the chances for a lot of this team that is looking for promotions or to stay out of relegation here. And that's going to be True Rippers and God's Reign as of yet for this particular game. So if they are looking to try and test out a couple strategy, this is the perfect time. But I don't think they are going to do that here, considering that both teams has made adjustment towards their roster, in particular True Rippers, just because of the fact that 4 of them playing for the first time together in this team has put chemistry in a little bit of a problem for them. But they look strong. They look solid here. They push all the way from Group D. Hopefully Group B is going to be an amazing journey for them. But for God's Reign, things hasn't been looking good for them. However, with the circle now pushing towards the west side, it does favor Team Apex Gaming a little bit here, and their chances to defend the top 4 as of yet.
Insane if Team Apex Gaming managed to defend their position. They are at the center of the circle, of course, in Monte Nuevo. But ladies and gentlemen, we have kicked things off. Legion's Harsh OG did find the first frag against 7 Aces, and it seems like 7 Aces on the map of Miramar, they just seem to be destroyed every single time. Down to a man disadvantage, that sticky bomb was thrown to kind of flush out Harsh OG from that position. I'm still looking at Gods and Legion and their teamwork in this one. It's just Harsh in the front lines. I see. Where are the rest of the players?
Oh boy. This is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation. The rest of the players from Gods and Legions are going to be trying to provide him a little bit of backup as well. He knows of the fact that he is isolated with this guy in front of him. They are going to try and choke him out. Slowly surrounding the exits here. Gonut now pretty much stuck. But seems like cover fire from the side there. Frax finds the opener. Might have given him a little bit of leeway here, making it towards a 3 versus 3. Gods and Legions now. The back's against the wall. Do they want to go to reset, or do they want to clean up the one man in front of him? This is going to be tough. The rest of the cavalry here is here. Got it. Angle to Pixel. Uzi shots are being made, but it seems like it is still too risky for 7 Aces to actually go in for the push here. His teammate is still a little bit far off. While Gods and Legions, they're hesitating going for the push, but it seems like from the flank here, Skep, a long flank, finds the knock, but he gets traded off as well. Now down towards a 2v2.
It's going to be a massive trade-off situation for Gods and Legion to actually push up. They need a lot of courage. They will have to exit their compounds and move out in the open if they do want one, but they know they've found the lead, and all of a sudden it seems like Koda spotted his opportunity and pounced on it as well. Gods and Legion Left down to a one-man lineup. It is going to be Fraga. Oda coming in from the back lines, and he's going to clean up everybody. With his 3P, 7 aces, they did manage to recover, but at a massive cost, I see. They've lost 2 players already.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate demise here for Gods and Legions. Seems like it is going to be back to Group D for them. Meanwhile, the third parties are coming in. Rising Esports are going to be chiming in here, trying to take advantage of this situation. And if they wipe 7 aces right here, they will be back towards Group D. This is going to be a very unfortunate demise for them. But Rising Esports, they need all these points if they want to stay in the top 4. 7 aces gets the first jump, but no knocks yet. Rising Esports are taking their own sweet time. They're holding one angle. They're trying to isolate the members. And just like that, 7 aces, they get completely cleaned out. That is going to be the second team down towards Group D.
Yeah. Kind of unfortunate, but there's absolutely nothing these teams can do. But it kind of opens up doors. You look at the positive end of the spectrum. Santa Esports will have an opportunity to come back. 4 more points, maybe they will be able to make it. Look at Autobots Esports. So he is battling on a 1v1 situation. Ducks in the corner, but can't really survive this. Brilliantly done by Y14, if I even pronounce his name correctly, but doesn't really matter. He still managed to find that knock for himself. The opening has been found. As long as you hit your shots, doesn't really matter. You can just be creative with your name. By the way, I'm very sorry. His name is Bunny.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like some Y2K stuff right there. Actually, I have no idea what Y2K is, but I've heard the phrase a few times. But nevertheless, moving on. JAGUAR FM Esports taking down one of the best performing players from Autobots in BMPS, Iggy. Or in this case, the IGL is pretty much done for. And I think the journey for Autobots to actually push for top 4 is pretty much over as well. Unless they start racking up some serious points. They need 20 points minimum to break into top 4. But it is... They're pretty much done enough to stay out of bottom 4, that's for sure. And as of yet, T7 and Ryan, now also in bottom 4 here, needs a massive game if they want to stay out of bottom 4. Kick Troy Tamilan or MADKINGS down. But it's going to be very, very difficult to do so. Only a chicken dinner will allow them that opportunity to stay out of relegation.
Yeah. And the same can be said for Santa Esports as well. 13 points, never really imagined, I see. Inside of a group like Group C, Alphas are supposed to be dominating. They're supposed to be wreaking havoc on this map of Miramar. This used to be their home turf. Still remember their battle against Los Hermanos back in the day, which is of course now known as Lastade Esports. Those Los Leones fights, they're still in my memory, they're still fresh, but it seems like Santa Esports, they've kind of moved past that. But ladies and gentlemen, look at the circle, by the way. I see we talked about Team TAG having Monte Nuevo. They had central control, but it seems like Team T7 Orion is going to come close to them. Santa coming in from the north side is also going to crowd up those central spots. All that remains to be seen is who comes out on top. I'm pretty sure these teams are closer than you think. A fight is imminent.
This is a tricky circle to play. Just because, number one, again, I know I repeated this a little bit too much here. Monte Nuevo splitting 4 parts means 4 different play styles of rotations here.
Yeah.
And of course, majority still seems to be on the south side. Team Apex Gaming is heading towards that direction. But Santa, they're trying to avoid conflict of committing to a spot yet. That's the reason why they're playing from the west side. But the mountain terrains down south does give you a lot of high ground advantage. But if the circle forces you out to the north side, well, you're pretty much stuck. There's no way down for you. Everybody's going to be looking at you. But on screen now, Autobots outside the zone, they've lost Iggy. Seems like they are getting pressure from a lot of teams. They are looking for a late rotation. This is a signature that Autobots has been doing since last season as well. They're only teams that has very, very good success rate with late game rotations into the zone.
I completely agree with you there, but the problem is this time, all of a sudden, Autobots, they don't really seem to be clicking at the moment. We saw them inside of Group D, they were absolutely on fire. I mean, you look at Lobster, he was one of the contenders for the Eliminator badge. Then you had Arib, you had Rolfie as well. All 3 assaulters, they were kicking in together, and Eggy was seeming to be the final piece of the puzzle. But right now, Autobots, all of a sudden, I did not imagine them to struggle so much. Inside of Group C, we'll find out, of course, can they make amends? Because From 30 points, I think it's still realistically possible. You can potentially get yourself a 20-pointer, which Autobots have done in the past quite a lot. But can't do that again, especially when pressure is on your shoulder. But the circle does shift. It's still on Montenuevo, but the team's on the south side of the circle. Everybody's on the migration mode, and everybody's going to come to striking distance. First ones, of course, is going to be Team Godson, T7 Orion. It's Phantom who's taking some shots. Will force them into the warehouse.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky spot here. Look at this fiasco. This is what I mean by you hard committing to the spot, right? It's still divided by 4. And teams in the south side, they need to get down from those high grounds as quickly as they can. But it's going to be tough because there's a lot of teams coming the way through. As you can see, the far horizon in green team, Apex Gaming, is looking to try and capitalize on this demise here. Godson Esports also trying to survive as long as they can to try and break past the tower 4. They know they are not exactly safe. And they're playing this very passively, knowing that they need to survive towards the end games to be promoted into his Group B. T7, they've decided to bail. Godson Esports takes a couple shots through, but no connection. No knocks. It seems like they will be able to get a free pass. While T7 repositions their way through. Godson Esports, they've heard the shots coming from Team Apex Gaming, which in this case, they did get the knock on Rising. Oh boy, Rising Esports. This is a major fight here for both these two teams. They cannot afford to get taken out like this. Team Apex Gaming, they're not overcommitting. That's a good sign. But the circle not exactly giving clear tell on where it may or may not be. Seems like Apex Gaming has flipped the coin and take the north side of this crossroad instead.
Like you said, it's a good sign. It certainly is a very good sign that Team Apex Gaming aren't really pushing past their boundaries. They don't need to as well. I mean, they are, like you said, they are sitting at the center of the circle. They've got good compounds for themselves. If the circle does take a hard shift, even then, Team Apex Gaming will retain their positions. Rising Esports on the far fray. I think they are backing away from the fight. Team Apex Gaming just needs to focus on their teamwork, focus on the communication. Hydra has been brilliant on the calls as well. If they can do that, I guess Team Apex Gaming are going to be 3 back into Group B once again. But right now, there are going to be certain teams coming in from the outside. Team Aura Esports will be the first ones to make an entry, but look at Team Autobots. They are very far back.
Yeah, Autobots is having one of the worst possible starts ever. Like, no vehicles. They're sharing on Ralphie. Just found one as well. They even dropped Ralphie on mid-rotation. But think about it this way. Stage 3 is about to begin. Mets at an all-time low. Arip doesn't exactly have first aid kits. I think they have no choice but to tank Circle 4 and loot up for Mets if they want to survive this. And Circle does shift up far north as well through Rippers, having control. I don't think Autobots is going to be able to survive this. I think all 3 players might just be wiped out by the zone if they do not find any kind of Mets on the way.
I'm not going to doubt them. I'm going to be optimistic because I've seen Team Autobots pull off chicken dinners from positions like these. One moment they are far away from the circle, they are miles away from the zone. But the other moment, they find themselves central spots, possibly even from the edge. They do a very good job, by the way, I see.
But it's Circle 3, and I don't think they have enough meds at all. Like, I saw a replay, like, what, 2 bandages, there's no first aid kit. Oh, it's going to be tricky as well.
On the DOA status as well, their HP bars don't really signify how healthy they are, in fact. 3 players quite low on HP. They're trying to cover as much ground as possible, but they will need to heal up as quickly as they can because couple of moments, I'm pretty sure the finished feed is going to pop up. Look at that. Lobster goes down.
Oh, no.
That is what we were concerned about. And Lobster, in fact, actually gets finished off as well. Team Autobots, what is going wrong?
Yeah, they can't save him as well. Like, they just don't have enough meds here. Ralphie is desperately trying to take advantage of the mobility on the bike to try and break past into the zone and find loots here. He's not even going to take a stop to check. He knows there for a fact that most of the compounds has been looted up as well. Ralphie barely makes it into the zone with absolutely no meds. Now he's got to pray for a Hail Mary and nobody takes shots at him. God's Rain discount this up. Shots fired, but no connection so far. Problems still arise here for Autobots. Ralphie, he's forced to take a pit stop, but there's no compounds where he just stopped. This is one of the worst possible games for Autobots. Just not being able to play the game. Oh, this is tough.
Especially with Godrin being at the edge of the circle. I mean, it's their worst possible enemy in the worst possible position that they would have imagined. Godlike right now, look at that. Did they find Naqsh is going to be my question. I almost felt like yet another man was brought down. Autobots Esports still retain their 2 players. Godlike, they know exactly where Autobots is. I guess they will be able to pin them down. And if Autobots keep on pressing forward, I guess things will be in the court of MADKINGS and 4TR. And by the way, I think 4TR with their performance, what a jump up. They climbed up 3 positions, by the way, with the game, and sitting at 40 points. They can actually manage qualification, by the way, I see.
It's going to be a little bit of a tough play, I would say. But the zone is about to close in 10 seconds. Stage 4 is about to begin. Seems like the circle is going to be shifting along the roadsides as well. It's still divided between left and right. Montenegro still in play. And for Aura Esports, seems like they will have the high ground on the west side, but it seems like they have to give up control. They have to cross 2 roads, go head towards the right side. And 4TR already has prime spot on the inner sides of the circle itself. But Team Apex Gaming, they will have free line of sights of every single team coming from the west and the north side as well. Same can be said for True Rippers. But for Gen X FM, they will have the high ground instead. So those 3 targets, Team Apex Gaming, Gen X FM, and also 4TR, are going to be the biggest problems for a lot of these teams to rotate into the zone right now.
I'm just looking at True Rippers right now. I think they've done a fantastic job to avoid all of this collision. Being on the north side of the circle as well. They were playing in from the outside of the zone. Majority of the team was on the outside. But as soon as the zone shrinks, they send 3 players in to try and get some space. And Punk remains in the backline to try and protect the team. But have a look at this. Ralphie just gives away too much sound cues. And MADKINGS, they anticipate somebody to be up there. Clutch God, it's just a few moments in time. He is going to peek up. But Ari from the backlines. What exactly is Autobots thinking, I see?
Yeah, this is going to be ruining somebody's games right now, but you can see Autobots is playing this a little bit safe as well. Ralphie getting sprayed down, and that's going to be the connection as well. Sim gets the knock, and that is going to be Autobots down towards the last player here with Areep with only 1 first aid kit. And the only way Areep is going to be able to do anything here is got to pull a Hail Mary, a rabbit out of the pocket right now if they want to try and survive this towards the end game. But nope, confirmation has been made. Areep, last man standing for Autobots, as they get completely picked clean in this game. While Godlike, they're still trying to find a way to push inside the zone. They're still stuck here. But on screen now, Aura getting slammed here by Blink. Going for the push.
Certainly are. I mean, they have invaded the compounds for sure. Blink Esports from the outside want to create some innovative plays, but have a look at that. Mayank, he gets brought down. Blink Esports man advantage certainly not in their favor. It seems like the first man, they keep on pummeling down this Professor on the outside. He at least got 1 knock to make things a little easier for Nexus, but it's not going to be the case. Professor will get confirmed. He's still the only man who's been left alive, and now he wants to dish out some damage to the opposition as well. Gets back to safety. He wants to go in for the reset, bring back his fallen comrade, but Nexus this time has been forced on the outside. He wants to go in for a full HP, but Aura X, it's not like they haven't been hurt either. It's a 1v1 inside of the compound. True Rippers from the outside. I see third parties, they have arrived.
Yeah, the third parties, the timing is just impeccable. Even Santa was taking shots in this. And just like that, Aura and Blink now dismantled to the last players just because of this play. But with the zone pressuring them as well, True Rippers, they've done the job. They've thinned the hurt. Now they are going to back off. But Nexus, he's about to bleed out to the Molotovs and the zone. He will take himself out, deny the points away. But for Blink Esports, that's going to be the end of the journey for this game. They will still retain in Group C in Week 3 itself. But for True Rippers, they are still on the hunt as they are about to rotate in the zone. They safely cleared out the west side. And they are going to be playing towards the end game here. Tamilan Esports, they've heard all these commotions, decides, you know what? I cannot pick the high ground at all.
Yeah, absolutely. They can't really go in for it. True Rippers have got complete control of the high ground, but the high ground is not in the zone. They can find information from the inside and then potentially moving forward. But I see, is somebody going to talk about the fact that True Rippers, this team was formed in from players who are gotten in from different teams altogether? I mean, look at Omega. He's coming from Higgboson. Funk has come in from REVENANT XSPARK. Cheyenne came in from Vasista Esports. And of course, Termi was there and learned from past. But did it ever look like True Rippers weren't a very well-knit unit? I don't think so, man. On the flip side, I think Godswin, they had a moment to share. T7 and Orion were, of course, fighting for survival in this one. God's Reign, the way they initiate this fight, just rammed in with their vehicles as well. I kind of expected God's Reign to kind of play a little more carefully, but I think they just like the recklessness.
Yeah, they went in just for the push as well, trying to take space. But seems like T7 and Orion getting wiped out by God's Reign was phenomenal. But True Rivers, they had no choice but to go in for the slam here against Tamilan Esports. Shayan has been knocked. Fortunately for them, no third party so far because they cleared the back. But Angles here. Oh, what a pixel shot here from Jaxi. Takes down, gets the knock on Punk. They need to get another reset here for True Rivers. For Tamilan Esports, look at this. They're so afraid to push out. They're afraid of potential third parties here. Aiden decides to drive across here, try and go for a little bit of fight to actually take in for a little bit of a drive-by. But as of yet, when the push comes through, Thermi comes in for the shutdown. No! Almost gets the second one, whiffs the shot, and now Shayan is left all by himself. But he finds the trade. But he is in a 1v2 situation. He gets the confirmation, but he eventually goes down. But True Rippers, they will end with 5 finishes and 5 points in this game, but they've done the job.
They certainly have done the job. 61 points seems to be safe for now. Team Apex Gaming on the defensive side of things. Montenuevo has been betrayed, ladies and gentlemen. The circuit shifts on the outside. Now Team Apex Gaming will have to move up. Do they fight it through? Do they take an escape route? These are big questions which will be asked to Jelly, of course, by their assaulters. What is going to be your move? What is going to be the style of play? Lamar from Apex Gaming has been knocked out. They've got Godson Esports right inside of the circle who are trying to gatekeep them, but I don't agree with this position. Jonathan already pushes up. A couple of those smokes established to try and give him some soft cover to start his journey from, and he's getting those TPP angles. This is brilliant. This is genius from Jonathan. He knows exactly where those players are. Just about them popping up, popping with beaming shots connected. Jonathan, can he find them? Not really. He gets shot in from the back lines. Third party for Team Apex Gaming, and this is not looking good, I see.
Oh my goodness, Godsend, they almost got eliminated, but just like that, Team Apex Gaming, they may have messed up. Lamau and Hydro went in for the slam, got taken out, and Team Apex Gaming has been eliminated. They almost got the position points as well. Now, the cutoff for promotion is 48 points, and Godsend just might be able to kick Apex Gaming down here. That is something that we did not expect at all.
Yeah, the only man who can save Apex Gaming right now has to be Fox OP from Rising Esports. If he comes in, if he chimes into battle, takes away Godsend, that is the only way Team Apex Gaming is going to retain their position, but it's still not sure, by the way. On the other side, Genix FM right now, they are going to be in a world of trouble. Deepu has been brought down, Sim, in a very off-angle fight, of course. Height advantage being utilized by Bunny. Simp has been knocked down. MADKINGS, it's just down to Nori. Shadow OG, I'm not even sure if he's going to be able to participate in this battle, but he closes in the distance. A lot of damage being dished out, but still the knockout is found. But Nobi, I think he's going to be able to clean up the entire squad. MADKINGS lives to fight another day, and Genix FM has been sent back to the lobby.
What a clutch here coming in from MADKINGS to try and survive this. What a clutch from Nobi. Keep things alive. A chicken dinner will not give them top 4, but he guarantees them the bottom 4 here. But for now, the bottom 4 is secured. 7 aces, Godsend Legion, Santa X, and also T7 Orion will hit down there. But the remaining match here as well, Godsend able to get another point, and guess what? They will push up in towards the top 4, and Team Apex Gaming is out of the top 4. They will stay in Group C here for Team Apex Gaming. Oh my goodness.
That is such a bummer. That is a big disappointment for all the fans out there who were rejoicing yesterday. Rising Esports has been finally put down the grave, but I think the damage was done. Godsend Esports pushed through, and they are at least safe for now, unless 40R snatch away the chicken, which seems to be very likely, I see.
Yeah, 40R looking for a back-to-back chicken dinner to try and qualify for top 4. It is very possible, but for Reap, he's trying his best to survive as a solo warrior. He's got himself to the top 5. But again, for Autobots to qualify, they need 20 points, and Reap is nowhere close. Even with the chicken dinner, he needs to clear out all 12 players to qualify for top 4, which I don't see this happening here anytime soon for Reap.
You know, I still can't wrap my head around the fact that Team Apex Gaming had central position from Montenegro. They lost their ground and now they are not even in the top 4.
It's so unfortunate. But for Godsend, very, very nicely done for them. They pushed themselves into his Group B with this performance, but it's not exactly safe yet. 4TR is still in the run here. In this case, the race is still on. Arif may just put a little bit of a wrench here towards 4TR's goals as of yet. If Arif gets 2 knocks for 4TR, the chances of qualifying into top 4 pretty much ends right here, right now. Look at Arif, he's just playing very sneakily here. 4TR hasn't exactly moved the muscle as well. How is Arif not spotted out in the open? Okay.
You be out in the open, you don't make noise, nobody anticipates your presence. I think Arif has done a fantastic job in eliminating that. His presence, and nobody guesses that, you know what? Somebody from the back lines, he finally decides to strike, and he strikes the IGL first. Anonymous is down on his knees, and all of a sudden 4TR might just be in shambles. That is just the start, by the way, Arif. It does have this one nade. If he lands it perfectly, not really anymore. MADKINGS from the sideline ends that romantic run, and 4TR, they are going to be thanking MADKINGS Esports. They still retain all 4 players.
Yeah, they will be able to get a little bit of recovery here. MADKINGS, what a save. But as of yet, Tamilan Esports now getting center control. 4TR and Godsend definitely needs the chicken dinner to push into top 4. Godsend on the defense. 4TR on offense here. Godsend Esports now pulling the gap once more to try and get some more confirmations. Shots has been fired. 4TR also taking shots onto his MADKINGS. Tamilan Esports down towards the last player. And the push is coming. Speros now stuck in that smoke. Godsend now with the nades. Does it connect? Seems like it is going to explode, but no connection yet. Hexperos with those smokes is making it a little bit difficult here to lob it through the hole, through the windows. But 4TR, they push up towards MADKINGS. They find Sim. They take another point.
This is going to be a big, big fight for 4TR right now. This is almost their championship bout. They can actually find themselves promoted. They've got those 17 smokes. But before that, they're going to take down MADKINGS. Shots connected on Shadow. OG Viper this time is looking to shine once again as the nade gets lobbed in. From the distance, it looks like 4TR, they're not really inside of the circle, but Anonymous and Arthur have found positionings from themselves. Godsend from the back lines, a little bit of tag team effort. MADKINGS not looking so healthy at this point. What are your thoughts, Icy? Do you still believe that 4TR can actually make it?
Yeah, it is very, very possible here. They've got a lot of space here. MADKINGS forced to leave the high ground with his place. But Godsend Esports, they're not looking at 4TR, and that's going to be a big problem. Viper finally getting somewhat spotted up by Levi, but Hesperos somehow is a solo warrior in the middle. May draw a wrench for either of these teams. MADKINGS is the wild card for both 4TR and Godsend as of yet. Both teams need those points if they want to try and take this fight. 4TR still has 13 smokes, which gives them a lot of opportunity for the reset here. While Godsend, they're pretty much going to be out in the open. They need to clear out Hesperos first. Seems like Hesperos not being inside the shack. Pretty much outplayed Godsend Esports in terms of baiting out utilities. But they need to go in for the push here. But it seems like Godsend, they're a little bit afraid to commit to this, knowing that they do not have enough smokes.
Yeah. Don't really have a lot of smokes. Just to 1 smoke and 1 nade Godsend. In terms of that, I think they can't really go in for explosives, but they do have some sort of numbers advantage. It is a 4v3, v2, v1. Godsend right now trying some risky stuff. Trying to move in on the outside. Seems like shots were taken. It wasn't really against Godsend. It was actually 4TR who were on the move. Anonymous finding some southern position. Hesperos, he was known for his survival skills, but this time has been flushed out. So Tamilan Esports go down the drain once again. And here we are left with our top 3, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 4TR, we've got Godsend, and we've got MADKINGS.
Now, as of yet, Godsend is pretty much qualified for promotion here. But for 4TR, only a chicken dinner will pretty much push themselves in towards the top 4 and kicking down Rising Esports as well. And as of yet, 4TR 10 points is exactly where they want to be at to be comfortably in the top 4. 7 to be exact.
Yeah.
And as of yet, in this lobby itself, there's not 7 finishes, so I'd say a chicken dinner is pretty much where you want to be in. At least top 2, I would say.
Yeah, but 4TR, they're doing something which is very interesting. Anonymous is on the far southern end of the circle. Meanwhile, the 3 assaulters, they're occupying central positions. If this plan turns out to be true, I guess he wants the assaulters to grab the attention of everyone. And Anonymous from the backlines, if he's precise enough, if he's efficient enough, he can tap on those very heads that are shooting at his assaulters as well. But 4TR, this plan is very risky. It can go either ways. Anonymous has information on where exactly MADKINGS are. He knows exactly that one man has been brought down. Anonymous so finds a knock for himself, but he instead gets traded out. And it seems like 4TR might actually bury that nade as well. MADKINGS, Nobi is still taking some shots, but finally gets found out. Rapido finds a 4th finish for himself. 4TR inside of the top 2, just one man from Lastade Esports who's still left alive.
Oh boy. 4TR official. They go down. Godsend will snatch the winner chicken dinner. But did 4TR get enough points to push into the top 4? Wait, actually 4TR got the chicken dinner. That means they make it to the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, possibly. So they have 6 eliminations. They have 10 points from the chicken dinner as well. 16 points a game. It shouldn't really be that bad. I mean, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners to throw yourself back inside of the top 4. 4TR. I'm still not going to comment on it. I'm just going to wait for the overall rankings. But if you've done it again, Anonymous, you are a sick man. You are a man who doesn't really go down that easily, it seems.
Oh my goodness, 4TR has made a little bit of a comeback right here in today itself, day number 2. Surprising the fans, a little bit of a surprise entry back into his Group B. But for Team Apex Gaming, I'm sorry to say, their debut for yesterday's match was a little bit of a great start here. Unfortunately, today has been a disappointing run, so they will remain in Group C. But I want to see what exactly happened here as well. This one, it was a very, very quick takedown. I think Nobi. Oh, Nobi was the one that actually ruined the fight here for Godsend Esports, and 4TR was able to go for the wrap-up and snatched a chicken dinner. So back-to-back winner chicken dinners for 4TR official, giving them the slot and promotion into its Group B. Wow, who would have thought they would actually push back themselves back up?
But are you sure of the math already? Because
we have to double check.
Yeah, we will have to double check. So I have given up on trying to do the additions. I'm trying to do all the calculations myself. So I'm just going to wait for the overall rankings. But I think I agree with you. I think 4TR, they shouldn't really have a tough job. But the question is, if 4TR make it in, who goes out? Like you said, it can be Rising Esports. We are still yet to find out. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we will have to talk about the MVP, Godsend Esports. And what a performance it has been. Godsend, I think they've crossed the 50-point mark, should be comfortably inside of the top 4 as well. Junaid with that performance, 4 finishes and 662 points of damage. I think truly MVP material.
Yeah, it is truly MVP material here, but joining him in top play as well, we do have Hunter coming from Godsend. We have Levi from Godsend as well. 3 players from Godsend in the top 3. And for MADKINGS also joining the fray, which is going to be Sim and Nobi. With this performance here, they are the top players. However, for MADKINGS, the journey still remains in Group C. But for Godsend, what a recovery from them as well. They should be able to push themselves in the top 4. And unfortunately for Team Apex Gaming and Rising Esports, I think they're both out. I'm not sure. I think Team Apex Gaming is confirmed out of top 4. But for Rising Esports, it's still going to be between them and 4TR. But before we announce the official results here, let's take a look at the highlights and how things actually happened as well. Right from the get-go, we saw the teams at the bottom duking it out right from the get-go. 7 Aces and Godsend Legions had a little bit run in, and with the third party coming in play, resulted in both teams getting taken out. This were the 2 teams that got eliminated right from the get-go, pretty much securing their 2 slots in the relegation zone.
Yeah, exactly right. And that could have actually given the opportunity to Lastade Esports potentially make a run out of that bottom 4, secure their slot inside of Group C for next week as well, and potentially avoid that relegation zone. But I think they haven't really done anything about it. True Rippers, not really the best of games for them in this one. And Godsend, look at that, the way they took down Team Apex Gaming as well. It's brilliant.
Nobi with his clutches has been really on point as well. He's been doing a lot of work for the team. But Rising Esports, getting taken out here. Foxy tried to get a lot of position points. It's just, who would have thought that we thought Rising Esports were pretty much safe, but to be taken out by the sticky bomb, that's just very unfortunate.
You know, I think the sticky bomb is the most comical way to die inside of the game, by the way. That sound, it just pisses me off, to be honest. If somebody's doing that against me, you better not do that against me, please, by the way. But match rankings on our screen. And GDS walks away with the highest number of points, by the way. 17 total points for them, 4 TR. Even though they had the chicken, they only could get 16. MADKINGS, a little bit of recovery, but I think it just came too late, 11 points. I think their total will cross 40, but MADKINGS Esports are supposed to do better than that. I guess they are going to retain their slot inside of Group C, I see.
Yeah, but Tamilan Esports as well, going to be 8. Also going to be retaining the spot in towards Group C itself. Autobots with 5 also doing the same as well, being one of the earliest team to hit a little bit of demise due towards the blue zone, tanking a little bit too long. Even at the bottom page here, Team Apex Gaming, they only got 4 points from that game. That is very, very unfortunate here for Team Apex Gaming, who was the creme de la creme for yesterday's performance in 3 games. They were the table toppers. And it seems like this will be the second team who had a little bit of a esports social moment, which, again, had a great run the first day, day 2. However, not really that great here. But let's take a look at the overall ranking here. Seems like this is going to be your top 4. And True Ripper sitting in the top here with Godsend with number 2, 4TR in 3rd place. And Gods Rain on 4th position here with 54 points. Rising Esports and Team Apex Gaming has been kicked down from the top 4.
Is somebody gonna bow down to 4TR right now who would have questioned their credibility, whether or not they were supposed to be in the grind back then and now they are inside the Pro Series as well? What a performance it has been, I see. I mean, 2 back-to-back games, 2 chicken dinners. They climbed 6 points. They climbed 6 positions, by the way, in a matter of 2 games and just took the entire lobby by storm. Rising Esports did try their best. Team Apex Gaming had a fantastic day 1. But on day 2, this team just absolutely bombed. But you look at the mid-pack, I see there are so many names. You've got Autobots, you've got Blink Esports, Tamilan Esports, teams who have played at the highest level before and they have produced performances like absolute magic. But this time, they failed massively.
Exactly. But in the bottom 4 as well, we do have 7 aces. Godsend Legion, Santa X, and T7X Orion is going to be heading down towards Group D. And I believe Godsend Legion started the journey with Group D and now they're back towards where they came from as well. This is going to be a very, very difficult loss for them. Hopefully, they are going to be able to bounce back in Week 3 in Group D themselves. But for now, I think in terms of a Cinderella run from Group D all the way towards Group A, only True Rippers has done it right now. They're in Group B.
Yeah, but my heart is aching somewhat. I don't really know why.
Why?
It seems like because Team Apex Gaming did not really make it, you know. I think I share that feeling with the rest of the audience out there as well. And at this point, you know what? I'm not even very happy about this. I wanted Team Apex Gaming to go back to Group B and then possibly from Group B move to Group A as well. And now the hopes of possibly making it to Group A is completely done and dusted. We'll talk about what happens to Team Apex Gaming next week, ladies and gentlemen. But the eliminator for now, through OG, 33 finishes.
Yep, he's going to be the guy to beat here. Lobster going to be in 2nd place here with 29 finishes. Huntro from Godsend with 28 finishes. Punk with True Rippers with 26 finishes. And Beast from Vasista Esports with 25 finishes. However, this is where things get a little bit interesting as well, because this are pretty much all 5 players that has played in this past 2 days. The players from Group A and D has not played yet. They are going to be playing tomorrow. And this is where things get a little bit tricky as well. We might see a little bit of shuffle in this top 5. And I'm looking forward to see how Taurus from K9 Esports is going to perform. Will he be able to retain his number 2 spot? Or will he be able to overtake Dhruv in the next 2 days?
That is a very valid question, by the way. And I also want to see how he performs inside of the best lobby of the country. Right now, that is going to be Group A, of course. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have the IGL rankings in front of our screens. And Punk, what a guy. I mean, he's the best IGL. He's one of the top 4 Finnish leaders as well. How many things, different stuff can you do at once? I think Punk is manifesting all of that, and what a performance it has been. He's still way past beyond everyone else. IGL rating 1.86, his closest competitor 1.39.
I think the most impressive thing of what Punk has actually pretty much done here is that he's got 5 top 5s out of the 12 games that he's played.
Yeah. And look at that on the MVP rankings as well. He's on the top 3. Like, what is this man doing? You've got Lobster out there, you've got Dhruv out there, you've got Pumpkin, and he's the only IGL who is actually in the MVP rankings. This is absolute madness. I might sound biased, ladies and gentlemen, but this performance, it's praiseworthy.
Yeah, I agree as well. Like I said as well, I think the most important stat as well, out of 12 matches, he's got top 5 finishes in the, I mean, like, not top 5 finishes, top 5 placement points for 9 games out of the 12 games that has been played. So that is almost like what 75% rate in towards the top top 5 in general. That's a lot of placement points.
75% success rate. I would take that any day of the week. I mean, but have a look at this. I think today, this man is single-handedly responsible for Vasista Esports, and their run beast was on fire. 9 eliminations in the first game, and the next games as well. He performed performer of the day with 17 and 13 on the scorecard, and 2462 points of damage. Not to scoff at, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we do have the day summary where 40 are officials. This is the way you change the script. This is the way you change the game. They did that once instead of the grind. Everybody thought it was a fluke, you know. How can you even possibly repeat that once again? Here they come instead of BMPS 2026, and once again, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, qualification once again.
Yeah, well, in this case, they are going to be promoted here. So this is going to be very, very, very interesting one to see how whether or not 40R is going to be performing in a tougher group respectively. And of course, we've seen them in Group B, I believe, and that is where things get a little bit spicy as well, because 40R was actually relegated from Group B and now they're back to Group B. So we've seen a lot of change between Group A and Group B teams from week 1 as well. Group A's teams, 3 teams actually went back into Group A from after getting relegated, and I think 40R actually got relegated from Group B and then now is pushed back to Group B.
Yeah, so we'll have to find out, I mean, if there are actual improvements, or was it, you know, playing inside of a similar lobby as well. But tomorrow, of course, we get back with A and D. It's going to be interesting, I see.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Group A and D is going to be playing as well here. But for now, we're going to be closing chapter here for day 2 itself here. We are going to be wrapping up for week 2 itself here for these 2 groups as we bring in a new group tomorrow. See you guys, same place, same place.
All you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind. This is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time on my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time on my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just
waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as
his voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the plane, this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind. me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Ha, let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in time we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking